friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab.
The road to Ascension starts here. This is the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 2 presented by PPGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round robin format where every game is a best of 3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best of 5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best of 5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much anticipated Land Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, presenting your host, we have Juicy Brucey!
Woo! Maraming salamat sa iyo, Sir Vil, at sa pagbasa mo ng malupit na Take Over. Maraming salamat, Sir Vil, at ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey, at kasama ko ngayon si Dax.
At syempre, kanina na rin natin yung voice over pa nga, diba? Alam mo na talaga yung iconic line, "It's time to take over si Sir Justin, dito si Vil!"
Maraming salamat, Sir Dayton, pero syempre, para simulan natin yung show, it's time for you to take over, Juicy Brucey.
Maraming salamat at mag-take over na ako kasama ang aking panelist na si Dax tsaka si Vil. Okay, tapos na ba yung introhan natin? Ang daming intro na.
Umiikot pa sa mga ilang beses.
Okay. Maganda yung performance. Maraming salamat. Pero eto na nga, week 2, day number 2 at handa na tayo para mas maraming bang-bang para sa isang magandang Thursday ba ngayon?
Ayaw ko.
Thursday na.
Thursday na.
Friday na pala bukas. Kaya since Friday na bukas, mag-sick leave ka na at manood ka na ng VALORANT ngayon. Pero speaking of, kumusta ka naman, Sir Dax, Sir Vil? Sir Dax, ikaw muna.
Ay, okay naman. Syempre, kasama ko si D, Juicy Brucey. Tapos kasama ko si Sir Vil, of course. Ibang klase talaga itong magiging games natin dito ngayon kasi sobrang hype, umpisa pa lang.
And then, syempre, lalong-lalo na, di ba? Ito yung mga players ka na talaga maglalaban-laban ngayon and sobrang init nga na to kasi balita ko, umuulan sa ibang parte ng Manila. Pero ngayon, dito sa Marikina, sobrang init kaya talagang pinagpapawisan na ako. Umuulan ba sa inyo?
Mainit rin dito.
Mainit kasi balita ko Cebu. Umuulan daw dun eh. Pero,
Si Raf yan.
umuulan daw sa Cebu eh. Pero ayun nga, dito, Juicy Brucey, dito sa mga susunod nating matches. Talagang excited na ako, kaya start na natin to. Huwag na tayo mag-panel.
Oo.
Start the game, let's go!
Din. Pero speaking of starting, simulan natin sa pagtingin sa mga laro kahapon. From yesterday's highlights, nakita natin na sobrang linis ng performance ng mga teams kasi all the veteran names, all in our split, nagpakita sila na parang from the teams na nakalaban nila from promo like relegations, na 2-0 nila eh. Pwera na lang sa Oasis and Zol na masyadong veteran na when it comes yesterday's highlights, what stood out to you, Sir Dax?
Ibang usapan talaga. Yesterday, pinaka-noticeable, wala si Aussie, wala si Ray Ray. So 2-0 talaga ang mga games natin. But you mentioned it, it's just really the fact na mga veterano natin na nag-jockey for that top spot. Now, taking a clean 2-0 over Carti World. Pero dun talaga sa second match tayo lahat tumingin eh. Oasis versus Zol. Zol ang defending champions. Pero hindi pa natalo yung Oasis ng split number 1. Oasis bumawi, pasok dito from relegations after loss of JustUs sa playoffs. At kita natin dito, Oasis, sobrang talino ng mga plays nila para doon sa panalo, di ba?
Hindi lang talaga talino eh, no? Talagang sobrang tindi rin talaga ng composition nitong mga players to. Kasi isipin mo, yung mga seasoned veterans, of course, nagsama-sama nga for them to make a super team. At lalong-lalo na, talagang nag-pop off talaga yung lahat ng mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero pagdating nga sa Zol, this is a time for them na makakabawi na rin, no? I mean, dito sa mga next games nga natin ngayon, lalong-lalo sa araw na ito, pwede natin sabihin na this is the last time na makakalaban na nila yung mga nakasama nila sa promo relegation. And after that, yung mga mainstayers na sa VCT, yung mga next na makakalaban nila. So yun talaga yung pinaka-exciting kung ano ba yung mga capabilities na magagawa ng mga newer teams natin comparing sa mga matagal na talaga dito sa VCT. Pero pagdating naman dito sa side nga ng Meow at saka dito ng AVN, talagang andun yung experience sa pinakita dito ng OSC.
Kaya sigit ko lang, real quick rin, Bruce, na dito natin makikita na OSC ay pangalan na rin na pwedeng-pwede mong ilagay with the likes of NAOS, with the likes of Oasis, the likes of Zol, na they've had all this experience, not just this year, pero syempre last year rin with that core from Game Lab. As yun nga, ang OSC ngayon ay nakakatakot pag baguhan ka pa lang dito sa VCT.
Yup, exactly. I mean, from split 1 pa lang, parang sila yung parang early weeks into the tournament. They're the team na we were looking at na parang, uy, kakaiba to ah. And we look back to this team, ay, former G-Lab pala to. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense to be there. Pero that was yesterday's games. Yung tingnan naman natin yung present. Matanong ko lang, Sir Dax, how are you at the present ba?
Ay, okay lang naman. Nandito ako. Mukhang okay pa naman ako, boss. Sagutin mo sa'yo mamaya. Di ba, mag-smile lang ako para sa'yo.
Ikaw, Sir Phil, kumusta ka naman at the present currently?
Masaya ako sa present, looking forward sa future, at yung past kalimutan na natin.
Oh, sige. Speaking of future, tingnan natin yung future points ng mga teams na nandito sa Split 2 with our tournament standings para makita natin kung kumusta na ba ang performance ng per team going into Split 2. Ayan, makikita natin sa screens nyo ngayon ang ating standing so far. Again, it's still week number 2 pero okay pa naman. Now, we did talk about old Stinky Cats. Dax, what can you say sa standings natin ngayon?
Siyempre, bakit sila nasa taas? Kasi 4 games sila in 4 days of VCT. Bigatin yung schedule, boss. Krinam talaga nila yan. And it's exactly a start that they would like. Perhaps mas gusto sana nila yung 4-0 pero nang gulat talaga yung Carti World with their potential. And yun nga, they took that series off. Pero right behind them no surprise. Oasis, NAOS, alam mo na, neck and neck talaga yung dalawang teams na yan coming into the season.
Yung isa sa pinaka nakakagulat na rin talaga dito sa Zol Esports, isipin mo sila yung champions nung split 1 nga natin. Pero 0-2 yung score nila at kailangan nga talaga nilang bumawi dito. Well, June na tayo eh. Kumbaga sa kalahati na tayo June at malapit na yung playoffs nga talaga makikita nga natin yon. Pero in terms of yun nga, makahabol, andyan ang Zol, pero hindi na ako nagugulat na talaga ito yung top 4 nga natin na nakikita nga dito sa games. Pero kung napapansin nyo talagang yung mga players nga dito, lalong-lalo na yung Tyrant, yung Subversive, yung mga newer teams nga talaga dito sa VCT, yun lang din talaga yung mga kailangan nga din humabol. To the fact na, I mean, yes, bago sila sa VCT, pero ito yung oras na, kumbaga, testing the waters eh. Tapos na yung testing the waters eh. Talagang dito, ilalabas talaga nila yung 100% potential ng team nila, lalong-lalo na pag nakalaban nila yung mga veterano, yung mga maratanda na sa VCT.
Hindi yan tulad sa'yo, Sir V.
Speak from experience yun
Parang, ano ka pa ata 21 years young. Nakitang-kita naman sa ngiti mo. Pero speaking of ngiti, tingnan natin kung ngingiti ba yung mga teams na maglalaban today for today's matches. We have 3 series once again, starting with Rank L, Cuties, and Subversive para sa series number 1. Pero before anything else, tingnan muna natin ang first team, which is Subversive.
Alam mo guys, ilang beses natin pinag-usapan yung mga veterano. Siyempre, marami ng pangalan talaga na pagdaanan ang VCT, including si Vil mismo. Pero itong Subversive, tong core na to, nung panahon pa lang ng First Strike, sila na ay naglalaro. CMS Foods, Young Sport, especially Sanji and Hiren, siyempre kailangan bantayan. Pero talaga ang pagbalik nila into the Valorant scene from inactivity. At first pa lang na pagpasok nilang VCT, umabot sila dito sa group stage na kagad natin. Pero talaga yung patanong natin, kailan ba mag-pick up yung performance ng Subversive? Kasi against Old Stinky Cat, we had one of the most incredible comebacks, no?
Oh yeah.
Ito lalong-lalo na dito kay Old Pork. For me talagang Old Pork na talaga pangalan yan. Kasi nga talaga yung pinaka-veterano nga dito sa mga players ito. Pero like what you've said, Dax, talagang yun, for me, if ever tatanungin mo ang Subversive kung ano pa talaga yung pinaka-favorite game nila, yung JustUs, mabilis lang yan, 2-0 yun eh. Pero pagdating nga dito nga sa OSC, 3 games. Isipin mo, game number 1, dun pa lang sa Lotus, nakuha na agad nga ng mga players nga na Subversive dito. Game number 2, OT pa. So talagang iba yung iba yung potential dito. Baka so kayang-kaya nilang talunin dito yung OSC na nasa top nga ng leaderboards natin. And to the fact na sino ba yung mga nakakalaban ng OSC? Andiyan na Oasis, andiyan mga top dogs nga ng VCT. In terms of LAN tournament, sobrang lakas nga nila. Pero itong Subversive, kumbaga started from the bottom and we're getting there already, konti na lang.
Work in progress, diba?
Exactly. Pero, back then, if sabihin natin games 1 and 2, dumating sila sa mga overtimes. On game 3 naman, parang nawalan lang sila ng parang gasolina. Kung baga sa kanila mga tangke. Pero it's still a work in progress sa sinabi nga ni Sir Phil, yung Subversive. Pero speaking of Subversive, tingnan natin kung magsasabit ba yung Rank L Cuties against them. With our next team, it's Rank L Cuties.
Kung yung kabila, medyo matagal na magkakasama, don't worry kasi pagdating naman dito sa Rank L Cuties, meron din. At si Savano, si Jacob, si Groovy, na medyo matagal na rin talaga magkakasama dito nga sa VCT. Pero pagdating naman dito sa team na to, ito yung mga players na talagang, kumbaga, tinatry ulit nilang gawin yung ginagawa nila back then. They have a lot of experience already, mapa off-season man o mapa VCT. Pero ngayon, ito yung mga players na sobrang taas nga talaga ng clutch potential din individually. And in terms of individual skills, talagang tinatry nila na i-outshine yung mga kalaban nila. Pero pagdating naman dito sa 5-stack na to, well, nagsisimula pa lang naman tayo. Pero pagdating sa dulo, for sure, marami pa talagang potential na pwede nila ilabas ngayon dito for sure.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Kasi syempre, pag tinitingnan ko lang yung Rank L Cuties, ito yung mga teams na finally, or players mismo, na they finally made it. Nakaabot na sila dito sa main stage talagang VCT. And I think really the concern right now for Rank L Cuties is anong configuration nga nila. Pinag-uusapan namin kanina ni Bruce, pre, ano ba ang gusto ng Rank L Cuties dito? Sino ba maglalaro ng what on a given map basis? And I do wonder, given the experience that they're gonna have right now, magagamit ba nila yung kind of finality, no? Masasagot ba nila yung tanong na yun today?
Yep, in summary lang, parang Rank L Cuties, very flexible in a way, pero in the world na puno tayo ng changes, may mga bagay na consistent. Tulad na Mineski Global, yung official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
At syempre guys, also thanks tayo dun sa ating official super app partner, Grab. Kahit si Bilo, biglang ready na makakita ng Grab na naman because we see Score grabs the lowest prices with up to 50% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, deliveries as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals. Syempre may promo code pa nga tayo, diba? And use that promo code GrabFood60 and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards.
At saka hindi lang yan, dahil alam niyo ba guys, that this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. So saktong-sakto, alauna na, di ba? Yung mga player, yung mga tropa natin sa GAB, nanonood sila ng VCT. Yung mga nanonood sa GAB dyan, trabaho lang, boss.
Maraming salamat.
Kami na bahala dito.
Pero, ayun na nga, maraming mga pangyayari since after lunch na kung hindi ka pa kumakain galing sa duty mo, mag-grab order ka na. Or kung gusto mo maging caster, magpa-lisensya ka na rin sa Gab kung trip mo.
Alam mo bakit, Bruce? Kasi kailangan mo mag-grab. Kasi all my friends use Grab Car Saver.
Ano yung bosses ng Grab Car Saver, Phil?
All my friends use Grab Car Saver. Yeah.
Yeah. Paano yung it's time to take over, Phil?
Aalis ako dito sa broadcast.
Ginawang soundboard sa Discord si
Ginawang replay machine eh. Pero ito na nga. That is our first series na pag-usapan natin ang kahapon kung ano mangyayari. Pero this time, let's look at the present for the two players from both teams na parang we're kind of looking forward to them in a sense kasi they've been together from before bago pa nangyari yung split 2. So going into our head-to-head, tingnan natin si Gabby Dis coming from Rank L Cuties tapos si Foods naman from Subversive Dax. O sige, introhan mo na.
Ito na naman tayo, back to our history lesson, no? Gabby Dis, doon panahon, teammates niya. Sina Food, sina CMS, doon sa bestial roster talaga. And the thing is, guys, siya pa nga yung main duelist nun. Si Food, yung nag-flex between Sentinel and Initiator. Kita mo, mga 3 years later, na iba na ang kwento. Si Gabby Dis, siya ngayon ang nagpe-flex para sa Rank LQTs between playing Controller and Sentinel. Tapos si Foods naman, di ba, Vil? Siya na ang main duelist inaasahan dito ng Subversive.
Actually, in terms of main duelist, siya lang talaga ang duelist nga dito ng Subversive. If ever nagkalaro ng Subversive dito, lagi silang Foods, ikaw na bahala, solo duelist ka na lang. Then kami, magre-rely kayo sa utility heavy composition nga na ginagawa nga natin. Pero pagdating dito sa mga players nga ng Subversive, lalo na si Foods, sobrang high impact players ito. Nung nakalaban nila ang OSC back then, isipin mo meron siyang 3 4K, meron siyang 4 na 3K, ang lakas ng operator nila, and talagang pagdating naman dito sa K-Foods nga, talagang he knows how to stomp heavily yung mga kalaban nga nila dito. At yun yung position nung nakalaban nila, ang isang seasoned team dito nga sa VCT. What more kung medyo kakapasok lang din talaga dito sa VCT.
Damay ko lang really quick on si Gabby. This is the most seasoned player na nakita natin sa Rank LQTs given his experience, and he was a big reason why nadala nila yung Ascent map versus Avernus. Siya talagang nag-stabilize ng team na to. And it's crazy to think na throughout his career, main siya naging duelist, tapos after nun, nag-initiator siya. Tapos dito sa Rank L, nag-try muna siyang Sentinel. Nag-deadlock pa nga siya doon sa promo relegations. Tapos dito, controller, lahat na lang winner tour na ni Gabby Dis, and it just goes to show gaano ka essential siya para sa Rank L.
Baka foreshadowing yan para kay Gabby Dis kasi World Tour. Pupunta ng Ascension. Pupunta ng ibang bansa. Pwede yan. So, yan makikita natin since nasa week number 2 pa naman tayo. Slowly makikita natin yung, let's say, pwedeng improvement, consistency ng different teams. Pero kung yun yung pag-uusapan natin, let's talk about these two players. Kumbaga na-mention natin kanina, Dax, na they've played before. Where does the advantage lie ba? From Gabby Dis or sa team na Subversive na parang mas kilala nila yung parang controller or kung ano man yung role ni Gabby Dis going into the series?
I think honestly, kung ganun tanong mo, I'd genuinely say Gabby Dis has a bit more of an advantage. Kasi ang Subversive ngayon, sinabi nga natin kanina, diba? Parang, sige, dito sa VCT sila mismo nakukuha back yung experience. Pero umaasa sila dun sa sanay na sila dati. And those tendencies, alam na ni Gabby Dis kung hindi pa ganun ka-evolved yung play ng Subversive compared to, syempre, the years of activity galing kay Gabby Dis mismo.
Ayun,
yeah.
Nagkahiyaan pa kayo.
Okay, parang,
And of course,
sige. Nice one.
I mean, of course, syempre, at least kung mapapansin natin, lagi natin pinapoint out, ito yung mga players na they have a mind of a duelist nga, di ba? Lalo na dito kay Gabby Dis, and to the fact na controller nga siya, talagang he can be really aggressive, he can actually pick off na sobrang dali lang if ever talaga ma-outplay and ma-outposition yung mga kalaban niya. Pero pagdating naman dito kay Foods, at least he got the mind ng isang flex as well. So, ito yung maganda eh. If ever hindi ka nagsistick sa ganitong klaseng composition, alam mo yung place ng counterpart mo dun nga sa kabilang team, and you can actually use that as an advantage for you to siguro na ma-outshine and ma-pick off yung mga players and mabasa yung mga galaw din nila.
So sinabi pa nga ni Phoenix, I'll outshine all your radiance. Pero,
Sinabi niya
sinasabi niya ata yan. Naglaro ako kanina eh. Bago
Pinoy dub lang
magsimula.
pinapakinggan ka, boss eh.
Pinoy dub lang pala eh. Balik para pinapanood natin. Pero
alam ko lang ano eh.
No.
By stop kaching, skrrr. Yun lang alam ko eh.
Chaching! Okay, speaking of chaching, oras na para wala akong magandang segue dito pero map veto na para magkakaalaman na kung ano yung lalaroin natin for the first series. We're looking at the map vetoes. Simulan natin with the team of Rank L Cuties. Ano ba yung pinaka-map na dapat nila gamitin going into the
Pre,
series?
hindi siya pinaka-map pool. Tingnan mo yung last
Pinaka-map
two
pool.
series ng Rank L Cuties. Pareho lang versus Avernus as well as dun sa first series na against Tyrant. Ascent, Icebox, Lotus. Yun ang magiging mapa kung gusto ng Rank L Cutie ng lahat. Isa pang other constant, I dare say Subversive permaban nila ang Breeze and we're gonna see if that's gonna happen. Ayun na nga, wala na ang Breeze sa simula pa lang.
So yung Breeze wala na dito sa mga players ito. Pero syempre talaga napaka-interesting if ever lalabas din talaga yung Ascent or probably kung ano man, Lotus is open as well. Pero dito pagdating nga sa Rank L Cuties sobrang gusto ko yung ginawa nila sa Ascent back then. Kasi tinry nila yung composition ng Loud. Yung sobrang utility heavy. At dun sa composition ng Loud na yun, natalo nila ang Sentinels dun eh. Pero nung tinry ng Rank L Cuties yung ganong klaseng composition, natalo sila. So ibig sabihin parang it's all up to the execution rin talaga kung paano nga nila gagamitin yung mga ganong klaseng mga composition. Pero sobrang interesting nito kasi number one, if ever pinik ng Subversive itong Ascent, ito rin yung isa sa pinaka-solid na mapa din ng ng Rank L Cuties eh.
Yeah, I agree with you. Diba? Parang Ascent, pipiliin ng Subversive muna. And this is gonna go in line with the map pool na gustong-gusto na Rank L. I think concern ko though, inuna dito ng Rank L yung Lotus rather than Icebox. At alam naman natin, dun nag-comeback yung Subversive sa OSC. So perhaps, sana prinayo na lang nila yung Icebox. Kasi may kita naman natin, sinabi ko sa inyo guys eh. Ascent, Icebox, Lotus yan, pero naiba lang yung order ng map 2 at 3.
Oh my God, grabe. I mean, Subversive grabe yung parang confidence level nila to go against Rank L Cuties na so far may 100% win rate in the 3 games that they played over at Ascent. So parang, is there like a strategy behind na dapat gawin dito ng Subversive Dax na makakalamang sila against Rank L Cuties in this map?
I honestly think this is a fundamental check. Yung tipong kita nga nila si Gabby sa kabila, tipong, uy, alala mo pa kung paano kami maglalaro ng Ascent, diba? It's just that familiarity and coming into Ascent, it will immediately be a check of who is the better team dito sa dalawang teams natin.
So grabe yung parang, I mean, surprising when it comes to map vetoes. I think it just boils down to parang confidence level from both teams trying to go against each other. Pero right now we've seen the map vetoes going into game number 1. Punta tayo sa ating mga predictions. Dax, simulan mo na. Sino man natin?
Ako, sinasabi ko na talaga guys na it's only a matter of time till Subversive takes that first series win. Kasi nga, sa ginagawa nila against OSC, every single week sila ay gagaling, sila magiging familiar dito sa VCT ng 2024, hindi lang ng 2021, 2022. And I think that time is now. Mas sigurado dito ang Subversive, dun ako sa kanila tutuwan.
At saka syempre, lalong-lalo na dun sa Subversive nga na sinasabi niya, gusto-gusto ko talaga makakita nga sila ng isang matinding comeback. And yung mga potential ng mga players na to, kumbaga, ito yung mga pausbong eh. And if ever na nag-heat up na ang Subversive dito, for sure, dire-diretso na rin talaga yung win nila. Pero in terms of prediction, sa Rank L Cuties ako.
The curveball.
Layo na inikot ko na para ako nag-U-turn sa EDSA pero dumating ako sa Marikina. Pero with that being said, yung comeback potential na Subversive na ginawa nila ng OSC, super close na wala lang na gasolina, pero I think they've refueled for day number 2 on week number 2. I think this is going to Subversive 2-1 pa rin, and looks like we have locked in our predictions 2-1 on the side of Subversive. Si Vil naman dito sa Rank L Cuties. Maraming salamat sa ikot na yon. Pero before we head on over to our casters, para makita na natin yung series na to, Dax, ano ba yung final thoughts mo going into this game?
Ang final thoughts ko ay gusto ko malaman bakit yun yung thoughts ni Vil na manalo yung Rank L. Gusto ko ng rason galing kay Rank L, ng Rank L boss.
Mamaya na. Kasi inisip ko yung rason na yun sa natawala sa Subversive, pero gusto ko talaga i-curveball dito sa Rank L eh. Pero ito pero lalong-lalo natin sa 3 maps na to, if ever gustong manalo ng Subversive, they really need to win that map 1. Yun talaga yung pinaka-momentum builder nila pagdating nga dito sa best of 3 nga natin.
Alright, speaking of momentums, bigyan na natin yung momentum sa ating mga casters! Casters! Kayo na!
And that was our very jacked, handsome, and juicy panel. Thank you very much, guys. My name is Raf. Of course, I'm joined by the newest kid on the block, Mr. Infinity himself, Mr. Hollow Purple, Red and Blue. I don't know if you get it, but how are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. I mean, this is going to be the new Bloods versus the Old Bloods. I'm really excited, honestly, coming down into the first series, especially to start us off with QT and SVR.
Absolutely. In Rank L Cuties, it doesn't seem like they have that much support from the panel. It's only Vil and, listing exciting reasons why Subversive could win this out. And if we really look at this matchup, Subversive do need to take this away from the Rank L Cuties just to have a potential chance at going into our playoffs. So far, they've gone, well, nil. They haven't won a series just yet. Maybe today is going to change their fates.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're still finding their footing. And while QT, on the other hand, already has 3 series wins coming from the promo relegations. And now coming into the Agent Select, pretty much is a mirror matchup.
Of course, on Ascent, I'm not trying to ruin my own day starting on this map, but this is the preferred way to do it for the teams. As Dax mentioned, they are going to be sizing each other up. It is going to be a fundamental check, and what is more fundamental than Ascent? Apparently nothing. It's probably going to be a clash of styles, Infinity. What are your thoughts on, let's just say, Rank L Cuties and how they might approach this game?
Okay, so for Rank L Cuties, this is exactly the map that they played up against Tyrant priorly. And lo and behold, coming down into that series up against Tyrant, their playstyle is a little bit more cohesive, plays together and methodical. So that is some of the expectation that we have for QT.
That's right, and they also have such a high ceiling in terms of explosive play. Meanwhile, Subversive, on the other hand, as we mentioned on that L streak, hopefully it stops today if they want a chance at furthering their quest in this Challengers League, as Foods and the rest of the gang has already made themselves comfortable towards middle, and potentially a B-hit could be on the way here.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this, it's a 3-man rotation with the control onto the mid side. Groovy, though, gets one.
Oh, is that all he gets, though, as Gabby Dis is going to find CMS? The rest of SVR, they're still looking for an opening here. Groovy trying to find any person with a shock dart here. The collapse is incoming, and the right click is going to take a name as the rest of the members are going to chime in. And a quick pistol round by the Rank L Cuties. Savano looking to continue that hot performance from those wins a week ago.
It's just so clean, and this is what they did in the prior week. They're letting the opponents come through, but when it comes to those retakes, they're very, very methodical. They know how to play together, and it's like a buddy system. One goes down, they know how to trade, and consistently, QT was able to execute this just so good here in the first round.
And we loop back to the fact that this might just be a fundamental check. You talked about the trades. Rank L Cuties were just a little too sharp for Subversive to answer back. No upgrades on their side, as they are going to be sticking with their classics. And look at Savano. He sees the jacket. Where is the receipt, Mr. CMS? Savano's looking for more, and he gets Sanji. The rest of Subversive, they're a little wary of this flank. Can he get another one here? Does he even know there's a player hiding in this corner? Oh,
Might not be here in Kyaku. Oh, they get one. Foods. The trade back is there. Brings it down to a 3v1. And that will be QT who secures it.
Rank L Cuties again. Convincing second round. They did lose Savano, but Savano got his money's worth. So his Blade Storm is going to be up very, very soon. Subversive, they now have a chance to answer back on this bonus round here in Savano. Once again, finding that yellow jacket of CMS, as well as the extra small hoodie on Omen, just to open things up for Rank L Cuties for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And they're now bringing in their prior guns, as this is going to be a bonus for them. Not really an even level playing field, as you have SVR who has a full buy. So quite dangerous here for QT, and Subversive has to win this.
Indeed it is. Subversive, they really want to maximize the gains they got from the previous round as Rank L Cuties. They're looking to do something a little creative here. They might just be baiting a little bit for Savano to get some value. But once again, they're letting the opposition walk into mid. Subversive, they still haven't committed anywhere just yet. No sound whatsoever being spotted out by the Cuties as well.
And look at how Savannah is playing.
Oh.
Shorty on hand. CMS is down.
Oh my goodness. And again, this is why you don't want to drop the Vandal to the enemy, as Sanji might just answer back here, but it triggers the rest of the team to fight. And now Foods gets a pick onto Jacob. SVR, it does look like they're going to be walking into an uncontested B site, but they're wary towards CT. They know a defender could be lurking in the shadows, and their suspicions were correct. Groovy gets one. He wants that Phantom, but all he can do now is hold that numbers advantage. Yort, oh so reliable, finds his fellow KO player, and now Sanji's all alone against the world. The Phantom might do damage, but it's not Sanji's, it's Groovy's to finish the round.
This is exactly what we're expecting. Rank L Cuties on their playstyle. They want, or they can leave the site open, let their opponents go in for the plants. But when it comes to the retakes, they go in and flood, retake the site. They know how to play these. And Sylvano always consistently getting those initial burst pickoffs, getting the mad advantage for the team. We're in all throughout that third round, they get 2 kills for Jet.
I like this pause, or rather this talk pause by Subversive, just to kind of iron things out here. They had an idea on what to do, but I feel like it really did kind of crumble when they showed their hand spraying down that Killjoy turret. I wouldn't even expect Savano to go for something like that, but he did get to maximize that shorty, getting a Vandal. And now because of all of that, he does have a Blade Storm, he has an Operator, so the rest of the game is pretty much in the palm of this man's hands. Meanwhile, on Subversive, they could buy up, but they really want to solidify bank first.
Yeah, the eco difference right now, advantage so big and so huge for Rank L Cuties at this point in time. Going in for a bonus round, only with shorties and even stingers on hand, now having a full stack when it comes to Phantoms, Vandals, and as you have mentioned, the Operator in Savano's hand. And if there's anyone that can do it, that can optimize the Operator, it will be Savano here on the defense.
That's right. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. Honestly, we've seen a lot of Thrifties be stolen away yesterday. In fact, there were 2 games that were won off Thrifties. Or rather 2 maps. I can't remember which team it was, but Savano, again, you mentioned, very sharp with the Operator. And Young Pork. Don't do that. The man has now been turned into meatloaf. Don't do it. Just don't peek.
Cooked and fried, eaten alive.
Absolutely.
Here. Remember, advantage going to the side of QT. No info though, as you have Subversive having map mid control rather. But Rank L Cuties is not going for that hyper aggressive info found already.
Oh dear. Foods wants to get something started here just to kind of minimize the losses, but Savano again chimes in on CMS. Groovy tries to dance around the Jet. He gets one. Yort and the rest of the crew, they scramble to finish off the members of SVR, but could this be a mistake? They're completely blind here. Savano gets a third, and now that's 4 on the board for Rank L Cuties. Subversive, still no answer, no eco damage, nothing.
Such a strong powerhouse. The duelist for Rank L Cuties, time and time again, the performance is insane. One of the highest kill count so far right now here in Split 2. And that is showing why he is such a good player. Mechanically gifted individually as well. That aggressive play onto mid-top was a little bit too much, but he was still able to convert it. And that they take the 4th round in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, I really love the confidence check. So far, they haven't stopped Savano from pushing up. And Subversive, now it looks like they're still not going to change anything with the primary directive here. They are going to flood through mid. This time around, they're lucky the Operator was not there. And now Savano has been found in a corner, but the Blade Storm is going to save him. CMS, a member that would be likely very missed on the side of Subversive. Finally, they get rid of Savano, but the damage has been done. A clean 4v4 is not going to last long, as members are gonna fall even before they set foot onto the site. Now Foods stuck in no man's land, and Groovy once again, closing off the round for Rank L Cuties. Subversive has, oh my goodness, fallen into a slump.
Such a great position, and Savano rather getting that first up. But what is incredible on the playstyle that we've mentioned just a while back is how Cutie, you know what, you could run through, you could go into the fast lane, you could go into lane and try to get into sight, but there's someone there. We will hold through and we will play together as a team, as a united front, and we are able to convert.
That's true. Rank L Cuties, they have not been taking a lot of these 1v1s without a potential trade in mind. And now, despite all of that, Gabby Diz is going to fall. So that's going to be the controller out of the question. And everything is slowly crumbling all around Savano. But if anybody could make it, it should have been him. But Subversive looking to play the villains, at least for this round, as they fight for survival. Now, Rank L Cuties, last two members of this team, they are very much allowed to go for the retake here, as they have a lot, and I mean a lot of credits in bank, and even have an extra kill thanks to Groovy. Now Sanji still looking to buy a little bit of time. A lot of noise being made by the last two members. Subversive.
There's still big potential here. 2v3, but Foods is so down low already. 15 HP remaining here. Young Pork.
Oh dear.
Converts it. Oh.
1v1 now. Young Pork finally gets one on the board for Subversive. And now Jacob would have wanted that. They had the right answers there. But unfortunately, despite everything, they still get clutched out. Beautiful round by Subversive.
Amazing. It is them who will be able to get their first. I mean, their play onto A. They're able to take it down with also Foods popping off in the prior round, securing the mad advantage, and overall just getting that good post-plant position.
Oof, what do you think Subversive could have done better in that situation, or at least like earlier when it was what, 4v2?
They could have played a little bit more onto a safe position rather than going outside. But even then, it was the Hunter's Fury who got that initial pick off to bring down the member advantage of SVR into a 3v2. But nevertheless, right now, CMS gets their first.
Yort playing a little too much and showing himself, exposing himself to the crosshairs of Subversive. So now that Suppress and the Flash is gone, Rank L Cuties, they answer back. Savano again with the operator. Still can't be stopped. Foods and the rest of the gang, they try to barrel through A, as Savano will take one before he backs out. Now CMS has been wonderful on this flank, but will be discovered. 2v2 here. Subversive, off the momentum of a stolen round, could do that once more.
They still have the lockdown as well. If ever they really want to commit, if ever they really want to secure the round, they could do so. But that's just too much of an investment. Sanji takes one.
Oh dear. Time is running out, and Sanji gets a third. On to Groovy and Subversive. This could be the beginning of their comeback. They still have not broken the bank of Rank L Cuties. They're slowly working towards it. Savano again with another operator. This time Groovy tries to go for the more creative solution here with the Odin, but no, he checks it out.
Yeah, it was too good as well. And Savano consistently getting those first couple of kills coming into the early game, early rounds. And that just gives QT some chance and some hope for there. But Sanji just got a good shot, got those good trades.
And indeed, and again, we talked about that. The trades have just been fantastic the entirety of the round. And I think that Odin is going to do so much damage, but Groovy can't seem to find the mark here. He looks to secure the Killjoy ult. I hope this isn't a disaster, but Jacob is chiming in. They're trusting Groovy to destroy the lockdown, but no, they have to backpedal at the very last moment.
And the traps as well. The Nano Swarms converts. And Groovy brings down here in Keiko.
Oh dear. Members falling left and right. Young Pork, once again, doing a little bit of damage, but Groovy has set up a trap. And Subversive just did not have enough bodies to brute force their way onto B site. Rank L Cuties stops the onslaught again and manages to keep themselves afloat. This time around, Subversive on, I would say, a shot nearby. It does look like they're not going to go full up on this one.
Yeah, it was too difficult. Subversive invested the lockdown coming into that B push, but you have the nano swarms. They just can't push right out of the gate onto lane, and that's just a good defense overall for QT.
Indeed it is. And now Cuties looking to be a bit more aggressive again. They really want to play with their margin of error here, as it is quite large. Savano again with another big pick to start off the round.
Yeah, brings it down to a 5v4 here. QT has the advantage, and Subversive has to get those trades up, but with only Sheriffs and Guardians and one Phantom on hand, I don't think that's going to be possible.
Maybe not. A little hopeful here is Subversive. They just want to take that weapon away from Gabby, but Jacob again answers back. A straight up duel between Young Pork and York will not go the way of Subversive. And Sanji does have the option to save this lone Phantom. I mean, what choice does he have?
Could definitely be as coming into the next round. If he doesn't save it, he's not going to have anything to go for, and Yort gets his third in the round.
Oh my goodness. Subversive. This is your map pick. I feel like this is a recurring theme for them. I mean, I think the last time they had a well, never mind. They haven't won a match just yet. We were talking about the bearings of this match, and hopefully they can snap that streak.
Yeah, definitely so. And SVR very unfortunate, as you have mentioned, still not have won a series, but they won at least a map up against Old Stinky Cat onto Lotus, and it's just a outright miracle. If they can make that miracle happen once again here for QT, that could definitely be possible into them possibly just turning things around.
They could be doing that, yes. Rank out Cuties. Still on the very patient defense here is Subversive. They try to switch it up. They don't put too many forces towards mid, but they have gathered themselves just outside of A.
Playing it a bit more patient here. Not going for anything. It's a paranoia and the flash drive going through, denying that rush going into A, but a pickoff's there.
Oh, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, people are disappearing. Groovy again, the menace with the Odin striking from above. Even though it's just a small elevation, Subversive, now they're hesitating. And this is why they do that, as Groovy is just gonna let it rip, holding down M1. And Subversive still are stumped.
Yeah, hold down the left key on the Odin. Gets two immediately following suit, and this is going to be really difficult for SVR, especially coming down into this next round, as they're now down to eco once again. They're down into saving once more. Well, in comparison for QT, the operator is there. The Odin is there, full buy across the board, alongside with a Blade Storm, the Hunter's Fury, the locked, well, rather the null command, and even the ultimate coming in from Gabby. This would be such an impossible mission here.
Again, it does look impossible with Groovy and Savano with the specialist weapons and the Blade Storm, shredding everybody to bits. But Sanji gets one, but that's all he gets. And Subversive, they're trying to create some sort of pivot point for themselves. They've really tried to force down their way through middle, but they haven't been successful at that. They've been walking into these dead zones just in front of the sites, and so far have not alleviated this type of pressure away from them.
Yeah, it's just too much right now. And even then, into that point, the only thing that they have invested is pretty much the Blaze Storm right out of the gate for Sylvano to taking down every single bit, and one man down only for rank Cuties in the prior round. So far, they're pretty much on edge.
Oh, Groovy! Everything is falling apart for Subversive. They can't even get themselves out of the spawn. And CMS is going to be the last member to fall, as rank L Cuties, they are dominating this half. I mean, if they win pistol, realistically, the game could be over.
Possibly as well, as they could go in for the anti-eco to follow suit and finish the game off. I mean, this is their playstyle. We've seen this happen up against Tyrant. They were so dominant, but still coming down into the switch insides. QT had a little bit more of a rough time up against Tyrant in the prior week when it comes to attack. But with this amount of performance, this amount of momentum, as you have mentioned, they could close it off.
Oh man, Subversive have to do something about this. I mean, once again, if we're hearing that correctly. I guess we're slowly hearing the semblances of in-game sounds. I don't think the Sheriff is going to do too much damage here. But Savano again trying to get the first pick. And with this classic, he gets one. But look how low he is. Shock Dart avoided by the rest of the gang here. And Savano with 1 HP looking to get one more. How is he still alive?
He's doing it, and now it brings it down to a 3v1. Can Jacob convert this to a win?
Subversive. Oh, they finally get that. This is a breath of fresh air for them, as they will, or they should take the next round. Against Subversive, they're playing, or should be playing, with a sense of urgency here. We saw a lot of their plays toward mid not working out, and now defense could change the tides for them. This could potentially be their stronger side.
Could definitely be, especially if they want to grasp off their hopes into trying to make this to an even level playing field. In terms of round standings, they need to get every single round that they could possibly get.
That's right. Slow and steady wins the race. Subversive, they're still trying to formulate what they can do here, but it does look like they're just willing to back off and bank on these stronger weapons.
On to the mid. Foods gets one.
Oh dear. Fully blind is Foods, but still, the rest of the team is just too quick to answer back. And Cuties, now they can't find an opening. Gabby Diz with a classic, most likely will be found. And again, no surprise, Subversive is converting.
It could possibly get the Spectre. I think this is what Gabby Diz wants. To have that chance, to have that hope. But this is a 4v1.
Oh man. Again, he does get that upgrade. What can he really do with his Spectre? I mean, they really want to take as many bodies as they can to the grave, but Subversive win that round out with minimal losses.
Now only Sanji losing his life coming into the prior round, but nevertheless, they could still take it down. And we're looking at an Odin pick up right here for Subversive. And coming through it, I think they definitely still can push this up and win the bonus. Having that half shield up across Groovy, but still, that weapon difference is going to be a headache.
It is going to be a headache. It is almost going to be a migraine at this point, and it does look like Subversive, they're going to take one of the classic plays. Almost every Sova player in the world knows how to do that. And Foods may not be aware of the cross, but Savano taking him down. One thing we've noticed is that once the fighting starts, it just doesn't stop. They don't want to reset. Savano marching forward yet again as Youngport gets taken out. Oh!
Sanji takes one. Gabidis looking for that trade, but hides. Doesn't want to show himself. Sanji gets that pick, runs back, doesn't want to show himself, and now still going to be a 4v3, an advantage for QT, but still a lot of hope here for Subversive to convert this round into a win once again.
Rank L Cuties, they also have to pay attention to the fact that they can't let this round lead go. I mean, they have a 6-round lead, yes, but that can swing in the favor of Subversive very, very quickly. Things slow down here, and Rank L Cuties, they look to crawl up towards A. You see that Jacob is dead a center. He's looking to pick off any would-be late rotators here. The only defense, the only semblance of defense of Subversive is the sound spotting by Sanji. And it looks like he's already, receded out of the sight. Savano could find him on this hunt.
Could definitely be. Sanji gets that pick, and now brings it to an even level playing field. It's a 3v3, but they still get the plant. And Sova and Killjoy, well, CMS and here in Kaku is still so far gone. Jacob
essentially won the round here for Rank L Cuties and Subversive. They're trying to answer back, but like I said, that lurk was discovered way too late, and Subversive losing a little bit of momentum. Granted, that was the bonus, so now they will be full buying. Here in Kaku is going to play around with the Ares, and we are going to see what he can do. Savano again just providing so much heavy lifting when it comes to just bursting open this defense. Jacob with the patience, getting 2 with the Guardian.
Yeah, and they were uninformed coming down to it. They want to quickly go into A and buy as much time as possible for them their team to be able to go in for the retake. But unfortunately, as you have mentioned, CMS was just patiently waiting.
Looks like they want to do that again. Savano going through market. It is free, no resistance whatsoever. They don't know there's one person on the site. Gabby Dis has been discovered, so the controller is going to be away from the rest of the team. No more paranoia, no more smokes. They do still have flashes to engage, and CMS tries to hold down the line, but he gets overwhelmed. Subversive trying to bust through this post plant before it could happen. Now Yort playing a lane here, readying the flash as the members of Subversive crawl up, but denied once again as the members of Rank L Cuties are a bunch of executioners and don't. Oh my goodness, Savano hit him with the disrespect. Oh dear.
They're just in a butcher house at this point. 12-4, and consistently it is Savano who has that explosive start, who opens up the round for the team. It's just too
Ew.
good. Oh.
You know someone's feeling it when they decide to pop and swing you
Pop
like
and
that.
swing,
Just-
yeah.
yeah. It must feel awful, but again, hey, it's part of the game. Subversive reeling back a little bit. We've seen them do crazy comebacks, or at least almost a crazy comeback, but the hopes of Lotus could hang in the balance here, but that's a good start.
That definitely is an amazing start here for SVR. They're now playing a bit more aggressive here. Wants to play for pickoffs. They need those kills. They need those trades and pickoffs to come through to take an advantage. But Savano once again opens up the round.
Oh, he gets pulled down here. Foods will play the role of gravity. Yort wants that trade, but the smokes are in the way. He can't really push through. They have no idea that there are two players crawling up towards mid. There have been defensive measures added to the mix, but now Tree is very interesting to Rank L Cuties.
They're slowly going by. Recon goes through. One info found. Still not enough. They don't have info on the other. That will be one down as Gabitis converts it. But Foods patiently waiting on the sidelines. And CMS, the only one left. A 2v1 situation.
It does look like we are back on track.
Pretty much CMS. What are you gonna do here? You have to do something, but something is no longer there as Rank L Cuties will secure the game out from the
Oh.
get-go. Ascent in their favor.
I mean, I don't think too many of us were in doubt of Rank L Cuties taking this. I feel like everybody was just hoping for Subversive to kind of come back, but maybe this is a slow start. You know, some teams, they're kind of like diesel engines. They'll need a map to warm up. And like we mentioned, right, although this might not help with the round differential, if that's ever going to come into play later on, they need to win this series. They don't want to be 2 weeks in a row where they struggle. I mean, no team wants that.
Definitely. And once again, I think this is what we have mentioned time and time again. They're still finding their footing. And these are old bloods coming through once again here in Split 2. But unfortunately, the macro game coming through up against like Rank L Cuties on that performance, on how they're constantly playing together. And we saw one of the rounds coming through from Ascent in their attacking side. They played it so slowly, wants to really just secure those trades and have a lot of that safety net. You've mentioned this. Slow wins the race, pretty much.
Yeah. And slow is smooth, and smooth is fast is a saying that a lot of people tend to abide by. And we saw a lot of that. I mean, I just feel like Subversive gave up so much space in that first half. That's why they kind of got ran over by Rank L Cuties. And sometimes there are teams where if you give them a full head of steam, they just don't come down from that. I think Savano was one of those players today. He is cooking. And everybody else just kind of got infected by this type of energy. Now, Rank L Cuties, obviously, they're probably looking to continue this success into that second map. And Subversive, hopefully they can change their fates.
For sure. It's just very explosive consistently for Rank L Cuties as well. I mean, just look at that. 25 kills, 11 deaths only for the MVP for Rank L Cuties. And this has been the running pattern here for Rank L Cuties. Savano on those opening and those starters onto the take on sites.
Groovy was really, really smooth too in this game. I mean, I feel like there was a hiccup, especially when he couldn't get the lockdown out of the way, but it didn't seem to hamper the progress of his team. His Odin was just a bit too destructive for the likings of Subversive, and this is probably one of the favorite stats I like to bring up. Rank L Cuties with 11 kills, 11 first kills to be more specific. And Subversive, they just kind of crumbled every single time that would happen.
Yeah, it was just too good and very consistent as well. I mean, if you're looking at the positioning time and time again, like, there's no point in time or in
Oh my
rank
gosh.
LQTs aside from Savannah has split apart.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Savano does have the jet dash, and you know, him just kind of tearing up the rest of the team allowed him to just have a green light, basically. At the same time, it was on Subversive to stop this type of confidence. I mean, realistically, you would want to punish any type of overextension like that. Jacob's patience, again, is a hallmark of a good player here. Well played. I think the last time we saw him too, he was on that Reyna, so there's a little bit more flexibility being shown here. Now,
Hmm.
again, Subversive, we are just hoping they come back on the second map.
Definitely, it's going to be very dangerous as well. It is rank LQT who picked the map coming into the next game, so we'll see if this will be Subversive's time. If we can recall up against OSC, it was the map wherein they were able to take their first map win in the split.
I feel like the panel made a good point too. Maybe Subversive should have prioed Icebox and just kind of get themselves going with, just the mental things, the intangibles. Where again, you mentioned OSC, they nearly came back from that game. So Vano had a wonderful individual performance there, but we still need to see that kind of bleed into the rest of the team here. Subversive, there's a lot of things to fix. Hopefully, this was more of we are giving Ascent as a sacrifice pick, and we're gonna go the long game. But
Hmm.
anything can happen. It is just the start of the day after all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last week, I believe it was Friday, like OSC already won 11 lead onto Lotus, and then all of a sudden, Subversive just came out of nowhere and just brought it to the
Absolutely.
overtime, 14-12, won that map. So I think that is still an expectation coming through into the series.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus is one of those maps that can be incredibly fragile in terms of the score. So a 6-6 on either half or at the half is great to to do, but I think we are gonna be jumping into the break very soon, guys, so stay tuned.
Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is still Raf and Infi on this cast between Subversive and Rank L Cuties, and unfortunately, it hasn't been all that competitive just yet. We're hoping for Subversive to mount a comeback.
Yeah, a dominant fashion win onto the first game in the series, and now they take advantage. But proceeding into the next game, I'm really hopeful here for Subversive. And you know what? My predictions are going into Rank L Cuties, but I feel like
you
Wait,
can't
what?
predict after the first map win.
is
You
it?
know, that's like, oh yeah, guys, I'm gonna wait who wins the first map, and then I'm gonna predict.
You know what? Let's vote for Subversive. You know what? Let's go
He
for
takes it back.
Flipping the script. But coming into this map, I feel like Subversive has that chance because this is what they've done up against OSC. Their defense are not looking that great, but when it came to attack, or Lotus rather, when it came to attack, they came back through and through. So really putting up my hopes there for Subversive this time.
Rank L Cuties. You mean Rank L Cuties? That's
No,
fine.
no,
You-
Subversive for this map specifically.
I'm just saying, I said Rank L Cuties before the first map, so that's my prediction. But you know what? Let's go Subversive fans. No, because we were talking with the panel, right? And then they were making the rounds on why Subversive could win, and I feel like there is merit to that, right? Because Subversive, they have to play with that sense of urgency. They have to win because again, they need that first dub.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about that because once again, this is the storyline that is putting on the shoulders of Subversive right now into the series and even into the following weeks as well, that currently they are on a series lose streak. They only won one map, but overall when it comes to the series standings, the only time they won is on a default win up against MPH. So that's going to be really exciting.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the agent select so we can find out how Subversive could potentially steal this map away from Rank L Cuties, and what do we think of this lineup choice by Subversive?
This is what Subversive has done in the prior two games that they had in the same map. up against All Stinky Cat were in day one, which is I'm still banking on that, but also in Cop and Manila. So when it comes to that familiarity and when it comes to how this comp works, Subversive knows how to play this. They can go into the Viper wall and deny the possibility of that early push for Rank L Cuties. And on the other hand, for Rank L Cuties as well, I feel like this is something that they can achieve greatness for, because this is also what they have put out in their prior game. So overall, it's pretty much that even level playing field. They have that info coming from the hunt, or well, yeah, from the hunt onto the fade that they could bank on coming down into the attacking side.
That's true, and again, it is steady with all the comps. As you've mentioned, this has been practiced decently well, or relatively speaking, for both these teams. I do think, though, that Subversive, their backline did suffer a lot in that opener, and maybe partly because the front line couldn't get anything going. Hopefully, this is where, once again, Subversive comes back. A lot of people are rooting for Subversive. We talked about the value of that haunt. It's gonna be so dangerous on specific sites, especially with the super brawl heavy playstyle that Rank L Cuties have been displaying all throughout.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that as well, because coming down into this specific composition, they're pretty much banking on to Omen's blind to be able to come through into those sites. If ever it's gone, it's going to be difficult for them, because what else can they do? What else do they have? And yes, they have the race for that explosive startup, for that explosive take on the sites, but overall, it's not really, when it comes to that utility aspect, it's a lot of that, as you have mentioned, brawl aspect that Rank L Cutie has locked in.
There's gonna be a lot more value put into that paranoia, as it's really going to be one of the only direct quote-unquote supporting tools to get into a straight fight. Whereas on the other hand, we have, I mean, they only also have Dizzy, but I feel like Dizzy does have a generally wider area in comparison to that paranoia. Subversive too might just have an easier time going for those post-plant situations, knowing that they have a sixth man with the wingman.
Yeah, definitely so. Much more easier time to get those plans up, and also, as you have mentioned, that Dizzy as well. I mean, aside from that possibility for that extra support in comparison to only the paranoia, but it also gives him that information later down the road, if ever coming down into a site. They know where these people are going to be.
And with both teams running that Killjoy, it is very indicative of both teams just not really looking to go for a super deep lurk. And that's kind of when you want that Cypher in. It does look like they value the initiation over the neural theft too. So once again, we go back to the point that Subversive and Rank L Cuties, the way they play, or at least the preferred style of play, isn't that far off from each other.
Yeah, it's pretty much the difference between initiators between these two teams. As you have mentioned, it's just the amount of pressure coming into Subversive's side and the momentum that Rank L Cuties is backing on. Ooh, that's going to be such a huge amount of pressure here for SDR.
That's true, and of course we are gonna start off with interesting, not interesting, but pretty much an 8 here. They are gonna try and take a lot of control away from Rubble, but Savano's gonna take first blood away from Foods, and Rank L Cuties already off to a good start. Look at that Subversive, they just bounce out.
Yeah, and this is, they lost a member already, they lost Food, so changing onto a different side, changing the position, going into C instead, gives him a much better chance to go and entry on the site.
That's right, but look, no corners have been checked here on the side of Subversive, and they'll lose a few members because of that. Here in Kyaku is there to alleviate the situation, as Savano is bleeding heavily. They will still get that post plant down. The flank is very much present, but the duelist is so far away. Here in Kyaku doing his best to keep the defenders at bay.
And you have the Nano Swarm as well, along with the Poison Cloud, so definitely a harder time for Rank L Cuties to be able to go and retake this site. Brings it down to a 2v2 though.
It is going to be the time ticking down here in the, again, side of Subversive being more advantageous, as Gabby Diz is going to land an important shot. And the Rank L Cuties will convince the rest of the server that the momentum has not stopped from Ascent. They take the pistol.
Yeah, they're still going on and on and on, taking the first round here in Lotus. And it's something that could definitely lead them. But Jacob also buying the Vandal. They actually really want to deny Subversive's potential into taking this into a even level playing field, into a 1-to-1. But you know what? It's a prank. Not going for that.
Oh, he went for the Outlaw. Again, I think I love the Outlaw, man. I mean, it's wonderful. It can do so much. The potential from the second to the third round is insane. Again, the Vandal would have made things easier, but I guess they're just not risking the potential drop of the Bane rifle.
Yeah, if they lose it, it's going to give so much to SVR, the spoils of war. But so far, playing it a bit safer here for SVR.
Placing
They
swarm
want to
grenade.
have that flood
Swarm grenade out.
onto a single site, onto a single point of contention, because just the weapon difference gives them such a massive disadvantage.
And it looks like they've successfully pulled the attention away, but Savannah has found CMS. So now they try to double back, go into B, but look at all this utility. This might not be the best idea for Subversive, as Groovy already takes another. The Classics will chime in. Rank out Cuties, they're making a mad scrabble with their submachine guns that just kind of walk onto the side, and here in Kiapo, the least he can do is to get that spike down. But he even will fall to York.
Yeah, such a good retake here for Rank Cuties, and you mentioned it, the utilities to deny that B-Link push coming in from SVR. They are forced to go into A site instead, wherein that's pretty much exactly where QT wants them to be.
I'm really not sure what was the play call here. I mean, Subversive, they had the ball in their court. They pulled the attention away from A. They kind of double back and try to fight their way out of Vent again. Now they have the rifles. So hopefully this isn't more of a macro issue. It does look like they might just default this out again. This might prompt Rank LQDs to stack one site, but they do have the Outlaw, so at least that's presence.
And also have the vision now. Get that info, connects onto one. Yomport secures Gabby.
Oh, again, an important pick on the side of SVR. The best thing they can do now is to capitalize and potentially follow up with that. Doesn't look like Subversive wanna commit, question mark.
I think they're going for it. I think they're still pushing through.
That they are, and again, they will take a lot of utility damage going in. Although they get Jacob, they are so low, but they're not allowing the rest of Rank L Cuties to flood out. Yort gets 3, but 5 taken by Subversive to take that bonus away from the Rank L Cuties.
Yeah, but a lot of damage as well came through onto the side of SVR. How Rank LQTs played that time and time again. This is one of the perspective we're in. They're tipping their hands onto Rank LQTs. Their playstyle on playing together and playing very cohesively, even onto that retake, just gives them so much benefit. And yes, they lost that round, but 3 of the members of Subversive fell down.
Yeah, surprisingly, it was quite expensive for Subversive, and perhaps Rank L Cuties did get what they want here. I'm curious what they could do with this Thrash, though.
Definitely be an opener here, but Sylvano also has the showstopper to be able to utilize onto that retake later on. Could definitely deny the punish as well, or well, better than the plan. The food secures the first.
York walking into an untimely smoke as the rest of the crew, they try to get themselves a solid position on the site. Foods tries to stampede his way through CT, but unknowingly, there is a member lying in wait. Jacob gets another, but Foods on the third. Savano, like you mentioned, as a showstopper, will deny CMS of any presence. 2v2 now. He does have that boom bot just to give him extra space, but Gabby Dis, why he's so valuable, it's already showing. Foods will try to hold off the rest of the members here all alone. Has a boombot himself, but hasn't revealed his position, and Gabby Dis is going to close it out for Rank L Cuties once more.
The discipline and the patience of Rank L Cuties is off the charts here. You saw that in a 2v1 situation. It was Booz who was stuck on the corner, but look at the positioning of Sylvano. Gabby Dis just held his position straight out into that final part, but the other member, Sylvano, was just slowly creeping himself to just win for attack the last final member here by SVR. And it's just too damn clean.
That was another sign of Jacob's patience too. We saw that in Ascent when he got 2 off of that late lurk. We didn't see the numbers specifically, but again, the flashes of that same play. A lot of early aggression now by Rank L Cuties, but they don't net anything here. Foods, stubborn as he is gonna try and push through this.
Food, I'm so close. Paranoia is ready. Food, blinded. That will be 2 immediately going to the side of Cutie.
Subversive again, they're getting halted even before the attack begins, and now Savano can feel that fortune favors the bold, and Young Borg will be the unfortunate sacrifice as Subversive is going to be left hobbling after this round again. Huh? CMS still manages to get one, but again, not going to be drawn out for too long.
Good play on aggressiveness coming in from Rank L Cuties, netted them so much benefits from that. But this is going to be such a dangerous round here for Rank L Cuties. Could potentially be a conversion for SVR into their second round with 3 ultimates currently available for them. And just the paranoia is perfect for Rank L Cuties to convert onto 2 or 3 kills coming in from their favor.
I like the fact that they try to stand their ground here, but perhaps just not too much space that they could have worked off. Against Subversive, they really want to try and establish a proper lurk threat here, but that has not bore fruit. Not this map, nor the last.
Info gathered here, Rank L Cuties. No, CMS!
Oh man. Savano's a problem. He's just been doing this for 2 maps now.
Yeah. Just go in for the swing, gets that pick. We're down. We're down. We're out. We got what we needed, and they always consistently take the man advantage, which just gives them such a huge, massive lead up against their opponents.
Subversive, what do you do about this? Maybe stack a few bodies, but it doesn't look like they're deterred by the disadvantage of numbers. In fact, Foods is gonna go all the way through to clear Fen because Showstopper is about to run out. Will use it to damage Savano even further, but alas, he survives. He does have a paint shell and a boombot to his name, so that could be used to delay the post plant. With all this utility flood out on the side of Rank L Cuties.
And that is info gathered as well. They know that Foods is there onto C-Link, and that will be it. They get those trades in. 4v3 now.
Oh dear. Jacob again on his rampage. Foods can't decide which boombot is his, and now they played too long with the toys of Raze. And now that's going to be yet another no-no zone. Put them in a timeout. Rank L Cuties dominate once again the opener of this map.
It's very unfortunate as well. We saw SVR. They had the showstopper, and ideally, they could get at least one, probably more, but it was Rank L Cuties. Once again, their discipline, their distance, their space coming in from that B site, it was phenomenal. And once again, these aggressive scatter playstyle cannot match up against the cohesiveness onto a team such as QT, especially coming down to it, especially how they're constantly stacking up 2 members time and time again.
Subversive, they're trying to play the numbers game as you mentioned, but Savano is just so good at finding those little moments where he can just get away with that type of pressure. Now Rank L Cuties, well, not really Rank L Cuties, but Subversive have a moment to think about what they should do next.
Yeah, they definitely need to, because now there are 2 strong ultimates that could deny those rush on sites, could deny those plans away from Subversive into the 7th round. You have the lockdown, you have the Viper's Pit as well to be utilized by Rank L Cuties' side.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot for a retake. I mean, York could realistically pop this early and funnel Subversive somewhere else. Subversive, though, they have been trying to barrel their way through a lot of this utility, but more times than not, it hasn't been working out. Now with weaker weapons, much less so.
And just look at the position as well for Rank L Cuties. You have 3 members going to play aggressively onto the B main. Could potentially go in for the flank pretty soon enough, but they're not risking it. They're just going in for C-Link instead. They want to play it a bit more safe, not giving anything else for SVR, especially considering that this is a save round for them. Just Sheriffs on hand and Guardians on hand.
Yeah, eco damage is going to be the name of the game here, and Savano and the rest of the crew, they know that this could be coming. They backpedal just a little bit to maximize the range of the Vandals, but Groovy could walk into a firing squad, and that he does. With the Vandal, they want it so bad, but instead they read on the re-aggression, and they hopefully don't get themselves stuck here.
So much people. Jacob's waiting. The conversion is there. Brings it to a 3v3 though. Even level playing field.
This is exactly what we were afraid of. They lingered a little too long on stairs. Now Yort has to deal with that lockdown on top of the Viper's Pit. Now, Subversive, they really want to do this. They get rid of the Viper's Pit. Savano could nade out. A few players do damage before he gets erased from existence, but he is defiant. He gets one more. He doesn't know what's behind him. And wow, what a clean retake by Rank L Cuties and an expensive endeavor on the side of Subversive.
Definitely is. Might not be on the cash flow coming in for the side of Subversive, but they extended 2 ultimates to get into the slide. But here in Gaku, immediately gone. So Vanu consistently just being the game changers for the team. So much conversion, and despite that, Rank LQ is still on full buy. They're still having 3 ultimates going for the retake later down the road.
How does this road look like is the question. It is looking incredibly bumpy for Subversive. They could have done so well with those high impact ultimates that they did burn as a bit of a band-aid solution, really. But it now looks like they want to take their chances elsewhere. And Rank L Cuties, they're still doing this B action.
Yeah, they're consistently doing this. Rank LQT is stacking up quite aggressively into B main as they don't want to give it away. The Boombot will spot them and get that info. So SVR knows of their positioning.
Subversive, what do they do with this though? I mean, they saw that aggression. This time they don't wait around, and Rank L Cuties showing a lot of discipline by just not letting Savano loose. Again, Subversive, they're still wrestling a lot of map control away from Rank L Cuties.
Want to play on default, want to play on pickoffs because they cannot win onto those rush on sites. It's Rank L Cuties who always just back off first. Yes, you may plant, but come right after. What will you do next? Rank L Cuties know how to flood retake onto each and every single site, and SVR has to take note on what they have to do here. Try to get those pickoffs first, but Nanoswarm deals so much damage.
Subversive may not have future-proofed this as much as they would have loved, but Jacob will answer back. And again, this Sentinel is stalwart. He still has not fallen. Rank L Cuties looking strong. HP advantage is definitely theirs. And now reply after reply. Young Pork gets the message. Yort with the Viper Spit has a little bit of time here. He crawled up. He gets the first. He knows the plant has been committed. And now he still has that Viper Spit. He has the choice to do so. Young Pork, he's hitting him with the moves. Oh, but decides to stay stationary here while Yort still goes around. He doubles back. My goodness, this could be the worst timing known to man. And Young Pork, they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Oh.
He knows he's on it. And Young Pork plays the clutch so well.
The patience game from him. He waited for that perfect time. The expectation was he was gonna wrap around, but he played it so late that it was unexpected.
One enemy remaining.
And it was Yort who suffered that loss.
Yeah, I mean, Yort just looked so uncomfortable here. I love the patience by Young Pork, but evidently it could have been 50-50. Could have gone either way. Viper Spit still very much intact here. That's the saving grace of Rank L Cuties. And now they do the same aggressive play towards A.
Yeah, but can they do it? Can they convert? Yeah, Silvano wants to play aggressively. Here in Gaku's gone.
How many times does Subversive have to lose members behind this Viper's wall for them to understand that this has been the playing ground of Rank L Cuties? But Foods is not deterred. He tries to barrel in, and Gabidis gets one before he adjusts. And Subversive will now crawl back to hiding. Oh.
Angie as well. Now getting in on 2, but Silvano finishes the round with that elimination.
And that's how we
Oh my word, Silvano is doing it time and time again, from moment to moment. And this is what I love. The positioning for Rank LQTs, they know that they are on an advantage, and when their playstyle is aggressive on A, but the Viper's wall allows them to push in, and then you have the paranoia. Whenever they have that information that can follow suit immediately, and Savannah will follow. And Rank Cuties, out from all that 9 rounds, they have done it so consistently well.
I mean, if they want to play into the utility, then perhaps they could change the timing of it so they can wait for the Viper wall to go down, maybe the Omen smoke to dissipate. And if the second one does come, then you know the enemy Omen has invested both of his smokes here. Gabby Dis has been just doing so well, holding it down for the rest of the squad. And now Subversive trying to force the issue again towards A.
Lord, Jacob is done already. That trades are coming in for Rank Cuties, but still a member advantage here for SVR. The plant is already down. So this is a lot to take in, but Rank Cuties already on post plant. Has to be worried off their flanks, on their backs.
Oh man. And can't do much with the classic as Savannah will tear through with a 762. Goes and swings onto the head of Foos. He had 20 health, but he still got his money's worth. And Subversive slowly drowning under the pressure of the Cuties. They are folding.
Push a button, save the day.
These aggressive flanks coming in from Rank Cuties just is the thorn on the side of Subversive. They can't get rid of it. And across
goodness.
all the round that we came through, it was their aggressive positioning. We saw it time and time again happen, but it was SVR who was unaware, and that flick onto the left side was just outright a miracle that they were still able to get that kill onto Foods.
Oh boy. This time around, Subversive, the woes have spread out through the rest of the team. Still waiting for that miracle comeback, and now they add a layer to that pressure towards A.
It's good coming from Yort.
Right there.
They understood that there is a potential push here by SVR as they have consistently taken the C site, and this is where most of their rounds had gone from. Having that Viper's Pit funnels SVR to take a different position, take a different pathway. Might just be A, might just be B. But still a very dangerous position here.
And Savannah taking the brunt of that early damage despite everything. Now, Subversive, they have a maybe better chance at taking this, but as I say that, Gabby Dis is just too quick. On with that Phantom. And now Sanji is finally going to take down his Omen brethren. Subversive, they look like they are ready to commit towards the A site.
Fast and methodical, they're going in swift. You have the wingman as well going for the plant here. Groovy on Heaven, on top. Not be able to convert, but nevertheless, SVR already in a good position here. They had the plant already. They have eyes on pretty much every single angle.
Eyes, and now things are breathing just a little bit here. We don't know that CMS is on a very long flank, and Jacob doing his damage yet again will snuff out every single player. Now Rank Cuties, they are showing their horns, and it is impaling every single member of Subversive. Subversive could only hope for a 9-3 half at this point in time.
Bot coming back.
Definitely be, but right now, this is the poison that they have to take in, because they have opted to go into controlling a larger space on a site. They have the control maybe on drop, they have the control maybe on top, but the cause and effect of that is that they're split apart, they're scattered. And Rank Cuties was able to utilize that, was able to capitalize on it and play together and get pickoffs after pickoffs.
That's how you survive.
And it's not just that Subversive are scattered, it's just they looked so lost in what they wanted to do. They could have hit a bit longer if they wanted that flank to come into fruition, maybe pulled a little bit of attention. But again, Rank Cuties, they're just too sharp. Subversive have not gotten their gears going just yet. Hopefully, this might be the miracle round that will, stem the comeback. Hopefully.
Hopefully, but we're still looking at Showstopper. The Nightfall is there as well for Rank Cuties. They could just leave it apart for SVR to go in for the plants, but they have so much utilities to be able to go in for the retake. And that is something that Subversive has to respect.
It is something that they have to respect here, but Young Pork looking to get that extra orb for the plan, and here in Kyaku get some value out of this aggression. Jacob again, so reliable, getting that pick onto the site, making it is his own. Now Foods doesn't get anything with the showstopper, but it does buy them space, it does buy them a few seconds, and my goodness, is that a bit of a mess. And Rank L Cuties are here to clean up. Foods has something to say about it, but he is quickly silenced again by Gabby Dis.
What a play on the round here by Rank L Cuties. Subversive opted to take a different path. They want to play aggressive,
Switching
wants to
sides.
have that control onto ropes, have that control onto top, but there are players coming from Rank L Cuties to defend. Rank L Cuties to be able to punish as well. Those trades coming in. It's just too good. It's
One
too
enemy
clean.
remaining.
And in the end, it was Gabby who
charges.
had that crosshair placement perfectly on the head. But the last member standing here brought it down to the second half with 10-2 in favor for Rank L Cuties.
Oh, again, we were hoping for a more competitive series here, but Lotus is just not doing it for Subversive. It has been unkind. It has been rough. Subversive still hoping for something to happen here. We said the same thing in Ascent, right? They could still come back if they win the pistol.
But fortunately, that did not happen as planned, as ideally for the side of SVR. It was still Rank L Cuties who was able to get that win on to the first game in the series. But still, there's hope. If they're able to go in, get consistent trades, get those consistent pickoffs, especially similar to getting a page out of the box for Rank L Cuties, playing a bit aggressive here. It could definitely take some rounds in their favor, but what is the extent that SBR can do this?
Oh, there might be a hope, a new hope, but the Empire of Rank L Cuties cannot strike back as Youngport channels his inner Jedi, gets a few for himself, and they are gonna stick that defuse as York gets two. They have to stick this. There's no other. Oh, well, that's a fumble, but that is gonna be a sigh of relief on the side of Subversive.
Yeah, that was good placement and utilities as well. York has to force out in the open and pick, but have the Molly coming in. You have the positioning from CMS as well to follow through, so it's a difficult time for them, but still, this is the pistol round. They're now on anti-eco, but looking at the opposite side, it's still Rank L Cuties who's matching up the pace. They're force buying onto this round and potentially in hopes to remove those guns away from Subversive and remove the rounds in the process.
Yeah, they have the right to do so. They've been doing extremely well, and they've made themselves a cushion to reliably fall back on. Now, Rank L Cuties, they're picking a site, and it does look like C might be the #1 choice here. Savano tries to crawl up with the Stinger. The alarm bot should find him. It does look like they're going to dump a bit of utility towards backside and towards CT. Savano, does this trigger his entry? Yes, it does. Pulls out the Stinger quickly enough, but will eventually fall to the Killjoy Molly.
Oh, so much people stacked on top of each other. It's Gabby who secures CMS. And once again, this might just be a huge insurance. Yes, they put out a lot of eco coming down into this, force buying onto a save ramp, but nevertheless, it's still in their favor. They got the plant in as well. The Youngport hoping to get those trades. They get Gabby in the process.
Well, they're looking to salvage this. I mean, they already lost 2, and now Rank L Cuties does have the spike down, but Sanji avoids the complete disaster as Foods walks in with the Outlaw, makes a tap. Do they bite? Still detained. Tries to swing for another one. Youngport will finish off Groovy, who tanked so much, and Youngport himself was also at the brink of death here. And Subversive denies the force buy, but that so incredibly expensive.
He is such a huge deficit onto the faces of Rank L Cuties. It was a flip of a coin. Huge risks with huge rewards, but in the end, it will be Subversive who will secure the round. So, in the end, it will be so much value, so much of a win for SVR, taking that second round in the bag.
4 now for Subversive, and they have a few Guardians to contest. Rank L Cuties suffering from that force. Still can do a little bit of damage here. Again, look at the difference between how Subversive and Rank L Cuties approach the map. Look how confident Rank L Cuties are.
Now they have the sight already in their favor. SVR still steady
Player
waiting.
standing.
Here in
Spike
Kaku
down,
along with
B.
CMS takes 2 each. 4v1 now. Jacob will not be able to make it.
One
And Young
more.
Port denies
Sorry,
the
buddy,
round
it's
once
over.
more.
You see that Subversive, they're slowly catching a second wind, and they are making the most out of it. But this could potentially be a problem for them as Rank L Cuties are going to be armed to the teeth. Savano will have that Vandal with full armor and a full belt of utility. Only Gabby is going to have a weaker weapon. Thort has decided to go for the half armor here as Rank L Cuties this time around look to
Right there.
lean towards A just a little bit more.
Possibly be. They have the Nightfall as well, so if ever it comes down to it, they could definitely bank onto that ultimate coming in from Groovy and capitalize onto that information and possibility of that vulnerability to the side of SVR. But so far, they're playing it so safe. But not safe enough as Food secures the first coming into this round.
So I was just about to say that Subversive again, letting Rank L Cuties take so much of the space without any contest. Its strong side is still towards C, but now Rank L Cuties, they are probably going to force Subversive to rotate here. There's still one member that could do a little bit of damage. It's going to be Young Pork, who's been the hero for the last 2 rounds. So Vano's been tagged up. He's still looking to apply pressure towards the rotator. Timing indeed. Does he get him?
Ooh. Pops the back away, doesn't
Spike
want to go
planted.
in to contest it. Now the trade backs are in. Brings it to a 3v3. Gabby will not convert the flank.
If only he had a Vandal here as Jacob looking to anchor this post plant. They don't check him. They don't check him. This could be a mistake. And he gets
remaining.
one. He gets a third for himself. And a fourth.
What the biometrics?
Subversive. A momentary lapse in judgment. Rank L Cuties get away with murder.
Outright criminal. Jacob was just standing on the sidelines, not showing himself up, the discipline as well. And Subversive thinking it was safe already, but lo and behold, it's not. It's Jacob in their backs once again. This is what happened in the prior map. It was Jacob who'd done this before. And once
Placing
again,
alarm bot.
they did it. Now SVR still on a massive deficit here, 11-5 in favor for Cuties.
Oh dear me. The rounds are not kind to Subversive. They do have a full arsenal. They have a lockdown. Just one away from CMS. If they can take this orb, then potentially they'd have an easier time initiating this retake. But it does look like he's looking to front this. Rank L Cuties, they do have Nightfall. So this heavy hit might just be too much for Subversive to stop. And here we go. It's right on cue. Savano will get rid of that. But he doesn't know there's a defender close. But so does CMS. Here in Kyaku bails him out. York is quick on the double. And now he gets the Viper Spit trying to secure the round. Young Pork has a Thrash. He could invest this to potentially
Spike
stop the
planted.
plan or maybe get a freebie. And Foods will help the cause with that operator shot onto Jacob.
Now Trash already invested here to try and scout the vicinity here. Finds one, but too risky. Foods takes it.
Out of charges.
Oh, the hit is still up. They have to get rid of this. And Yort's running around
enemy
with this
remaining.
Bulldog biting
Last
every
player
single head
standing.
that he can find. And Young Pork reducing this to 1v1 again. He won this out once. Nearly gets destroyed by Gabby Dis, but Young Pork proving to be the hero of Subversive, the lifeline.
The play on utility. Wingman on the spike. Dizzy on the scouting mission. Along with a flash mission. If it's not destroyed, it could have been an easy pickup, but they're just forced to do it. They're just forced to go for it.
One
It's just
enemy
SVR once again securing another round for themselves. Still has that hope, still grasping for the potential to turn things around.
Oh, there's a tough mountain to climb, but they are willing to just not throw the right grenades, and Foods will punish Savano for that. Again, these types of mistakes can't stack too much on the side of Rank L Cuties. This league could disappear.
There's 3 people here. Sanji takes one. Ruby's already down. Showstopper already invested. And that will be the trade back and forth. Instantaneous conversation here from both teams. As this will become a 5v1. You're the lone wolf coming in from Rank L Cuties.
A conversation was made, but no debate to who won that exchange. York trying to do so much with the Sheriff. Can't land the shots. Subversive using that Subversive magic to try and close the gap between them and Rank Out Cuties. Now this time, Rank Out Cuties have a lot more tools on their belt. And they have the finish line realistically in their sights. Now they just have to play calm and collected.
So it was good. Rank LQT's potential to go into that potential push with the paranoia, with the dizzy, along with the prowler, but just the gun difference made it so much more easier for SVR to take that punish up against Rank LQT's, along with the showstopper investment.
That's right, and again, Rank Out Cuties, if they really wanna brute force the site here, then they have every single option to do so. Like you mentioned, a showstopper is already in hand for Savano. Jacob has been probably the star of the show, at least for this map. Has that lockdown available, and there's really nothing Subversive can do other than maybe invest their own lockdown. Young Pork, the shining hope of the squad, is 2 away from the thrash. And with that being said, we are now on your first technical pause. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's how do you guys do this? The technical pause.
I mean, I think we've glossed over most of the game already. So how's your first day been so far, Infinity? How have your first 2 games been?
You know what? It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but you know what? It seems fun. You know what? I'm enjoying.
You know, that's the number one thing. You know, we're all fans here, but Subversive making this as close as they can. I'm sure everybody on the prod side of things is making sure that we do get a smooth show. So big thank you to everybody. Now, hopefully this tech pause isn't gonna last too long.
So now that you mentioned it, might have power leeches. No?
Nah. I probably didn't. I mean, they're on it, so I have full faith. I think this is where Mr. Infinity gets to introduce himself to the crowd, to the viewers. What are your other hobbies? Wow, hot seat. What's up?
Wait, what? I didn't know we had interviews in
Of course, the Technical Pause podcast has everything.
Interesting. Hobbies. I love eating. That's one.
I see.
Do you not like eating?
I mean, everybody loves eating, you know, it's a necessity.
That's true. I love sleeping, but I don't sleep.
How much do you love sleeping if you don't sleep is the thing here.
It's a love and hate relationship.
I see. Like, a lot of people are going to be facing the day here. Subversive and Cutie, they are still, again, chasing that series win here. Subversive, still not catching that break. Rank L Cuties is looking to run that even deeper onto the ground. As everybody's kind of chilling. I don't know who's not moving. Seems to be here in Hyaku. Just still like a statue on spawn.
No one sees me. Oh, as soon as we said
Okay,
that,
never mind. He moved. He moved. Okay, now we're going. Now things are going.
Yep, we are. At the very least, you know what? The technical pause interview has concluded.
Very short, to be honest with you. I'm not asking for more, obviously, but you know.
Don't
We have an
that
interview
was,
that's longer?
I mean, I feel like the tech pause is essentially where we talk about almost everything, you know. We gloss over the game just a little bit, but now look at this, Subversive. They have a good idea of what to do on this retake, but Savannah wants to commit to this. Does even find here in Kyaku. And now Viper, not going to be a factor here. Foods presents himself on a platter for Savano as this onslaught is still not over. And a big 2-man advantage on the side of Rank L Cuties. Make that a 3-man, 2-man advantage still.
Good utilization here. Vano, once again, goes in for the another. Might just be the ace, but denies it. Young Pork. How could you? But this is still a 1v3.
Oh boy. Young Pork at the door of the clutch yet again. Subversive are giving all his energy to him. He will be spotted out. He does have a thrash, so he can isolate one of these fights. Doable. Groovy is super low. And the only real problem is Yort. If he can get rid of one of the mollies, then this could be easier said than done still. Yort hiding, waiting, executing Young Port.
So good. Yort is just waiting patiently on the sidelines.
Man,
Waiting for someone to show up and just investing. And right now, Rank LQT once again just cleanly close off the books once more.
Yep, it looks like this could be the last page, although we could be in for a thriller if Subversive managed to win five rounds in a row. Exactly what they have in mind. And now a quick hit towards B is what's on the plate for ranked L Cuties, and you see the lockdown being infested. First blood will go to the way of Subversive as Foods with the operator, oh so reliable, but trades again by the star himself. Jacob has 2 mollies, and Yort again will thin the numbers down, and Subversive with Young Pork and Foods all left to try and clutch this out.
And they make it happen. It's Yort and Groovy up against Young Pork and Foods. Still the last round here. Match point already for QT. Everything comes by. It's SVR who has to convert, who has to do something about it.
Oh, they don't confirm the presence towards tree. They do manage to take a lot of space on the front of the site. Foods decides to go up and maybe get a sneaky kill here as Young Pork is making a lot of noise. Foods has Yort in his sights. Doesn't go for the discipline play. Now it's reduced to 1v1. Foods has to answer the call. Young Pork was the savior. Can Foods follow? Again, another 1v1, but the time is running out. Foods gets one. He'll barely have it. And Subversive barely hang on. Does he actually have it? Yeah, he does. Oh. No, he doesn't.
Win.
Aww.
Unfortunate. The timing was just right. The timing was just impressive. For Ammo, he may have not secured that kill, but he secured the time for them.
Again, that's all you have to do, really play objective, and rank L Cuties with a very convincing 2-0 against Subversive. Subversive, unfortunately, still missing the steps, still missing their stride, and have not won a series yet. We still have hopes for everybody, of course, but maybe it just takes extra time for them to shake it off. Savano and the rest of the gang, though, is a completely different story.
Yeah, absolute beast. Rank LQTs once again continuing their wins into Split 2. They might have lost a couple. They lost up against Avernus in the Friday game in last week, and they lost up against IV, or rather Bestial, coming in from the promo relegations, but nevertheless, they're still on a very good spot coming into the Split.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the Split, we talked about rank L Cuties and how they can do some serious damage to a lot of these teams. In fact, I feel like they may have solidified themselves as the number 5 team. I think that's a very comfy placing for them, as they've been convincing all throughout. They did fumble against Avernus, as you mentioned, and if my memory is serving me right. But before we go into that, we are going to jump into the more immediate stats. Again, Jacob and Savano, unstoppable this match.
Yeah, very consistent players coming in from the team, and Savano, no one can deny it, one of the best coming in from this team, specifically a consistent 20 kill per game in average across the games they've played in the past. So definitely deserving of that MVP. But Jacob in the series, just holding their position, the discipline is top-notch.
Absolutely. Not a lot of overextensions on the side of ranked L Cuties. They played clean, and as Dax would have mentioned, this was pretty much a fundamental check. Subversive, a lot left on the table, unfortunately for them. And maybe this is the wake-up call they need to advance their progress for the season.
Yeah, it was. But it was just so difficult for SVR. They don't know what they're going to do. They can play it aggressive, but rank LQTs just knows how to pivot, knows how to adapt into those situations, and have consistently just played it so disciplined into these games.
I feel like there's just so much hesitation on the side of Subversive. I mean, there are many times where either they were stuck at stairs or vent, and typically that's not what you want to do. Especially at this level of play, you want to commit to where you want to go. You want to make sound choices as quickly as possible. And again, Jacob has been feasting on that hesitation. He's been wonderful. Savano nearly got his ace, but alas, pulled out the grenade at the wrong time.
Yeah, Youngport was able to deny that ace. And these back and forths as well, I commend them. Like these buddy-buddy system, York was able to trade that out. And this is just one of the key perspectives that we can expect for Rank L Cuties, not just today, not just in the past week, but in their following games as well.
Yep, I mean, they've been doing really well. Again, all things considered, they've been solid. They haven't necessarily shown too much weakness. Maybe not a super deep playbook, but whatever they're doing, it's effective enough to sway these teams from being too overly aggressive. But we will now be letting the panel nerd out over that game. So over to you, panel.
Sa 2-0 na yon, simulan natin kay Sir Dax. Sa buong series muna, wag mo muna nating i-micro. Buong series, ano nangyari?
I mean, gusto ko lang shoutout kagad si Phil sa simula pa lang.
Shoutout.
Hindi na kailangan ng rason. Tama ang prediction, di ba? And I feel like Rank L, talaga yung pinaka ginawa nila dito sa series na ito. Pinakita nila kung kaano ka-attune na sila sa isa't isa. I wanna start things off especially with Sovano. Sa kanyang duelist play mismo dito sa series na to, laking bagay lang para makuha yung momentum against Subversive.
Itong mga tropa natin sa Rank L Cuties. Hindi ko naman pagmamayabang na ako lang yung nakatama ng prediction, pero sa totoo lang, they have the confidence. Grabe ang confidence talaga na pinapakita na Sovana dito. He knows what to do. At lalong natin sa Rank L Cuties, they know what to do. They know how to react. They know how to attack. They know how to adjust. At lahat ng mga bagay nga pinakita nila dito. Closing the first map out of 2-10 sa Lotus, ganun din. I mean, kita natin talaga yung mga players dito na Rank L Cuties, they really performed well. Nag-steamroll sila. At dito nga si ginagawa nga ni Jacob na pag-cut off ng rotation. I mean, talagang in terms of everything, sobrang na-outplay ng Rank L Cuties ang SVR.
Totoo naman, diba? Parang initial momentum. At gusto ko isingit talaga 2 fun facts right now para sa Rank L Cuties. 16 first bloods si Sovano coming into the series. 8 nung first map, 8 nung second. Tapos, yung sabi mo nga, diba? Napansin natin si Jacob, nakapasok dun sa mid-lurk na yon. Dalawang beses na nagawa sa effectively dun sa buy round ng Rank L Cuties. Kung hindi nagagawa ni Jacob yun, mawawalan sila ng momentum dun sa second half. And it goes to show na kayang-kaya ng Rank L talaga palaga ng lahat dito.
Exactly. So parang now that we're talking about Sovano, parang oras na i-reveal na kung sino ba talaga yung MVP. Tayo may mga haka-haka. Pero speaking from what Dax has said, eto na nga at lalabas mismo ang ating MVP, si Sovano. I mean, sinabi ni Dax, 16 first bloods all throughout the series.
Yeah.
Kung hindi siya magiging player, pwede siya maging DJ kasi 16 counts na yung pag-mix ng kanta eh. Minix niya nga yung series na to. So kakaiba yung performance ni Tropa. And overall, Sovano, iba yung pinakita niya. Vil, going into this series, si Sovano, thank you sa pag-respond.
Ready
Si Sovano, kung si Raze ni Sovano ay sobrang galing, ano pa ba yung pinakakakaibang ginawa niya sa buong series na to?
I mean, matindi nga talaga yung confidence nga talaga na pinapakita niya. No? I mean, if ever you are a Raze, if ever you are a Jet, number one factor na talaga ipapakita mo dyan is yung all you do is dash in. Kasi you're confident as well na merong 4 na players na magbaback-up sa'yo. At lalong na sa utility play, talaga nasusuportahan nga nila yung kada pag-entry nga ng Savannah dito kasi hindi magagawa ng Savannah to without the utility play din na ginagawa nga nung 4 dito. Pero feeling ko, dito sa pinakita ng Savannah, dapat palitan na pangalan niya because he can do it, and yes, dapat Sobayes yung pangalan niya dito.
Okay, thank
Don't
you.
galit, Don't galit, tol.
Yes sa'yo. And sana naman ay masaya ka. Speaking of masaya ako na i-introduce ang ating MVP dito sa panel. Makakasama natin siya ngayon, the God himself, Sovano. Uy, si Professor lumabas na. Sovano, hello! Welcome
Hello
sa
po.
panel.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Okay naman po.
Okay, sige, kasama ko ngayon si Dax tsaka si Professor Vil. Nakasalamin kami ngayong lahat kasi pantropiko yung mood natin ngayon. So matanong ko lang sa'yo, Sovano, kumusta naman after getting a 2-0 early into this series?
Masaya naman po. And Ayun po, masaya po.
Patingin na sa'yo.
Ayun.
Patingin
Ano
na
ang
sa'yo.
itsura na masaya?
Patingin ng smile, boss. Paano kayo nag-smile?
Paano po ba?
Ay.
Ay! Ayan na!
Yung may lip bite, boss. Yung may
May
lip
mga
bite.
katanungan yung kasama ko dito sa sa panel. Sige, Dax, introhan mo na.
Ako lang, so paano matatanong ko lang tungkol sa team nyo, paano nyo talaga napili sino maglalaro ng what agent? Parang talaga today of all days, mas na-confirm nyo yung mga roles nyo? Per map ba yung mga nagiging agent selection nyo para sa mga roles? Or talaga may designated na ikaw mag-duelist, ikaw mag-initiate, or ikaw mag-sentinel para sa rank LQTs?
Hindi ko rin po alam, pero ano po kasi, iba-iba po kasi yung role namin kada mapa minsan. Hindi po naka-stick sa isang role lang yung iba. Ako lang po talaga yung parang isang role lang, duelist lang po talaga. Pero yung iba po, iba-iba. Parang ganun po.
Okay. I mean, that's good to hear na main duelist, kita mo, di ba? 45 kills. Oh, Prof. Bill, ikaw naman. Salawin mo, ready no?
Actually, tama yun eh. Kasi nung una pa lang, na-point out ko na talagang sobrang diverse nitong team na to. Kasi nga, number one, meron silang pang 6-man. Pero yun nga, ito nanggigigil ako kay Soba no eh. Nanggigigil ako sa'yo pare. Isipin mo, may Soba pangalan mo pero duelist ka. Ewan ko kung anong trip mo eh. Pero ito check mo Tapos mo na makalaban, andyan ang Tyrant, Averna, Subversive. Ngayon na makakalaban mo na ang mga matatanda, which is ang Oasis, NAOS, andyan sila Zol, yan, yung mga yan, mga JustUs and stuff. Paano nyo sila paghahandaan?
Hindi ko rin po alam, hindi po nga kami naghahanda eh. Hindi nga po kami makapag-scrim ng maayos eh.
Nice.
Lagi po kaming kulang.
Last question ko, ano yung mga bagay na alam mo? Hindi, pero ito na lang boss, last na to. Ano yung mga gusto mong sabihin sa mga susunod na makakalaban mo?
Ano po, mag-ingat na lang po sila sa amin. Kay Troy po, mag-ingat po sila.
Yun no? Yun!
I love the confidence. Grabe
Alright,
talaga.
Okay din na parang mag-ingat na sila sa inyo. Pero Soba no, eto na. Para makapag-relax ka na para sa makasusunod na laban at for the day din. Soba no, final na katanungan galing sa panel. Kung ikaw ay magiging isang mapa ng Valorant, anong mapa ka at bakit?
Siguro po Ascent po kasi po parang classic po. Like
Classic.
parang normal lang po.
Yun, no? Distinguished gentleman
ganun
pala
po.
to si Tropa eh.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you, Soba. No? Maraming salamat. Congratulations on your
Thank you
2-0.
po.
Hoping to see more of your explosive power to you and your team. Maraming salamat. Ayun na
Thank you
nga.
po.
Classic.
Oh.
Tapos, saktong di nila alam kung ano yung gagawin. Pero subconsciously, ready na sila.
Pre, isipin mo na lang, wait lang real quick. Yung classic raw siya, bigay mo na yung salamin sa kanya. Dapat pala siya yung professor eh.
Oo.
Pasa mo.
Hindi.
Yun na lang regalo natin sa kanya.
Hindi ako sanay na magsalamin pero nakasalamin kayo eh, kaya ito-try ko rin. Pero at least nakita nga natin yung
Binibil.
might na pinapakita nga ng mga players nga dito ng Rank Cuties. So the fact na sobrang confident nga nila. And sa totoo lang, ito yung mga laso ng mga top teams eh. Yung mga uprising teams tulad itong Rank Cuties eh. And dito nga natin makikita if ever kaya ba nilang i-shutdown ang mga seasoned veteran nga ng VCT. And if ever ginawa nila yon, parang yung sinabi ko sa OSC back then, sila yung magiging future ng VCT PH.
Alright, there you go. Speaking of the future from the past, sila yung top team from Group A from promo relegation. So parang hoping to see more of them. But for now, maraming salamat Dax and Vil. We will be taking a very, very short break. Coming up next is going to be our series number 2. That's going to be Carti World versus Tyrant Esports. Kaya wag na wag kayong aalis at magbabalik ang VCT PH Split 2.
cheaper. Grab food, saver, won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food, saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food, saver meals, 99 plus. Grab food, saver, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Grab food saver, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Grab food saver, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Grab food saver, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Grab food saver, 99 plus.
And we are back for series number 2 on our week 2, day number 2 dito sa VCT PH Split 2. Kasama ko ngayon si Infinity tsaka si Osiris. Hello guys, kumusta? Ikaw naman Infinity, how was series number 1? Kumakas ka kanina sa English panel, sa English na kasama si Raf. Kumusta naman yung series 1 natin?
It was speed. Napakabilis na naganap kanina. So Vano was insane coming in from those games rather. It was very, very quick.
Osiris, ikaw, kumusta yung series 1?
Napaka-refreshing marinig ni Infinity mag-Tagalog. At welcome dito. Maganda, feels like living up to its name. Yung mga rank demons natin, parang rank game sa sobrang bilis ng ating unang map. Pero Subversive, once again, coming in close pagdating sa ating Lotus.
Yep, super close. Akala natin mag-overtime na naman. Ipapakita nila yung performance nila from OSC from the previous days. Pero it didn't happen for now. That was a clean 2-0. Congratulations again to the previous team, which was Rank L Cuties. Pero ngayon, dito tayo sa present, which is Carti World versus Tyrant Esports. So, eto na nga. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba yung lineup at sinong team ang una, which is Carti Esports.
And Carti World, this is the team we're in. It's just so good. Patrick Watson, to be more specific, all the time has been showing so much power even in the prior week. And yes, unfortunately, coming in from their history, they lost up against NAOS just in the prior day, and they're not looking at an even footing up against this strong team, one of the strongest to be more specific, but they are still in a good position. Avernus, they won it. All Stinky Cat, they won it. And Bestial, they won it as well, all throughout Split 2. So this team needs to be respected. Multiple background as well when it comes to history, coming in from the Vice to the first Mega Saver, and then Astroworld, then now Carti World here in Split 2.
Alright,
Yeah,
so there it is. So parang Osiris, alam ko naman na excited ka na. And again, as what Infinity has said, yung Carti World is a mixture of different players na merge
Yes.
na going into becoming Carti World. So yan yung first team natin. And they're going to be up against yung second team natin, which is going to be Tyrant Esports.
Another team to watch out. It's isa to sa mga pausbong na pangalan, Tyrant Esports, itong mga players natin. At excited tayo na makuha ang kanilang pagkapanalo dahil as of now, hindi pa rin sila nagkakaroon ng puntos. But then again, they are sitting in close nung nakalaban nila ang Old Stinky Cat. Alam naman natin ang dekalibreng galawan ng Old Stinky Cat na in terms of playing against the Titans ng VCL, kayang-kaya nila may pagsabayan. The mere fact na naka-double digits din sila with those rounds, posible at kayang gawin ng Tyrants. They're just having a hard time closing yung kanilang mga games.
Exactly. So parang ito na nga, Tyrant Esports, again, they're a team na parang relatively new in the scene of here dito sa VCT PH. Pero off-season wise, marami na sila mga tournaments na sinalihan. And again, sa point out nga ni Osiris kanina, double digits against one of the veteran teams dito sa VCT PH, which is Old Stinky Cats na alam mo naman, every early week, meron silang explosive at sobrang bilis at fast-paced na laro. So parang Infinity, Tyrant Esports, ano ba masasabi mo sa team na to?
Yeah, I think Tyrant Esports, even coming into the last week, their first game up against Rank L Cuties, medyo aggressive yung kanilang galawan doon sa larong yon, and their positioning, even if nakuha na nila yung site, medyo aggressive pa rin. Gusto na lang ma-throw off yung kalaban nila. And even then, you mentioned it, Osiris, na their game up against Old Stinky Cat, double digits yung kanilang score. And similarly, up against Rank L Cuties, alam naman natin yung galawan nila from the prior series, napakalakas din. And even then, nakakuha sila ng double digits dun sa larong yun. So, a lot of expectations still from this team to play aggressive and still hit those huge punches.
Yeah, and yung sinasabi ni Infi na double digits, that's Ascent pa mismo, which is kung saan nakita natin yung rank LQTs kanina na nagwala. So kung makikita natin yung per rounds nila, they are really looking strong sa half na kung saan attacker-sided itong Tyrant. So I think the same as how Subversive also approach nga itong game na to, no, kailangan nilang makuha yung kanilang momentum as an attacker and then try to play it around by trying to chill pagdating sa defensive stance.
This time we have discussed yung dalawang teams na to, Carti World and Tyrant Esports. So, tingnan natin yung mga key players from both teams na nagdadala talaga ng mga round wins. From them, we're going into our head-to-head, and our head-to-head to be is going to be Patrick Watson versus Nier. So parang, sige, Infinity, pasukan mo na. Patrick Watson, bakit siya?
Okay, Patrick Watson, it's this main question, like, who is this guy? Because out of nowhere, he just came through, and yes, he played in the prior split. I believe he was under Jogo Kids 125 along with Ichi Solo that came through here in Split 2, and all of a sudden he came foot onto the role of a duelist, and lo and behold as well, he has one of the top stats in terms of kills per game, 20.86 to be exact. So napakalakas na itong tao na to. He goes and entries onto the site. He is the explosive starter for the team. And this is just a huge dependency of Carti World overall.
Yeah, man. Do you naman yung difference pagdating dito kay Nier, no? In terms of ACS, this isn't really high as much, pero yung average assist niya, may kita mo dito 4.7. Na nakikita natin, he is leaning towards Arena, at hindi man natin nakikita into top frag, that assist really speaks a lot, giving a lot of prior information, and playing on Arena, kind of punishable talaga whenever you don't get that kills, kaya they're having a hard time getting those transition on having those big snowball for an easy round to win. So medyo mas napapunish lang onto the side itong Tyrant compared to how Patrick Watson has been explosive and getting good results out of it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, to be fair, dalawang duelist sila, magkaiba yung playstyle, pero from the previous days na nakita natin, whenever may call out yung caster, it's always Patrick Watson. May raise na biglang naga-updraft kahit hindi siya jet. Ganon siya kabilis. Pero going into this game, bilasin na natin at pumunta tayo sa map veto at ngayon i-discuss natin kung ano ba yung mga dapat na maps na laruin ng bawat teams against sa isa't isa. Sige, let's start with Carti World this time. Ano ba yung dapat nilang i-ban against a team like Tyrant Esports?
In terms of Tyrant, ang pinaka-possible lang din talaga na convenient sila dito would be playing around an Ascent. And hindi yun yung gusto mong iban bilang as Carti World dahil they really know how to be flexible din sa mapang ito, starting things off with a sunset na ayaw ng Tyrant. Tyrant, minsan binabandi nila yung Icebox, so I was expecting na yun yung pwedeng possible na decider map natin.
Yeah, and napakagusto ko to from Tyrant because if we're looking at it, Sunset isa sa pinaka nilalarong mapa ng Carti World. It's 3 times that they've already played onto the specific map, so banning it away just removes yung comfortability ng team when it comes to these map plays. But as Osiris has mentioned, very comfortable pa rin sila into adapting into every situation. Now Carti World bans away Bind. This is one of the maps wherein Tyrant Esports won. So this is just so perfect when it comes to respecting each other's comfortability.
The possible first pick on that Ascent na pinaka-opener nga nating lahat dito ngayon, no? And let's see if Carti World might be eyeing on banning Breeze. Okay, Lotus. So, medyo kakaiba to. Carti World, isa rin sila sa mga veterano na in terms of playing a 3-map site, utilizing a Gecko. Pero, Lotus pa nga yung napili nila ngayon. Kaya talagang looking comfortable sila. Ascent for Tyrant, Carti on that Lotus expected na natin yan, and no Breeze might be a no split pa nga, and for a decider might be a Icebox.
Which is weird from Tyrant Esports kasi pumili sila ng Ascent, pero so far on the side of Tyrant Esports, hindi maganda yung performance nila sa Ascent in the previous game. So what is this? Parang gusto lang ba nilang atakihin to head on yung kalaban nila, which is Carti World? Paningin mo dito, Infinity.
Definitely so, and I think we're just running it back from what we had in to the prior series as well. Ascent, Lotus, and Icebox. Although unfortunately enough, looking at the wins coming in from Tyrant Esports, wala silang panalo so far in Icebox. So if it goes the distance, it's not looking that good.
Yeah, and yun yung pinaka-delikado, Infinity, no? Knowing na second map would be a Lotus into a well-meshed team. Nakita na rin natin yung possibilities nitong mapang ito nung napanood natin sa rank L Cuties on how they adapt and even in Subversive, no? And Tyrant having no wins, yes, they are playing on a double digit, but playing on a 3-site map against Carti World na talagang solido-pulido na. They're going to have a hard time. We are eyeing for a 2-0 para lang manalo agad dito ang Tyrant. Pero once umabot sa Icebox, definitely swinging sa Carti World.
Ay, medyo shaky yung mga going into the map vetoes ng dalawang teams. Hindi to yung mga piniwala mismo na parang, okay, picking that, sure. Why would you pick that? Pero yan makikita natin sa series na to. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa ating mga casters, ibigay muna natin ang ating mga predictions going into the series. Infinity, Tyrant Esports versus Carti World, sino sa paningin mo ang mananalo?
Oh, I'm banking on Carti World to win it actually coming into the series. I mean, the performance just coming into the past 2 weeks have been phenomenal, right? They have won so much series as well, and yes, they lost up against NAOS, but still, the performance of Patrick Watson along with the rest of the team has been great. So I'm still looking at Carti World to take the series down.
Osiris.
Ako, Carti World din. No questions asked. Tyrant, as much as I want them to win, the same as how Subversive really trying to do it. At lalo pat gusto natin yung mga new bloods na umusbong din. But then again, in terms of numbers, in terms of experience, talagang lamang na lamang ang Carti World. Tyrant needs a huge improvement and a big leap para lang matalo itong team na to.
Well, speaking of leaps, I put my trust all in all kay Patrick Watson. He's the type to leap forward in every site para lang i-deliver yung win. Like, grab for the side of of Carti World. So parang my prediction goes to Carti World as well. And eto na nga, looks like we're going 3-0 all in for Carti World. So maraming salamat sa aking panel, Infinity and Osiris. At ngayon, ibibigay na natin to sa ating mga casters. Casters, series number 2, kayo nang bahala.
It's an interesting question here today, guys. Who will run this world? Will it be Carti or will it be the Tyrants? Welcome, ladies and gents, to another series. I am Dax here with Raph, and nice poll you got there, good sir.
You have a very nice poll. Don't put this at me. You look rather dashing today.
And there you go. See you guys.
You made the camera shy.
Of course.
Yeah, it's like, oh, don't look. You know, don't look.
I'm a little bit of an ooh today, but in all honesty, man, Carti World, Tyrant Esports, I think the panel was able to break down a few important things coming into this matchup. Sure, both of them are coming from promos relegations, but Carti World has effectively shocked the world with how they've been playing throughout this split so far.
They have shocked the world, and as much as me being shocked, you introducing ooh into your vocabulary, that is forbidden. But what is not forbidden is obviously the faith into Carti. As you mentioned, the panel has already full sent their predictions, and by right, because every single series Carti has had, it's either been very competitive. Again, this is against NAOS, right? It's competitive for what it was, and basically just kind of running through the other teams. So that being said, hopefully they continue that type of momentum as the weeks go by. And, you know, Channy Boy, as I mentioned, has been really stable. Not only is he apparently IGLing, he's been giving volume frags as well.
Yeah, man can confirm within the chat itself. So honestly, we've seen Carti World be pretty much having that community presence with, of course, them always being inclined to talk around the community itself. But on the other side though, here, Raph, I do want to tackle Tyrant Esports here. I look at this roster, and there are always these bright spots that I'm very interested to see perform. Nier has been one of the duelists we want to see if the rotation will allow it. I remember Chase back from the Game Lab days. I remember Chowdy, really, a name we have seen for quite a while, especially, I believe, back in the NXP Aether Esports rosters. And finally, you have a player like Ash as well, who did run a few ringer games under old Stinky Cat. So with that being said, is that enough to form up versus a team that's looking pretty stable like Carti?
I mean, that's always been the question, right? When you form a team, are we enough to challenge the Giants, to maybe take a few names here and there? The upside of the team that you did mention, Ash, Chowdy, and again, the rest of the squad, their ceiling is really, really high. I think it's a matter of how they develop as the weeks pass. Ash, I think, is the main caller for Tyrant, so for him to take charge and be the literal head of the spear as well, being the entry frag, is a lot of responsibility, and hopefully it's not gonna dampen his dueling ability, as we mentioned. So enough of the speculation. We're gonna be jumping right into the agent comps here for Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant's been looking for a win here. Losses against Rank L Cuties as well as Old Stinky Cat. But we were talking about this backstage, Raph. This is a map that Tyrant is very accustomed to. They've been playing this map ever since promo relegations. And you can see that they have adjusted away from the Reyna composition to go to something more standard. It's a mirror matchup here between Tyrant and Carti.
And you know, I'm so glad that they fielded Yuki or Yuk into the play, as he did have a few bright spots on that Icebox map they played, and he was playing the KO. This might be the stability they need. This is not a knock against Nier, but they need that extra utility. They just need to bail themselves out, not just with a raw brute force, but again, to a thinking capacity, especially against a team like Carti World, who, despite their young age as a core, are already very good at that utility shuffle.
Yeah, it's not a knock on the players. I do gotta agree, when you run Jet Reyna, it has to be you outclassing the opposition round for round. And here at VCT PH, rarely can we get a team that can do that, especially if they come in from promo relegations. We go off though to an immediate start here, courtesy of Tyrant. Aggression from the get-go. Chowdy, Yukes on the board. Yukes good for 2. Uyen will trade evenly. In a 2v2, Carti World will hobble their way towards a critical HP for both. And even worse now, Chase as a flank. The timing here, Raph. The sheriff in hand for Iris.
Ooh.
He just needs a single bullet for each player. And Shani, oh
enemy
no.
remaining.
Okay, nice shots.
Spike down
Next one
A.
on the list. No escape. Iris will take pistol.
Quick and clean is Tyrant. They saw that they were trading evenly, and Carti World had nowhere else to go. You saw how confident that flank was on the side of Tyrant, and as you mentioned, despite them barely making it onto the site, it was short-lived. It was basically a hi, hello. Now we leave our mortal toil.
I mean, it was a good reaction though from Carti World. Astro
enemy remaining.
loving the paranoia in response. But Tyrant a step ahead during the first round alone, and immediately eyes wide open here for Carti World. They need to be prepped for Tyrant's aggression here.
If they didn't scout that out, then they have to now, as Itchy Solo does actually find the duelist, but a few reply kills here and there, Dax, to make this opener interesting.
Oh, but with that being said, immediately it's a gun in hand here for Patrick Watson. And Shays on the opposite end here. Aries, maybe for a few wall bangs in this location. We're very interested to see, ooh, that's gotta hurt, how Tyrant forms up. Especially with now Chase, Ukes, and Chowdy. And those utility rolls, dash out here. Carti World trying to prod their way in, but to no avail.
Did this dude get dinked by an Ares?
Yep.
He's actually strafed into that, but now he's going into his power position. He shooed them off. And look at this, Dax. He resets. Beautiful movement on the side of Tyrant.
This is a lot more discipline here from Tyrant. And perhaps not what Carti World expected after seeing the tape from their previous Ascent game. Such a big difference when you're playing Jet Reyna to the more utility-based composition. Here we go, fragment lob by Chowdy, isolates Itchy Solo effectively, and Chase takes advantage. Nice shot from Patrick Watson, but that one is all he gets. Chase will get 3 of his own. Tyrant will take the second round here.
Entry denied once more by Tyrant Esports. And again, Chase to get that passive position into a much more forward one. Allowing that crossfire to happen is, once again, a thing of beauty by Tyrant. We did not see this type of discipline, nor did we see this type of, I guess, logic coming into play in their previous outings. And one thing to note, Carti World, you know that teams have scouted that they just love to walk onto that site on that pistol round. Tyrant met it head on, and now it's snowballed to this.
Standing ahead.
So far, so good here for Tyrant. Into the bonus. This is where it gets a little bit dangerous. Carti World, though, again, losing A main control, but this time, a lot safer. Astro, the one who backs away from spawn. Patrick Watson playing the entry, but Chase's spam is good for the one. Shandy Boy makes a trade, but Carti World still a few hobbles onto the site. They're taking damage along the way here.
That was expensive. They only have maybe one more flash on Shandy Boy, and Astro has a paranoia in hand. But look at Shouty. He's pieing this. He does get spotted.
Foul zone there. Nice shot from near. Shandy Boy has been shut down instantaneously. And Tyrant Esports to suss a way in. Cloudburst to provide cover from stairs. Immediately near on it like a bullet. Yuke's on the board too. Chowdy fighting into the front line. Watch Chase make this Ari sing. God of War is going to be happy about that one as Tyrant keep the Dominion going 3-0 now.
Sing to the gods and they will give you the blessing. Tyrant, they put an iron fist on the first 3 rounds and they even get the free upgrades. Now Carti World might just feel a little suppressed, maybe oppressed here as they're going to have to work with Sheriffs again, Dax. That was supposed to be their snowball. Carti should be good at that. The Tyrant, they have been doing some bot work.
I'm just impressed right now with Tyrant. But then again, Carti World have shown some struggles on the attack side of Ascent. Even back in promo relegation, it was their weaker side against, I believe, Ivy League Gaming then. This is only the 3rd time we're gonna see them play Ascent, including their days as Astro World. In any case, though, Tyrant is in control here. And you were telling me, Raph, that perhaps Tyrant very prepared for this map.
Absolutely, and it's been showing right now. One thing that they have to take note is that Patrick Watson is a player that's capable of just being a monster, a raid boss at any given time. And look at this, Dax. They're not going into silly positions. They have trades set up everywhere. Oh, look at that.
On a sharp shot, Mir's on it, but Shandy Boy again. It's like he's always on bodyguard duty for Patrick Watson, if you notice. If Patrick dies, Shandy Boy's there, instant with the trade. Here we go again, though. Carti World is making these picks as costly as can be.
This is a net positive for Carti World, even if they get picked off at this very moment. The Sheriffs have done so much for the squad, and you mentioned the bodyguarding of Shandy Boy, and not just him. You see the trading for Carti World be as sharp as ever. Now Tyrant, they look to move in on this. They don't want this site to be pierced as Chowdy is all alone.
Yeah, Chowdy now
30 seconds
is under
left.
threat. Goes for the flash, fast dice. He's not blinded at all by his own flash there. Well placed to put himself in a good position to work off in. He has to deal though with Astro and Itchy. And Itchy solo. 1-for-1 again. Chowdy on the board. Iris here with the flank. And Tyrants, they take damage, but it's not enough for the round to take for Carti.
The world might be crumbling on the shoulders of Carti as they look stumped. That should have been an easy kill. That should have been a util clear. But Tyrant with confidence in their utility and this newfound aggression and confidence is really carrying the day. Now Chase is upgraded from his, I would say, humble Ares into a thunderous Odin now, Dax.
Well, pick your mythology, man. Which one's better? But Chase, I dare say, he is now the biggest threat in the server right now. Near also wants to put his hat in that contest with the operator. And aggression again. Tyrant, they love to put forces onto B main. I'm a little concerned that it's Iris doing it versus Itchy solo, and that's why. Util now gone. Easier for Carti World to make the pinch happen.
Sometimes you just don't scratch that bump. It'll result into bleeding. And now this is going to be the first time we're going to see Tyrant operate on a deficit. At the moment, they're trying to resuscitate whatever control they can get towards mid. And Chase might be the first point of contact here.
Matter of timing. Patrick Watson absolutely fast on the reaction. Near though, stop in no man's land. has to turn around for the rest of the forces against him, and Patrick Watson will do it yet again. It's time now here for Carti World to set themselves up for success. This B side is theirs.
They have a lot of money to use to attempt this retake, and Chowdy already gets a bonus onto Astro. Blade Storm and Null Command unlikely to be invested here unless things get really dicey as Chowdy's clearing out B main. Now a hit, potentially?
Yeah, Yukes did go for the paranoid play a while ago. Flash from Chowdy's good for one. Now the swing's good for another. 3 already in a row for Chowdy. They need to deal with one more player on the site, and Uyen has put himself on the default. Check things out. Yukes will do so. Tyrant with another one. It's 5 rounds in a row for Tyrant already.
Tyrant is playing like a team possessed, Dax. We have not seen this type of tidiness again. I can't stop highlighting this. It just seemed like in over a week, they went from a super raw prospect to now a well-oiled machine that's ready to dominate this first map.
It was looking good for Carti, in all honesty. It's solo compared to his previous series, doing better in the 1v1s. He's found picks there towards B main. And even Patrick Watson finding the entry, the recovery from Chowdy, the suppression we get from Chase in other rounds. Just this new look from Tyrant has been instrumental to this lead so far.
True to their name, they are not giving anything to Carti World. Absolutely tyrannical. Now, Carti World, what are they trying to figure out? I mean, if they haven't scouted it just yet, Tyrant, when there's an immediate pickoff, they respond. They're like, okay, now this avenue is free for us to move. They've not been setting up lurks. We're going to take this cleanly, and we're going to sandwich.
I mean, clean is the interesting word of the day here right now, Raph. Carti World has made these rounds be things that Tyrant has to work for because of the trade system of Carti World, because of the space that they're taking. But in the end, some powerful positions and powerful utility plays that we were hoping to see from Tyrant, we are getting it here now.
And you can see that even on the body language for Tyrant, right? When they lose a player, they know what to do. They're just so sure. Again, it's just such a treat to see teams grow this way. Now they're changing up the position here. It does look like they're going to be leaning towards a denial of lane, but that's going to be a solo killjoy, and this could be a problem.
I'm clipping that and saving that for my Nanoswarm lineups. That's an interesting one from Iris. Just tucked away under the lane. The Carti World have different plans. I dare say though, Raph, as we get from the shadows, there's pressure now moving into B. Astro has to come all the way from spawn, and Iris ready to be the one-man army. Uyen, the first to fall to his hand. Yukes finding Patrick Watson too, and it's Chowdy actually confirming the kill. Iris on the board again, maybe for another one here. Channy boy makes him work for it, and exactly that. Channy still alive, fighting on the site, but effectively, he's trapped here with the spike.
Uh-oh, you see the 4 players left alive. They're upset that Iris Monster had to fall. They're not biting on the fate.
Astro's lurk. This might be huge. Astro, no one's looking. Your chance to shine. Eventually chasing Chowdy. Turn to his side. But Channy boy takes advantage. Again, another good trade from Channy. But in a 2v1, there's no chance here. Tyrants now with 6 on the board.
Oh my goodness. How do they adapt so quickly? Who are these little Terminators? Again, the catharsis of seeing these young players just whip something out like this, it brings a tear to my eye. It is so impressive.
Just the improvement of Tyrant Esports. I don't even think Carti World is playing bad compared to their usual standard. You're still seeing the classic trades from Channy, the classic entries from Patrick. Itchy Solo stepping up to these 1v1s right now, but Tyrant has just had an answer all throughout, and here we go again with 2 from Yukes.
Oh my god, they nearly caught him on the transition, but Yuke says, you know what? I don't like being interrupted. You, sir, can go back to your side of the map. Carti World stumped yet again, stuck in no man's land.
Yeah. And with the up in the middle, Itchy Solo might have a good chance there, but Patrick Watson always happy to be the hero. Here goes the lurk though. This is easy pickings for Chowdy perhaps. Never mind, it's Chase instead who steps up to the plate. But with the big gun and the Owl drone, the threat is there for Patrick Watson. He's stuck here in the middle of all this action. The spike away from his hand. They're trying to go for the wall banks. They're chipping away against his HP. And with a Cloud Burst play, now Near wants to confirm the kill. Iris Monster from afar says it's his. Tyrants completely perfect in this half so far.
Lucky number 7, perhaps that's where Tyrant stops as Carti World. They are reassessing what they can do, and Patrick Watson, who's usually on top of things, has been cut down a notch. His Blade Storm far from available. Ichi Solo does have the lockdown in tandem with that Hunter's Fury if they want to make a big move right there. But Tyrant, they do have the null command, so that can be the literal silencer of this baby push.
Well, Patrick Watson's in, the flash play is there, but immediately counteraction from Tyrant. Yuke tries to swing. Shaozi now ready for the fight. A TP in from Astro too, and Carti World more pressure than before. A 2-for-1 after everything's said and done. And this is what they've been wanting all throughout the game here, Raph. Carti World with an execute onto the site.
Planted.
They finally found a strong arm that they could punch through the defense, but it's still not over. Nier gets one.
Ready with the blades. It's sharp from Nier. 3v3 as the lockdown pressure is there, but Iris Monster is funneled into a corner that Oyen is watching. Here comes the shot from Nier again. Now we lead to a 2v2. Astro surprises many, and Astro does it yet again. Peekaboo, he sees you. Carti World will get on the board here.
They think about getting the operator, so now they might just slow down their offense here. And like I mentioned, Carti World, they really need Patrick Watson to just kind of slice through the defense. I think we talked about this a number of times too. Valorant, although a thinking man's game, sometimes you just gotta kill things, you know? Sometimes you just gotta walk up and kill a few of the opposing players and just open up the site for your team.
Yeah, you just gotta let the man fly. And Patrick Watson, his career truly from collegiate to community, now to VCT, it is just getting better and better. He needs to do even better right now for the sake of Carti World if they want to come back in this half. We do see the mid default though from Carti World. They love to play for control. And not only that, Raph, an up in hand for Patrick Watson now. Keep an eye on what angle he watches as Nier has his own up.
A duel of the fates, perhaps, but now it's Ichi Solo getting his green beanie removed, unfortunately.
Brother, the Ichi Solo's the Qui-Gon Jinn in that scenario.
No!
We'll wait for Obi-Wan and Darth Maul to have their off battle later on. But in any case, Chaudi, he's the one getting some good info here. Over onto Cubby, knows that Carti World's still angling to play from mid.
That's right. Maybe they swap to Form 4, be a little bit more defensive with their sabers here as Carti World. They're already bleeding. Their flank is quite open, so that might just slow them down.
Danny Boy struggling to find the space that they would like. Time is running out here for Carti World. And concerning on the lurk,
30 seconds
should
left.
be spotted there by the alarm bot, I believe. He's gonna go for the push. Lockdown, the call here. Carti World, out of desperation, they look to angle towards B, but this lockdown's gonna buy so much time for Iris Monster and the rest. I wouldn't be surprised by this point to go for the save call. Nier hits the shot. There you go. He's truly Obi-Wan
10
Kenobi.
seconds left.
He's the only hope there. Chaudi now holding the corner. Carti World looking lost in translation. And Tyrant Esports, it is just a dictatorship right now on the defense as it's 8-1.
That was no Obi-Wan, that was a Ben. He was reduced to a robe. And now he is no more but a Force Ghost. Carti World, the confidence perhaps Dax has taken a bit of a blow. I mean, again, they had a hot start against NAOS, right? And this is just to paint the whole picture for everybody. They had a hot start against NAOS, and they did kind of get consumed by the fire of competition. You know what I mean? You saw what I saw.
Yep.
And then they kind of got knocked down a few notches as, you know, you kind of came at the king. You best not miss. And now Tyrant, big surprise. Gigantic lead. How does Carti World adjust?
Look, surprise is the keyword. Last week, it was Carti World surprising everyone with that win over OSC. Does Tyrant become that surprise this week? That pleasure that we always get in VCT PH when the team shows up when everyone doesn't expect it. Carti World, though, they're looking for any kind of opening, but these doors have been sealed by Tyrant all across the map.
And if you haven't noticed just yet, Tyrant, they have a similar defensive layout, but it changes, it shifts to what might Carti World do. And again, they're so active, they're expending a lot of brain power to keep this map going. I'm really curious if they can translate this onto the series. And just a slight correction, Obi-Wan is Form 3, not 4. 4 is Anakin, my bad.
I can't believe you had to correct something barely people knew about. But now we know what the play is from Carti. A's been the call, and Patrick Watson still dies there. The hold steady play from the corner. Itchy solo, those share shots ring through. The gunslinger looking good.
30 seconds
still
left.
standing. Carti has a chance to swing from heaven though. And Itchy solo turned into an angel. Gun in hand. Channy Boy can't connect. Chase will get a double at the end, and Tyrant will find the 9-1 standing.
Smith & Wesson introduced to the Gatling yet again, and one family succeeds, the other does not. Tyrant Esports not losing their grip here, Dax. They've cut up all the supply lines for Carti World, it seems, as they're bleeding them dry. What strat can Carti World actually pull out to contest this type of wall, this type of assertiveness from Tyrant Esports?
Hey, that's a good question. They've been playing from mid so much so to give them avenues of opening. Now they're gonna go for the hard hit, and Carti World has just had enough of overthinking these plans. Iris Monster though, just a step ahead again. Uyen dies immediately. Astro now with a From the Shadows onto Boathouse. Carti World will take the site, but there's still pressure from all fronts courtesy of Tyrant.
You know what?
Spike planted.
Chase has turned the Odin into an art form, and this canvas is filled with the blood of everybody on Carti World. Uyen, unfortunately, was the first victim, and now they try to hold strong, Dax.
Yeah, rushes out. Ready for the masterpiece of a retake. Let's see, though, who will win this auction. As Itchy Solo plays from main. A flash on that. Paranoise there. Hits Shandy Boy. Patrick Frost first of all. Itchy Solo makes a trade happen. But Hughes catching out any kind of alert. Astro tries to lead by example. A 1v2 now. Hughes isolated there, but there's just no chance. Hughes is on fire. 10-1. This half is all Tyrant here.
Upraised and added to the collection of the Tyrants yet again. The art room grows and Carti World shrinks. 10-1, Dax. We've never seen Carti World be dominated this way.
Yeah, manhandled, honestly. Carti World have been shaken to the core. And Tyrant Esports showing why Ascent is their map pick. Coming into this game, Raf, they've played, I believe, Ascent 4 times within the VCT PH circuit and have only won once. This is a completely different outlook from Tyrant in a map that they've tried so many times already.
I'll be blunt with the boys. Tyrant, you were awful at Ascent. Now you are not. And sometimes that's just the inspirational story that people need to hear. Sometimes you start off bad and you end up really good. Carti World, they are in for a shock. If anything, they're so underprepared.
Yeah, just... You know the fundamentals of Carti World is strong, and you can see how they're playing mid. It's a standardized play on Ascent. But Tyrants have just evolved to a level many didn't expect on this map specifically. Itchy Solo and the rest kept that way by the Nano Swarm. Patrick, though, on to the lever immediately. Tries to find a way in. Iris catching out Astro. Iris with another one. And watch under your bed because Iris Monster is there to haunt you. Chase with a double of his own. And it's looking pretty much crystal clear for Tyrant already. Channy Boy, or IGL for Carti World. There is just no way to escape. And he will take it by the chin. 11-1 half to end it.
You know how the Tyrants love to run the Palace stacks. There is a very short VIP list, and Carti World is not on it. B completely shut off. Carti World, they tried their luck on A. They kept getting decimated at the gates. They tried their luck mid. They kept meeting near. Now Iris Monster has become the diplomat that just says, no, I will negotiate with my gun.
And these negotiations are looking pretty short here, my friend. As Tyrants, if they take this pistol, Carti World will be at the break already. They have only one hand on the cliff right now, that is Ascent. And they're gonna need to make one of the most impressive runs in VCT PH history to come back into this.
Revealing area.
Again, the biggest question is the stamina of Tyrant with this level of play. Is it sustainable? Because when they start tiring out, that comeback that you mentioned could be very much plausible for Carti World. And now look at this. Even at the pistol round, Carti World is not as aggressive as they usually are.
I mean, they did get hit by the aggression on their side of the attack. And they're expecting Tyrant to be ready for it. Case in point, 3 stacking up over onto top mid. 2 watching out for B main. A strong default with Tyrant. Ice Monster so confident with the Sheriff too. And even from this range, man, because you're only on light armor on maximal, you'll still die to a 1-tap to the head.
I mean, those are the numbers, you know, unforgiving as it is. The 6 shooter is still a heavy caliber. And now Carti World, they look to be a bit more spread out. Tyrant, they're waiting for the pinch that might happen, but it doesn't look like it is.
Paranoia to try and dissuade the push. But Tyrant will still force the issue onto A side. Astro now and Shani Boy looking to defend their claim. And Shani Boy on the board. Patrick Watson gets in position. And Astro 2 with the helping hand. Carti World this time around. They need a round like this to instill confidence. We're getting it in spades. With another 1v1. Looks like Chase will have Itchy Solo's number. Beyond that though, Patrick Watson, Mr. Drive-By, looking for a shy guy to shoot. Carti World gets on the board for their second pistol.
He had 2 number 9s and a number 9 large. And
nice order.
Alarm bot.
a cup full of sick of Tyrant. They now get around on the board. Now, you know, defensive mastery is something that we all love. But we all agree that the attacking side is that much more difficult on, I feel like, any map really, because it really shows how well coordinated you are and whatnot. Does Tyrant have that same type of shine on the offensive side?
Well, they've been sparkling on the first half, but we've seen teams falter when it comes to the attack. And given that they're on an eco situation, Carti World will look for this chance to really rally here. Kind of begs the question, how does Carti World look to recover from a slate like this, Ref?
That is true too. And Tyrant, yes, they have, you know, they dropped the first round, but they're gonna have a gigantic safety net to gather all this data, adjust accordingly if they can. And Carti World, they might just have to do the same thing Tyrant did to them. Keep the offense honest. Win your gunfights when they try to front you. And again, just be cheeky every now and then. It's all about rhythm.
I mean, the rhythm Patrick Watson has been, I'd also say, a little bit more hit or miss than usual. Last round, we saw him dominate with the swings. A few other rounds back in the first half. Just the time to kill to take down anchors there. Not as quick as he is accustomed to. But here you go, the Patrick Watson show. Catches 2. Uyen on the board with a double of his own. Someone's gonna need to pick up the gun that he's left behind. Itchy Solo just waiting for Near to come his way. And that is one for chip
30
damage.
seconds left.
37 HP with 30 seconds left. Time is not on their side. And he just discards the Vandal. A small consolation to the round here.
It's those little details that you really get to appreciate when, you know, players get to be a bit older. Beautiful stuff just to deny the Vandal return. And Near looking to cause a bit more damage. He sees the first clue of a crossfire, but can't solve the mystery as Chani Boy is going to find him. And now Carti World getting as much as they can.
Yeah, Carti World, good for 2 into the round. But I'm not too surprised with the investment that they're doing here into their bonus draft. An operator to try and change their fate. They lose this round. The pressure is onto them because Tyrant will be on match points. And the rebuy with a single Vandal too. It's a lot more firepower from Carti World coming in this round here.
That is a lot of firepower, and how you navigate it is really up to how you actually strat a certain team, right? I mean, that's also how you kind of formulate a good offense, is to just find the gaps in that armor. Now, Carti World will get an opener by Patrick Watson.
That's why you give him the op. Good for the first kill coming into the round. A few more first bloods here into the second half would be so helpful for Carti World and their chances.
Watching here.
A one-way too, making it difficult. Tyrant, they don't know as much as they would like. Checking out why the Chani Boy swing is good for the kill. In and out so very quickly during the duration of the blind. The smart plays here from Carti. Another one courtesy of Uyen. This is looking good for Carti World. They're back into form coming into the round so far. Yukes though, other plans, pitches on. Uyen trying to save the day. A 1v3 though, and Yukes will run into the crosshairs of Uyen again. You gotta love it from Uyen. 3 for the kills, and now Carti World 4 on the board.
Patrick Watson, again, anchoring this defense with that operator, getting that, honestly, kill that rippled and was felt by Tyrant. And losing a member like that early, not really something that they may be accustomed. And once again, we circle back that How long can Tyrant keep up this cleanliness? It seems that there's a little bit of fuzz and a little bit of mud in their play now.
I mean, I gotta agree with you. Tyrant Esports, we saw the best and brightest from them just in that first half alone. But is it sustainable when Carti World is heating on up, when you get players like Uyen and Patrick Watson to the next level of what they have here? And if you guys aren't too familiar with who they were before VCT PH, Patrick Watson, I believe formerly known as Yokam, you got Uyen, formerly known as Ayap. These guys have been building a career within the community circuit, found by the likes of Ichisolo, Chani Boy, and Astro to form up this Carti World squad. So there's still a chance for Carti World, 3 in a row. They have the gun advantage, but Tyrant, they force Carti World to make a few mistakes. They're gonna take this map here.
Here.
A few revolutions at the gate. It might look a little French for Tyrant. Carti World, like you mentioned, has built an empire on just winning a lot of those community tournaments, and I think that's great for everybody, right? Again, it might not be as sure for some of the players, but you definitely see a path towards VCL, which is something that we all love and appreciate. But back to business, Carti World, they still have a lot of ground to cover, and an operator in hand to aid the cause.
Let's see what the plan for Tyrant is. Stingers in hand. Very popular in the PH scene, especially with TS in Pacific. But in a 2-for-1 trade, it's Tyrants who's hurting here. Patrick Watson, though, in this corner. We get pushed inside the smoke. He was asked to disengage. We are now holding things off by the boathouse. He's the captain of the ship right now, but Iris Monster will capsize him at least. 2v1, Yuke survives the initial burst of the fragments. But as soon as he peeks, it is danger afoot.
Beautiful.
Make some noise. Here's the knife. And Chani Boy, 1 bullet's all you need, my friend. There you go. Carti World with a handful now.
It is spilling. Carti, they are slowly getting a grasp of the situation, as you mentioned, and the biggest thing is they keep this operator in the hands of Patrick Watson. It's been monumental in them holding down the fort as Tyrant tries to march on. Although we are going to enter a gun round, we do have null command on the side of Tyrant, as well as a Hunter's Fury that's not too far off from Chase. Iris Monza is a trio or a 3-piece away from the lockdown if that ever needs. But they're hitting the strong side here, Dax.
Oh, this is dangerous. Patrick Watson punished immensely by the missed shots. It is even trades for the time being, but Uyen will get scanned by the Aldron, and this is now going to be him trying to hustle his way out. No escape though. Tyrant pushing everything to the limit. Astro falls in the hands of Iris Monster, and with the 3-piece that you said, lockdown's available, and he's going to use it here. Res for Chowdy, just baited now in the fight. Time is ticking though for Chani Boy. A countdown of destruction, and he's the one found by Iris Monster there. 4 for the Killjoy, and Tyrant make it the map points.
Did you think the side swap would change the fate of a person challenging Iris Monster on B? He is the bouncer. He is not let anybody going through him. And again, Tyrant, they now have the added pressure of being at match point. Carti World, they're slowly recovering. But is it quick enough to tally enough rounds?
Just what a chaotic round. Tyrant aggressing early on, and they just never let go of the gas pedal there, Raph. Maybe one more try with nitrous in their engines. Looking to burst into A, but the first knife will say no.
Looking like a Godzilla in the straights here is Carti World having a hard time catching up apparently. Tyrant, they reassess their situation. They know they burnt both smokes, so the rest of the map is open. And this is a sound choice to back out. Now Carti World, they're forced to commit a little bit when it comes to holding down these angles because of the committing of smokes.
This rotation is effectively a good call here for Tyrant. They knew immediately the KO pressure was there towards A. Smokes also should be in that station. The lesser reinforced side here for Carti World. And a chance now for Ukes and the rest to go for the first. Also watch out, Ari Monster on flirt duty this time around. Smoke will cover the cross. Easy in for Tyrant to take B.
Oh, there's 6 bullets left in the Magneer. He's confident, but he has to make sure that he has enough to fight with. Now, Carti World, they're using the Hunter's Fury to at least deny the plant, but Uyan might just be the sacrifice.
He's found, struck by lightning, and Tyrant now are in command of 4v2. Patrick Watson will decide to say no, and he has the chance to bring Channy Boy back to life. Beautiful plays in the ballet that is Patrick Watson. Here he comes yet again to take the lead of this dance. Carti World keep the fight going.
A few fumbles here on the side of Tyrant as they let go of their dance partner, and Carti World changes it from swings to perhaps Cha-Cha Dax. They're trying to outmaneuver this team. Now Tyrant, they're one away. They can't let that bloodlust take over. Carti World could capitalize on this.
My man, they say Clark Kent is the real name of Superman. I dare say it's Patrick Watson right now, though. 16 kills on the board. Just a quick reactions there in the middle to bring out the blades, even bring Channy Boy back to life. There have been rounds here that he's just been dominating so far, but all the other rounds that Tyrant had taken, Kryptonite to him.
That's right, and you know what? In the comic, Lex was carrying that Kryptonite rock for too long. Didn't do him any good, but Tyrant right now, they have a potential killing blow. Carti World, they're just hanging on. Like you mentioned, they need the Man of Steel. Where is he? Where is Big Blue and Red?
I mean, it's more blue and white when you're on the jet, man, but you said it. Patrick Watson, here he goes again. And our sponsor has a good angle. The swing, though, dangerous. Patrick Watson might be walking to his own demise. You can see it. Our sponsor expects it.
Oh, he knows he wants it.
But it's not going to happen. They back off at the end.
Huh. That could have been nasty on the side of Carti World. If they lost Patrick Watson, then I don't know. It could have snowballed.
I mean, that's the op gone in that case. But let's not forget Tyrant back to an eco, given the situation.
Right here.
And I don't really blame Tyrants for taking some of these eco rounds. They have such a big gap right now. It's 6 in a row necessary for Carti World to force overtime. And here comes the push
30
again
seconds
into
left.
B. Op's no good for the one, but many are coming his way. Ready now for the next victim, perhaps. The swing comes on in. Chowdy wide. The shorty's good for the double instead. And Carti World will keep their cool. Near will try to fight one back. Sure, it was an eco, but it looked good for Patrick Watson anyway.
Hey, it's the shots that land that count the most. And that's what exactly Patrick Watson did. Another one for the highlight reel, and more importantly, another round on the board for Carti World. Now, you see Tyrants, they're not really overcomplicating their play on these missile rounds, which is good. They just want to take as much guns away from Carti World. At the same time, they're letting Carti catch up. I know they only need one more round, but look at this economy that Carti's slowly building up. They're gonna have a gun round, no matter how many, well, 3 at most rounds they lose.
They've taken 6 so far. Coming into the round, the operator's still in the hands of Patrick Watson too. And Tyrant Esports, they need to find a way to cause that chaos again. So I think a quick little technical pause right now. Get everything set and ready for these two teams to move on forward. But I gotta ask you, Raf, coming into the second half, Tyrants, if they are immediately caught by Carti, once we see them unable to cause that chaos that I said a while ago, they just struggle to fight back against Carti World and the dynamic system that is Patrick as well as Channy Boy.
Again, it's one of those things where you really have to study up for that attacking side. Patrick Watson has the aggression, and every time he has the operator, he is just fearless. Carti World, they try to capitalize on as much as they can. They always have a second person that's not looming too far behind, and even if Patrick falls, they're still not letting go of that op. They're just making it their Air Force One. They just don't want that to fall into the hands of Tyrants. And what I really appreciate on the side of Carti World is that they know Tyrant works well with space. So they're contesting it. After that, they're not overcommitting, but they're pressuring still.
I mean, it's getting very constricting right now. Let's look at some of the key players here for Tyrant Esports also. Yukes and Aris Monster showing up so well here. And not only that, I think I will remember Aris Monster in that clutch round a while ago. He mentioned he was just away from the lockdown, gets it, puts the pressure on. And even on the Killjoy, He's just effective at finding these small little angles to slice his way in.
And with those smaller angles, require more specific solutions yet again. On the side of Tyrant, they don't have that lockdown anymore. They're not too far away from the null command, which I believe has rendered an almost 100% win rate on these rounds when they do have it. So perhaps that's what they're waiting for. I mean, Carti World also, they're doing a good job of just not letting go of those orbs. And that's a byproduct of proper space taking.
Man, it's a close
Mid.
game.
Really has been a close game.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, sir. It is the tech bus.
I just wanted you to continue. I just wanted to say it's been a close game. After, honestly, the one-sided affair that was Tyrant a while ago. Yes, Carti World did make them work for it in a round-per-round basis. But the scoreline doesn't lie, Raf. That was 11-1, and Carti World is making it close now because of their own rally here in the second half.
All right, so since we're in the tech pause, I'm gonna just take off the analyst hat real quick, and I think, dude, I think like the straight thing to say to Tyrant is just don't choke, dude. You're one away, man. Come on, you know what I mean? And Carti, hey, if you think they're panicking, why not? Anyway, back to being an analyst, like I mentioned, Carti World. If they can get the Blade Storm going with Patrick Watson too, then that's just another layer of trouble. I mean, we've seen so many rounds, and not just in this game, be saved by that Blade Storm, and just the entirety of Carti World's match list.
Okay, this is gonna take a little bit longer. I'm gonna tell you a story now, since we have a bit of time.
Yeah,
I
what's
think
up?
you already know, but now it's for the chance of the rest of the world to know. So I ordered Jamba Juice yesterday.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then I was looking for it today. And I thought it was in the refrigerator. I thought someone else would have put like the spare Jamba Juice in the ref, right? Apparently not.
Yeah.
It was in the freezer. So I had to like
What?
get the cup of Jamba Juice, squeeze out
Here.
the ice, and put it in a bowl because it wouldn't fit a glass. But wait, there's more. Raph knows this part. I had to push the rest of that icicle of Jamba Juice into the glass just to drink it as we are getting into the game. There you go.
There you go. That's gonna be another story for another day as Tyrant, they're looking to strong arm their way onto the site.
Oh, the scandal Patrick has back because of it. And Tyrant Esports, exactly what they need into these attacking rounds. Hustle onto A. Lockdown though, gonna be the call to answer back with. And Tyrant, they're hesitating here. They're not too sure they can plant because of the lockdown. They want to push the issue with Chowdy. Protection though, courtesy of the squad that is Carti World. And Yukes will get one of his own, but we're left to a 4v4, a reset effectively. Tyrant retreating towards A main.
Oh, beautiful. At least they get the lockdown out of the way. And now the smoke is going to cover the retreat. But you already see Astro right on the money with his guess. Does he commit the teleport? Yes, he does. From the shadows and into potentially the sightline of this lurk.
Astro, that's the thing. He's now banking that this is going to be a B rotate. But what if Tyrant goes for the re-hit? Iris Monster has been on lurk duty for quite a while. Maybe the operator from Patrick Watson will dissuade Ukes and the rest. Neardo hits the shot. That might be the opening that they need. Now the smoke's there. Really just
30
trying to
seconds
bait
left.
them into Astro's clutches. Patrick Watson has had enough of this waiting game though. He has taken command of the round with a 3-piece again. Carti World will keep things going. 8 rounds now for them.
Uh-oh, we are going into dangerous territory as this might effectively be a reset into one gun round that could potentially lead into another economical break aside of Tyrants. Carti World. Patrick Watson has been disgusting with his operator. Look at that.
Be faster.
He's so sharp. Still.
Last player standing.
You gotta look at the macro situation though for Carti World. They're always making sure they have another plan available. If those shots from Patrick Watson didn't really ring through, still have that chance of Astro to make that lurk possible anyway. Just so some proactive plays here from Carti World have given them that chance to buffer themselves and bounce back in this half.
I feel like that could have gone the other way too, because if Iris Monster would have killed Astro, then that could have been easily a true mix-up that Carti World would have to deal with. Do they just kind of play into tree, or do they go for the full rotate? And if the full rotate did go into effect, we all know how the story is with an operator on the retake. It's really just not the easiest time. at the moment, Tyrant doing a good job of scouting who's where and what's what.
I mean, that's the win condition right here for Tyrant. Make it the post plant. They were so close a while ago, but with that lockdown, it was still enough for Carti World to rally behind. And given the situation here for Tyrant, much more difficulty on the eco state. Carti World stationed again. And who is the tip of the spear, the sharpest shot of the server right now?
30
Watson
seconds left.
awaiting any contact. They have to run into him by this point. With 25 seconds left, a push into mid might just be near suicide. And honestly, Tyrant running out of time here, Raph. I don't think they can really hustle any way they want to
Bomb
here.
grenade out.
That's right, so this might be a full commit on B. Like you mentioned, the scope glint is the call of the void here, and Patrick Watson has been hit. 5 more seconds, they just have to get a few kills here.
Round's done.
That's done.
B.
And that is unfortunate for Tyrant, to say the least. This is just moppability for the rest of Carti World. Build up some ultimates perhaps. Get Itchy solo more closer and closer to the lockdown, as he will be credited for 4 of those kills. Tyrant looks so lost on the attacking side. They just can't find any place of confidence for them.
Push where and when does push come to shove for Tyrant Esports? They were at the cusp. And maybe that burnout from playing so well is in full swing. Carti World, Patrick Watson. This is his show. He's essentially been winning round after round for this team. Near will try and assist. And now the null command is out. Remember what I said, when they have the null command out, it's an almost auto win.
And this is their chance now to just keep rushing in. And Chowdy is that first tackle, so in front of these wheels. Near has made his way into the sights. All of Tyrant playing onto the objective. Yux realized the situation. He's the one away from the rest.
Where is the rest is a good question. Look how far back the rest of Carti World were, and now look where they are. They positioned themselves towards market. Time is ticking down, and what does Tyrant have in their pockets to stop this?
On the retake, the operator a struggle, and Patrick Watson with that first hand. Now the push comes to shove again. Yuxa's monster just overrunning the staircase there, and Carti World are sent packing now. Tyrant took a while, but they still take the map. 13-9 to take their map pick.
Again, just a trip to the lobby of the Tyrant Palace. Immediately kicking them out, by the way, right afterwards. Congratulations on that map 1 win. But now the game is on, Dax. You saw how competitive that Ascent was. The question is, have Tyrant evolved in the rest of the map pool?
Like we said, once they get the post plant, that was their win condition. But that's a really good question right now, Raph. There's a lot of constant confidence for Tyrant coming into the rest of the series. They take map 1, they have the advantage. But the next map, that is Carti World's map pick. And you can see the preparation for Ascent was instrumental for Tyrant Esports. Does that apply for all the other maps we're going to get later on into the day? I do have to give big props to Tyrant, especially some key players, Yux and Ars Monster, just role players as well as impact fraggers, giving chances here to Tyrant to force their way into these sites.
I think the same thing could be said about Nier too, because when Nier had that operator and when he did get a pick, it was an almost instant conversion on the side of Tyrant. But at the same time, we just didn't see that often enough. All things considered though, Tyrant, as we mentioned, operated like a well-oiled machine. The frag distribution is almost completely equal on the side of Tyrant. There's nothing really crazy here, as Chowdy was playing a little far back, but again, the impact of those kills, those frags, was felt.
Yeah, and I love that Chowdy play towards Dice, that flash, just to change his fate in that effective 1v3. But on the other side, Carti World, some bright spots. Itchy solo, again, the improvement from yesterday to today, it doesn't go unnoticed. You also have Patrick Watson racking up some immense number of kills. Most of his first bloods on the Carti World side probably had to do with him. But I dare say, I guess there was just that struggle from that first half. The gap was a little too wide for Carti World to hurdle over. And Tyrant just needed 2 rounds there. Make Carti World make a few of those mistakes to get the dub.
And despite the impressive macro on the side of Tyrant, this did not take away into individual highlights. It just kind of played into each other. And that's one thing that we, once again, appreciate seeing. I feel like the pathing has just gotten so much better in terms of their defensive rotation and just, I guess, presence of mind. I mean, again, when there was a pick, when there was an educated guess on what might be open, they took it.
Just incredible anchors from Tyrant all throughout. Near's operator was one. Yux's positions towards rafters, another. Carti World, they just couldn't handle the scoreline that was established. So it was a great series, or great map rather, overall, and it begs the question, can Carti World rally back moving into the second map here, Raph? That's gonna be Lotus for their map pick.
So one thing that I think a lot of teams have to pay attention on how Carti World likes to play their Lotus is that they don't actually use Patrick Watson as an entry for majority of their plays. They kind of hide him behind a lot of their players. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of bodyguarding. But then again, when you have that kind of firepower, you need it to bail you out.
Yeah, well, they're gonna need a bailout here soon, as they are the ones down a map here. Tyrant Esports in the lead, in control, and I'm very excited to see what comes next into the rest of this series. But I do believe we have a chance right now to go for that break. When we return, it's gonna be more so of the same, more of a matchup between Tyrant as well as Carti World. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Bradford Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food, Saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. It's a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
We can breathe a sigh of relief there while Raph is busy with her little doggo. I do have to say, that
Manju?
was quite an incredible matchup. Say hi, what's the name again of your dog?
Mochi is here, but so is Manju.
Yeah?
And now Manju is jealous. She's not coming to me because I didn't get her first. Come here, bae. Come here, please.
There you go. So Raph is basically enhancing his own polo right there. I do have to talk about, though, what just went on in that first map. Tyrant Esports surprising Carti World off to the races after an incredible first half there, Raph. But coming into the second, we saw in the cams of Tyrant, whew, sigh of relief that they actually won the map still.
Sigh of relief, and I feel like it does kind of come down to body language. I mean, we see a lot of teams, even after a win, they're just like, oh, okay, we're done. Let's move on to the next map. And to see the youngins be very excited, I think it's normal. But I think they're missing the core component of this is a long series. It's not over just yet. Don't celebrate too early. And I would wager that last few, 10 rounds was incredibly stressful, as you mentioned.
They needed to go to the post plant, right? And I'm honestly a little surprised that there for Tyrant Esports, they did feel that stress near the tail end. But that first half, so dominant. Chase, Ukes, Aris Monster doing all they can to anchor down those sites. And you're going to love to see more of that from Tyrant Esports. I do have to ask, though, what's the plan now moving forward here for Carti World, right? They lose that first map, but there should still be that confidence because it is their map pick of Lotus. Problem is, I go back to the stats here of Carti World, and from what I've seen so far, that loss against Averna's very fresh for them, and a mixed bag between Beastel and Ivy League. Not really the best statistics for Carti World as a whole.
Yeah, but then we kind of have to isolate it, right? Just a little bit that they've been doing well against the VCT teams, the VCL teams. And I kind of want to go circle back on the mental side of things, you know what I mean? Although I am a very big fan of this Chamber pick. Yes, let's play Chamber. Anyway, going back. What does Carti World have to do? Play smart. Don't let Tyrant do what Tyrant did. And that was just play super textbook. Don't let him take space.
Yeah, and this is exciting because I haven't really seen Tyrant play this map as of yet. And you said it, Ukes now moving over to that chamber. You got Chowdy playing the Omen. Chase has the Sky under his belt. And with double control and the chamber, there are a bunch of nooks and crannies that can get away with a pick here and there, especially with that Sentinel, and get out with an immediate rendezvous. It's up to Carti World to flush that out, catch the chamber off guard, and look to see where they can put themselves into the map.
Now, I'm curious. Since they have the chamber, does this mean that they wanna take a lot of these fights early? Because if we look at how Ascent went, right? Those early fights really went in the way of Carti. When Tyrant played their numbers game, when they played clean, it looked incredible. When Carti was allowed to take these 1v1s, Tyrant crumbled a little, just a little bit.
It was a matter of priority. We saw from Tyrant, when they play aggressive, it works. And with that chamber, it should be enabled here, Raph. I want to look, though, at Carti World. It's the tried and tested composition for them. Double control between the Omen and the Viper. Raze and the Fade, too. And if you're playing solo initiator on a map like Lotus, common consensus has become might as well play the fade in these kind of scenarios. So let's see if that's enough for Carti World to make the entry happen. You also pointed out a while ago, it's less of the entry here for Patrick Watson on the Raze, more so a coordinated effort to push into these sites.
Exactly, and again, they're really emphasizing the fact that Tyrant has grown as a unit. Individually, they are still really good, but a straight-up gunfight against Carti World did not yield the best results, as you mentioned. And them leaning into the chamber, I'm really not too sure about it. Again, I'm a gigantic fan of chamber picks because free operator, free headhunter, click heads, click people, they disappear from the server. But what do you provide aside from that direct pressure? What can you really do to halt the heavy push on the side of Carti World, especially when Patrick Watson is alive and running?
Yeah, how do you slow things down? Because Patrick Watson, we've said it before and said it again, probably the gem that Carti World has found from the community scene. We're getting into the game though, but I do want to point this out from the first map. 4 triple kills for Patrick Watson. That is the amount of impact he can have coming into a round. Let's see though, as Tyrant going to play aggressive defense again here, Rap, but it's the wrong call as it's a stack towards C, where Carti World is moving towards A instead.
You know what? I'm really surprised no team has scouted this. This is literally what Carti World does on round 1. If they have no resistance, they'll run through tree. But this time they changed it just a little bit. But here we have Tyrants. They try to encompass them again. This is reminiscent of what they did on that defensive side on Ascent.
I mean, they know how Tyrant loves to hustle, but some great utility there from Astro, as well as H Solo opens up the sights for Carti World to play from into the post plant. Upper also taken. Now Carti World taking a page out of the Tyrant playbook. It's effectively a high-low here with quick little orb set up to that smoke in the way of any kind of Tyrant retake. Ukes has to push in with the rest. Carti World not seen, eventually found with Uyan. Yuke's gonna get pulled to find Ichi Solo in response. And Channy's already on defuse. Carti World, they need to rush in. Channy protected, but Patrick Watson and Channy Boy collect the kills, and Carti World will take the first round.
The record of excellence on the pistol continues for Carti World, and Lotus is already on a good start for them. They're looking to shut out Tyrant the way Tyrant did to them. Come back into the series, hopefully. Yuki nearly had that kill onto the player exiting stairs, but again, those 2 shots just could not find their mark. Channy Boy collects 3. That helps his Nightfall effort by quite a bit. So if they get orb control on really either of these extremities, then Tyrant will have a big problem at hand.
Yeah, and Carti World, okay. I've seen this a bunch of times coming into Lotus. When your opponent's playing the eco, take a while in spawn. Just bring in the sights, you know. Appreciate the map. Just because they could rush down from B. But given the stack now from Tyrant is actually at A, Carti World away from that stack. They go towards that slow C control, and they're gonna look to hit Iron Monster yet again.
This is where the lack of a traditional Sentinel comes into play, because since Chamber isn't fronting this, they might just have to play retake. Granted, they don't necessarily have a choice here. I'm pretty sure Carti is gonna convert this, unless we see a few fancy shots. Patrick Watson and the gang have a free sight.
And this is just real estate taken again by Carti World. They're building a subdivision from these kind of takes, man. Spike planted. Carti World, they're willing to actually still play onto the site. Iris wants to rest. Ready now to burst from the halls. Haunt gonna get thrown over the waterfall. Doesn't see anything yet. A slower play from Ukes. Maybe a chance to go for the surprise. Tyrant. They're just gonna go in now. The Prowler says no. I don't think they're gonna go for it. Yeah.
I think they're just waiting for Spike to pop and let that rip, and they have planted a subdivision back. So hopefully it's not that environmentally unfriendly. So they tried and, you know, cherry pick. But wait, okay, never mind.
It's planted for Mount. Carti World had an angle. And as we always say, Carti World, there's always a backup plan. They lose Astro along the way, but they still have some good guns moving into the bonus.
I thought that was a cheeky little play though, you know, as the moment of the exiting for Carti World happened. Tyrant just walk their way in. It achieves two things. They fall to Spike. I think they gave a few orbs away though while doing that. But now they have Vandals abound for the most part. It's Chase suffering the notorious initiator tax as Carti World look to try and steal a few of these upgrades for themselves.
Cuties too. Patrick Watson though on board. Patrick Watson with another one. The beautiful beginning on the bonus. Carti World looking for more. The Prowler already harassing Chase to near inexistence. Uyen finds him. Carti World will take aim because of it.
Ooh, and the lack of a hard stop again, plaguing Tyrant. Granted, this is the strong side. Carti World, they're gonna be happy, but not too happy losing Channy Boy.
Our sponsor dips in. Given the scenario, can Tyrant even find any more footing? A pick might give them a chance. Patrick Watson will look to challenge.
Last player
Quite a punch, and Patrick Watson proves it. 3 for Patrick moving into the round. As Monster unseen, unheard. Uyen will be felled. Quick little tap. Astro, that is smooth. Carti World are on the run. 3 in a row already.
Again, this could be a mirror of what Tyrant did, and Carti World welcomes all guests, apparently. Insane opening here by Patrick Watson. Understood that Tyrant wanted to go for the direct gunfight because why not, right? Vandals to Guardians, it's a reasonable risk to take. But then you add Patrick Watson and how sharp Carti World is to the mix. They get 33 3/4 chance. I don't know the math, honestly. Patrick Watson is 6-0. That's obvious.
Yeah, Patrick Watson is rampaging right now. One away from the showstopper, and just still happy to play the front for Carti World. This 8-mate is left uncontested for too much already. Carti World have taken advantage on a round-for-round basis here. Oh! Okay, let's spoke too soon there, Raph. Chase surprises many with it too.
Big help already on their end as Tyrant do have the chance to pick up the Vandals, but wary are the players on Carti World as they try to use this as an outpost. They have not moved from rubble one bit. Maybe this is the play call. Tyrant's so patient either. They're just not moving.
Yeah, Tyrant has effectively trapped Carti World right now. Opening that door, looking to see if anyone's gonna bite at it. Carti World, they're stuck in this corner. They have the Nightfall available to open up a push perhaps. They need to watch their flanks also. Nier, his contact could be the burst that Tyrant is looking for. Talk screen gonna be set on up. Don't blame Carti World for playing this way. They might go into stairs, but no one checks the corner. And effectively, Nier executes 2. Big shot from Nier and Chase into the round. The rest of the team looking to finish off the job onto Uyen. It's a 1v3. In danger now, Raph. Vandal picked up by Ukes. Even if Uyen gets the plant, that can be Tyrant scrounging for guns here.
He's waiting it out. He knows he has time to work with. Not too much anymore, though, but it's the shots that you don't expect that hurt the most. And look at this. Tyrant have sprung into action. They could get sprayed down by Uyen here. Utility narrowly misses him.
Triple swing, it's too much to handle. I was a little surprised Tyrant didn't even bother with the guns, but there's just a hustle from Tyrant to take their first round. So well played, and I dare to say playing against the assumptions of Carti World there.
I would have to 100% agree. I mean, if you looked at the mini-map, everybody was just so stable. They knew they had everything going and really no reason to try and chase the momentum. Tyrant Esports, again, being much more intelligent in their approach as Carti World. Some of these curveballs, and I would dare say curve sheriffs, have soiled their plan. Patrick Watson, the first death on the board for him. He does have a showstopper with a Nightfall and a potential Viper's Pit if Uyen does get the plan down.
No, the TP there. Seems like it's safe for Astro still. Ukes also will be back on the way. And we're getting more confidence now from Tyrant. Yet again, active onto map control. Nightfall though, gonna get lobbed. The showstopper too. And Ukes is in danger. His rendezvous setup is in place for the site itself. Nice swing to Fires Monster. Shuts down the showstopper. Itchy solo in the back line. But he's only good for the one. A 3v3 after everything's said and done. And Carti World will make their place and the play on the A.
Spike planted.
Oh, I think they should have let Uyen plant that. They would have had Pit. But instead, it's Channy trying to get his numbers back up, or at least to get that Nightfall back in order. But Nier,
What a great protective play from Tyrant. The re-rotation to play into B, catching out the push over onto Yuke. And now the Seeker is also confirming the location of the final target. Another well-placed round here by Tyrant.
That's just it, right? It's just been placement and positioning. Tyrant know that they are capable of winning these fights through sheer willpower alone, but they're not falling into that trap, Vax. I see a lot of mechanical teams just forget that they too are intelligent at this game. And now
One enemy remaining.
we have Carti World scrambling a little bit. I think that was an overextension. I'm not entirely sure why they would want to hunt the timing there when I think they didn't have a flash threat, right?
It's the assumption again, I want to say. Most people realize, okay, if you're going for the flank from T-spawn, you're going to be going into tree, right? Make that hinge play happen onto the sites. Rarely do you get a team run into upper, but Tyrant is the know-how right now to rotate around the map and catch Carti World off guard. Patrick Watson, though, good for the one as per
Healing
usual, but
over
one
here.
is all he gets. Chase has to back away, healing Chowdy too as they retreat. So a first dip leads to a trade.
Tour de Force is up and running too, so Ichi Solo, I know he likes to lurk, but maybe this is not the fight he wants to take. Carti World, they are now repositioning for a hit towards C, as they think they might have pulled the attention away on that quick sound, well, sound fake. They have no control over door, so maybe they're a bit worried about that, but Tyrant certainly have the eggs in the right basket in this one.
Yeah, Chow, these preps are ready to see. Anyone's gonna walk on these eggshells here. Already the first crack onto Astro. Tyrant taking the man advantage because of that pick. Difficult here for Carti World, but they still will push the issue. Very concerning though because Chase is prepared, and here comes Tyrant to make a killing floor onto C side. Ichi Solo, one still standing, stuns the next, and here comes the spray. Ichi Solo wins the fight, 15 HP though. Delicate scenario with half a minute left. Half a chance, no chance made by Iris. We see the score tied up here.
Come on now, you initiator, apparently. Or was that the Sentinel? I can't make out of what's going on here, as, again, there's a lot of chaos, but most of it has been incredibly calculated. We saw Ichi Solo try to destroy the reinforcements coming in through his path, but then was a little bit too late, trying to march his way towards C. And Carti World, lovely timeout here, just so, you know, they can get their bearings together. Uyin still has that pit available. Astro could use that ult to scout if they want to, but realistically, Tyrant don't have to do a thing on this half. They can just wait and retake.
Tyrant has just been doing immense work by pushing into these slices of the map and making Carti World work for it. What worked for Carti at the start draft has now tapered off, and ever since that thrifty round, really with the Sheriffs, things have changed. Tyrant looking so confident in their peaks and pushes.
I think the right answer is to just get rid of Patrick Watson.
I mean, it's
He's
always the
been a
answer.
terror. Yeah. I mean, again, it's so reductionist to say, but really, Carti have been losing the rounds where Patrick just does not stay alive. And Tyrant, they realize this. 1 + 1 equals win round.
It just goes to show the value of a man like Patrick Watson. Over some of the stats from last week, I think he has the second most kills right now within VCT PH group stage.
Yeah.
Yes,
Didn't he have like a series where he had like 67 or something?
Yeah, it's been happening in promo relegation. It's been happening in the previous Carti World matches. Right now, Tyrant is the one that we need to address. And with this rubble control early on, Carti World options limited. They're gonna hit into C again where Iris Monster wins.
orb emitting.
You still have not seen the value of this operator on the side of Yugi, but perhaps just the passive threat of it is making Carti World second guess. The weaker weapon still can do a lot of damage, as we've seen before, and Iris Monster has a lot, and I mean a lot on his plate.
Prowler too busy with it, but still hits the shot onto Patrick anyway. Showstopper now available. Near will send it flying towards Ichi Solo, and that clears too much for Carti World to look at. Iris Monster good for the 3 of the round. Channy boy, not these shots, but with a single bullet, it's enough to still get a kill. A chance maybe in a 1v2. This C site is open for business.
Channy, the IGL calling that he may save the day. You're asking for a Man of Steel, but you get the first Avenger instead. The shield is with him. Channy boy does get the spike down, Dax. He has a Seize and he has a Prowler.
My ult is
Tyrant
ready.
have to be careful.
The captain of Carti ready to be put to work. as Yux and Chowdy play from above. Here comes the shot, and the headhunter is just ironic. It's the sheriff that brought a chance there to Channy. And a revolver just like that will silence him. Tyrant will take the lead.
Tyrant once again wrestling control away, and might I say that's actually book accurate. That's how Captain America unfortunately got equalized by the ballistic invention of man. As Carti World, they have a lot of ultimates going. It's true. Crossbone did it. Then I think it was a Civil War or something.
Yeah,
then he turned into a ghost.
And then he turned into Captain Hydra. We don't talk about that one.
That was awful, by the way. Just don't get me started on that.
I enjoy the one where he becomes an icicle cube and then he goes back in time. Okay, I like that one.
Huh? Carti World looking to hit us with the Orb of Confusion, but instead they will make a lot of certainty with all this ult.
I don't know the MCU ready, but Channy Boy with the plant. This is perfect here for Astro and the rest though, as Channy Boy has been fended off. Carti World waiting for this Viper Split to be set on up. They do so now, but there's a counter, a play. Iris wants as well. Now with a swing, that's wild, it's good! And Nier also with a pitch in that fight. A flurry of spam, but the lockdown's there. Countdown again. Pressure's on for Tyrant, who have to retreat for the time being.
Look at the patience again. They're waiting for everything to bloom.
Oh.
The flash does not confirm anything, and pit-to-pit action here. Channy Boy looking to hold it down.
It's dangerous for Chase, but he still sprays the corner anyway. Time running out. Itchy solo catching Iris Monster. Advantage here perhaps for Carti World, but Channy Boy is looking to fight for his life. The big 1v1. Itchy solo. Name says it all. We are tied up again.
Haymaker upon haymaker. Tyrant and Carti World, they refuse to give up. And this has been a war of attrition. Both teams now at the brink of a shaky economy. They still put the operator in the hands of one of their players. Chowdy's currently holding it, but most likely it will go to Yuki. Carti World also not in great shape. They still have a Guardian in the hands of Patrick Watson. Oh, and by the way, Dax, don't get me started on the comics. You said travel back in time. He went forward.
And then back. And then...
You're right.
Yeah.
I guess so. But you know what? Game Valorant in front.
Look,
My bad.
I just skipped the end game, okay? Straight up. Because we got 4 of this close fight. And beyond our geek out moment there, I do have to say, you're right here, Raph. This economy has not stabilized, honestly, for either team. With a loss on Ukes like that, it's going to be even worse for Tyrant. A Spectre in the hands of Nier. Chowdy's the one. The operator most interesting.
Bring them down.
How interesting can it get is the question. As Carti World, they're not opting to go for that immediate commit towards B, and Tyrant doing such a great job of not biting on the bait either. There's going to be a little bit of pressure towards Chase's side, but so far he's not biting, so now he confirms Tree is safe momentarily, but the other side of this door holds a lot of mysteries.
Oh, and the operator now rings Chowdy. Excusable to have that done. His history on the jet says it all. Given the agent for reposition over on the drop. The pain shell's not enough to dissuade him, and Chowdy hits a good shot. Here we go again, though, with 12 HP. He's desperate in the corner. Burnt now by the NAOS to a Chris. Chase also overrun, and the flank now will become the front line. Into most nightly go, and Itchy Solo takes some immense damage. He gets revenge immediately onto Iris. Pain shells, though, huge! And Nier, where's the gun? Nier,
Where's the gun?
Pick it up, ready to go for more. Oh, that got so scary real quick, but Nier has to reset himself here.
Reset indeed, and Carti World 2 can't get caught up in the adrenaline of it all, as they're just waiting for one person. Nier, your time to shine.
It's just gonna be Dim versus Astro. Carti World will keep a bit of a lead here, Raph. They will take it back and go for more. But I have to say, that shutdown onto Ukes, if they get more of that, Carti World will have an easier time on this offense.
Tyrant falling twice in a row, and like you mentioned, there is a linchpin here that honestly needs a bit more volume. When you want to commit to the chamber, you need the chamber to dominate the defensive side. Carti World, like you mentioned, they know that there is one person they should be dumping a lot of utility into. Oh, smart.
This is immediately checked by Carti World. They see the gap, and they're ready to spray into an advanced peek from Iris. Forces the Viper back. It's an eco here for Tyrant. We've always said that the eco sticks of both of these teams were perilous. Now it is tipped in favor of Carti World here.
Carti World reassessing what they can do. This time they've decided to potentially walk into the Sentinel, albeit a little unarmed. Although Chamber does have the Headhunter, what can it really do? Get rid of that. Well played.
Yeah, Dukes. This corner is good for him. Snap back into cover if necessary. Paranoia effectively avoided, but the rest of the utility will force him back. Now the pain shell is thrown over. Here comes Dukes again to assassinate the first one. Uyen is the President fallen there. Just give him a 21 gun salute after that one. But Carti World will make their way to the sites, even though they've lost one already. They take that too.
Spike
After
down,
Dukes shuts
C.
down the spike plant. It's not even into post plant yet.
So that's why
30
you avoid the
seconds left.
Sentinel. He'll destroy you.
Oh.
He has one more away from Crit Force.
But here comes here.
player
Carti World
remaining.
doing damage to the backline. Patrick Watson and Itchy Solo, hand in hand, holding things steady. As Monster picks up a gun. With 50 seconds left, he might find the timing here, but oh, there's the duel. And there's Patrick Watson doing what he does best,
There.
win. Carti World have made their way to 6.
Wonderful attacking side here by Carti World. Again, very, very close despite the weaker weapons here in Tyrant. Yuke now has that operator in hand, or not operator, that tour de force ready and waiting, but it looks like he's saving it for a rainy day. The Vandals will come through for everybody. Itchy Solo has the lockdown, as well as Patrick Watson with that showstopper to really drive the nail home. Carti World, they want to end this half strong. They don't want another Tyrant experience.
Yeah, well, Tyrant are ready now for action again. They know Chowdy's up top. Showstopper set. Patrick Watson desperate to look for a pick, but that rocket's enough to dissuade the rest of Tyrant from swinging. Tyrant now effectively
gosh.
cornered in these angles. Near fighting for his life, fallen to the hand of Patrick Watson. Push now into 3. Patrick Watson looks for more, but Chase will seek him out instead. In all that chaos, it's pulled much attention, but Carti World will still head elsewhere.
Talk about the fog of war here. Despite everything, Tyrant, they try to hold strong. Carti World short the C hit. They might even get one.
There's a chance for Iris to fragile everyone here, but the good for 2, it's decent to have the advantage. Up from the shadows, also from Chowdy. Taunt immediately from Shiny Boy in response, confirms the flank. The Trailblazer sent this corners Carti World into Bend, and now Tyrant looking to come and collect. Yukes and Chase are the ones ready to cash in that depth. Tyrant will find 5 for the half so far.
Unfortunately for you, that's gonna be a tour de force, not into the next round. They might need it, but like you mentioned, they'll take everything they can get. They've come to collect, and my goodness, did they run these pockets dry. Patrick Watson getting caught off guard in that tree clear. And I would say that was a round won by Icebox. He stood his ground, he knew he might fall, but he got 2 anyway.
I mean, that one snake bite changed his fate. That piece of utility helping so much to win those kind of fights. Double damage, looking good. Double kill, even better. The Tyrant, they're looking for the rally here, Raph, and a 6-6 half might not be what they expected coming into the second map here.
There.
Perhaps they will unite under that Tyrant banner once more and try to trample or stop this offense, as you mentioned. Itchy Solo still has not let go of that lockdown. Matter of fact, Tyrant not giving them a chance to use these big ults. Look at this defensive formation. They're ready to rotate, but once again, they might just lose a teammate in transit.
Yeah, the picks have been delicate, to say the least. Tyrant have been finding key players on a round-to-round basis. The lockdown used early on, though. There's better security for Carti World. They want to move into the second half with a lead. And with this lockdown, they should get into post plant as soon as possible.
That's exactly what they need to do. Time is of the essence. They did have a minute to plant, but now the timer, the quicker this goes down, the better the chances for Carti. And the flash comes in to confirm the push.
Shiny Boy ready for contact over at mini door. Angel Flop elsewhere. No one though playing the flank. It's all about the site, all about upper even. As Carti World want to overrun Iris Monster there, but Iris Monster does it again. Astro Itchy Solo both fall to his hand. This Viper is paramount to the success of Tyrant, but a 2-for-2 trade is made by Carti on site. Patrick Watson, a double is on. Patrick Watson, it's a triple. And Patrick Watson has done it again for Carti World. Uyen will get the final kill, but that round defined by the duelist.
2 rounds ahead as Carti World, and they could extend their lead if they get this pistol. Tyrant had the right ideas here, but like you mentioned, the divide and conquer on the side of Carti was just too much to handle. I have to say, Iris Monster has been the MVP again. There's just no way he does that 2 rounds in a row. Nearly even gets a third here. Patrick Watson doing so much damage while the rest of his team surrounds him too.
The game of the fat man, and we've seen so many of these players individually step on up. Iris Monster, the case for the past few rounds for Tyrant. Year 2 doing a good job
Find the
actually.
weak point
Looking to
and
match as
break
much
it.
as can versus Carti World, but Patrick Watson, different stratosphere,
Look out!
different hemisphere, every kind of world
Blinded.
that Carti has. Patrick Watson just has a different dimension to it.
That is true. Again, there's just so many moments where you wonder, where does this kid muster all this strength from? And perhaps the Carti World is the friends we made along the way, apparently.
The real
Tyrant.
lesson.
That is the real lesson. But now Tyrant, look how careful they are, Dax. They're just not trying to force anything too crazy. They should expect the second smoke by Astro here. Maybe relegate their attention elsewhere.
But the concern for Carti, this is a bit of their weaker side. Defense not that successful. Face off against Furnace. With a pick like that, Ukes already silencing one of the biggest threats on the opposite team. An opening made, and Tyrant looked to hustle towards C, but a great setup by Itchy Solo, as well as Nguyen, will force Tyrant elsewhere. Choices made, Paranoid though connects onto Astro. In the corner,
enemy
there's just
remaining.
no way to escape, and Tyrant overrun anyone along the way. Ukes even executing another one elsewhere. He's an assassin man, and with it, the bounty's claimed by Tyrant.
That should be enough, yes?
Posters off the wall and into the back pocket of Uke. That is going to be 3 more to his name and 3 more closer to that coveted tour de force. Stacks. Carti World, again, we know that they're so lethal with these weaker weapons. Tyrant, they've been playing this smart so far, trying to walk their way around this. The question is, how does Carti anchor this defense? They've been putting their strong utility on one side, or at least for this map.
I agree with you, Raph. Look at this. Itchy Solo and Uyen. These 2 guys can easily lock down a single site. Only problem, there's 2 more sites that they need to contend with elsewhere.
Man, 2 is bigger than 1. That's amazing.
How about this? This is like 4.
Whoa,
Oh,
a lot of people.
plus 2 equals all 5. And the match checks out. Near with the overrun onto Uyen. Ready now to chase down Itchy Solo. Nice shot though. Even at the brink of his own demise, he keeps it cool to get to the pick, but it's still Tyrant with the fight.
Please don't walk into that. That would be so anticlimactic, as Tyrant did walk up into the site. And now Carti World are trying to make best with what they have. Uke again with the Headhunter did not upgrade, is going to have quite a bit on his hands to defend from the retaking opposition.
One enemy remaining.
Chowdy boy ready to hold that gun down. Spectres ring through, and with that should be the execution. Astro finds Ukes at least. 3 bullets. Really nice.
Knife him.
Come on.
Boom.
Okay.
Have you
know
no
how to feel.
shame?
I don't know how to feel about
Make sure to
that one.
follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to
I would
the
have loved
enemy.
to see the knife, but, you know, it's not like this is an official game that these teams are trying to win.
Yeah. It's not
But
as if it's your anti.
either
You
way,
want to keep some Spectres.
Tyrants,
Yeah.
like we mentioned, right? That's right.
Yeah.
Gun here.
Maybe sending a statement, but Tyrant, again,
Here.
what I really appreciate from this squad of relatively young players, they're not brute forcing their way into anything. If not, like, more often than not, they're using their mind, their macro. Never mind.
Well, with the better gun, Patrick Watson, an even better shot. An opening made, and exactly what we've said. Take down Ukes, life is easier if you're Carti World. Astro also looking to go with that theology. 2 picks now.
Here.
Tyrant's options limited as they try to play this out here.
Again, a power position of their choosing, but the alarm bot is right in front of them. It does get removed, but Uyen, you did mention that a lot of these strong defenders like to stack up on one site. Tyrant, I don't think they really have a choice here. They don't have the real estate to move around too quickly, and their guns, well, this is probably the most effective site to use them.
Yeah, but Chowdy does get the
Spike
plant
planted.
still. With that position, Tyrant
Not ready
would love
yet.
to play up close with these two Spectres. Wouldn't be too surprised if they just keep smoking whatever they can here. Giving Shouty a nice response to set up. Shouty onto the corner. On scene. Quickly flicked into. Damage
player
still done by
standing.
Uyan Ichi solo. Easy pickings now. Chase holding W and M1 together. But that's all he'll get at the end. Carti World will still keep the lead here, Raph.
Not too bad on the side of
Team
Tyrant as
Ace.
they did get their 2 kills. They're mandatory 2 on that bonus round. And like you mentioned, no Yuke
You're going
is
to
a
scatter
very,
for
very
my
easy
stuff.
game for
Super
Carti
easy
World
to pick
apparently. You know what? I'm even more surprised that we're not looking at Ash. You know, why was he not fielded today? Either way, Tyrant's still playing really clean.
No, I think it's a good question. We've seen some teams like that with bigger rosters, and you gotta wonder who's actually in the main roster, who's gonna be running what per map. I'd say that for rank LQTs, I'd say that for Tyrant Esports. And will we see those kind of changes as the weeks go on?
Shadows
Tyrant
traveling.
though, ready with the guns here, Rapid. Play into A main with the damage to the runs Patrick Watson. Dangerous because of the K2. A big showdown now made. Patrick Watson good for the one. Astro also keeping things going. Here comes the showstopper. We hear it in the hands of Patrick Watson. Ready to let it loose. Who wants to see something shiny? Sends it. Even catches Yuke. Unexpected there as Carti World will clean things up.
Iris nearly got a lineup there, but again, Tyrant just getting overrun by Carti World, and that lead has extended back to 2. If Tyrant can stop the bleeding, then this could potentially be a 3-map series. Tyrant, weapon-wise, they can't really do much. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the point in time where they go take an orb either from C or from A and let Yuke run wild with a tour de force. Near could also be a good target for those orbs, but he has a Vandal for himself. Chase isn't too far from the Seekers either. So, yes, overthink. Maybe they're just going to run around and kill everybody. Who knows?
I mean, that's always an answer, but Tyrant Esports, they're seeing here that if they try to brute force some issues, especially into A main, you got players like Patrick Watson ready to catch that out, and especially I dare say Uyan playing pivotal there, counteracting the wall Tyrant had, effectively cutting the advantage of Tyrant to none with both sides getting decayed. Answering wall for wall is always a possibility if you both have the Viper and Carti World. Given that kind of move around where Tyrant bought up, the momentum is theirs here.
Oh, that's a bit of a problem for Tyrant. Carti. Or did I get that mixed up? In my head, I was thinking.
Yes.
Again, the ult. I'm really looking at the ult economy here by Tyrant. They've just been so successful layering that together that Carti World could be in a bit of trouble. But again, guns abound on Carti's side. Are they effective? Yes.
Yeah, ready to fly. Seems like Nier will be denied. Uyan poisons also actually expecting the satchel in play. So all pistols left here for Tyrants. Carti World are seeing their chances grow more and more if they win this. We go into Icebox, a decider for this best of 3. VCT have other plans. Is stopped by Astro. He's found 4, and it's flawless even. Double digits now made here by Carti.
It is an Astro half as he's come alive and given his team that extra boost to get themselves going here. Meanwhile, on the side of Tyrant, it hasn't really been the same type of success. Still waiting on that gun round, and even when they did get that gun round, Dax, it felt fleeting. They just keep getting reset by Carti World.
Yeah, we've seen this issue happen on Ascent. Is this a struggle for Tyrant Esports on the attack as a whole? How to coordinate without
You
those
want to
picks?
play? Let's
Carti
play.
World has found angle after angle against them with the anchor. Toward the force though, making its presence known. Interesting enough, Patrick Watson isn't there anymore. He's pushing from the middle. This is a lot of control from Carti World. And effectively, Raph, they've sliced Tyrant in half. Ready now to meet in contact. Chase the Mo's down 2. And this is going to be preparation from Tyrant. Great check from Chase. A chance to make it towards A here.
Did they slice them in half? Or did they surround themselves? Is an even bigger question as Ichi solo is going to take a lot of damage from that nade. But his utility is going to keep Tyrant at bay momentarily. Could do a bit more damage here too.
Yeah, he tried to find A cheeky kill there, but because of the decay, just no HP to work with. Well done by Tyrant. Everything's left to Uyen to look to clutch things. From what we saw, that can be a lesson learned for Carti World. Just don't overextend the reach of this defense.
And that's exactly how they lost that other half too. Every time Carti tried to, play on their luck, Tyrant was there to send them crashing back down to earth. Now Tyrant, they're the ones playing really reserved. They know that they can't afford to lose an extra rifle. Uyen will just try to play the spoil sport here. And maybe he'll also look to perish with a spike. He could stick it for whatever it's worth.
Here would be
but yeah, it's not gonna equate to or amount to a lot.
Loses the gun still. Get out in time. Almost one there of Tyrant. Heading back to check the spike. But Tyrant knew that round was theirs. We're gonna see this lead dwindle to 2. So good gun still available here for Tyrant. Chowdy can buy up for Chase. A different call though for Carti World, man. Operator out for Patrick Watson. He needs to be at the right spot to begin with.
Shani has a Nightfall available.
That's a good spot.
So that might just be another thing that Carti World have on their checklist. One thing I've noticed is that both teams have been really diligent with their utility, even in a slogfest that is this map. Ascent was similar in a way, but right now we're seeing a lot of pressure towards Rebel when they choose to do so. But now Mound on the side of C is the hot spot.
And he won the hot spot in the game so far. You put the temperature
Scout
map
destroyed.
on Lotus, you're gonna see just dot after dots
Here.
there by that mound. Yuke's though fishing for a kill. He already saw Uyen's shoulder there a while ago. Doing a bit of chip damage. He's still around. Prowler too to add in more of that intel. Look at the scope from Astro. Interesting enough, it's headed towards A there. Looking to scare off Tyrant, but Iris Monster's on the other side of it already.
There's not a lot of perceived pressure on the side of Carti World, and they're playing their cards still really, really well.
I've got your trail.
The house always wins, apparently, but this home is getting absolutely destroyed by Nier.
Yeah, Nier has drawn the pair, but no 3 of a kind for him. After the one, holding all the cards now, Ukes will just take it and make it a dead man's hand.
30 seconds
Tyrants
left.
Can't play into C, but it's still, oh wait, there's more moment. Uyen waiting here by Waterfall. Potentially a quick retake from Carti World in the cards. Prowl looking for a target. It's Solo squeezed on out. Nice shot from Solo, but Aris Monster handles them all here. He's having a bit game here, folks. Aris Monster ready to keep Tyrant in the fight.
Please have 21 kills so I can say something. No!
No. No.
Well,
Wait for the 4 for a double down, man.
17 is still beating the house. It is, but we're not going to expound on that. This is a very family-friendly broadcast, but at the moment, both these teams, they are unkind to each other, respectfully handling this competition well. But look at Patrick Watson, he has different ideas. He has... never mind.
What did you want from him?
He had a Bucky. He could have, done something crazy, as Patrick Watson would.
Then what money would he have for the next round?
Shh. It's all about the soul.
Okay, all about the soul, all about the jazz, all about the
Trap
passion,
destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, we love it when teams play calculated and play super measured. At the same time, it's fun when you see some of these teams just believe in the heart of the cards.
Yo, I've been rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh for no reason. Just
Dun, dun, dun.
I still prefer to watch the dub, even though it's a lot more censored. It's just
It's
the way,
cool.
Yeah, it's just the way we watched it. But given that these cards are not gonna be too much hard from Carti World unless we see something again. Also, watch out, Uyen has a dodge actually. In all this chaos, he just can't see what's going on. Patrick Watson, back to the paint shells. It's Solo also assisting Chad from above. And there is belief in Carti World. The heart to fight on the C site. And we see a 2v2 now.
30 seconds
Ukes and
left.
Chase. Fended up by the
player
Nightfall for the
standing.
time being.
One
Astro,
enemy
how?
remaining.
How does he find it? Carti World takes this away.
We'll use Golden 6.
Mysterious fashion.
1,000 LP to play Pyramid of Light, making that stand a possible one despite every disadvantage going their way. The weaker weapons, the early pick on the side of Tyrant. Again, Iris wants to look to win another round for his team, but fancy footwork from everybody involved. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Unbelievable. When everything looked to finally go in favor of Tyrant, Carti World will change the fates of the game. With it, it's 2 rounds left for Carti World to force a map number 3. They are kitted, they have guns, and they are looking very confident moving in the next few rounds as I believe we're gonna go for a tech boss there just to make sure everything is prepped for the rest of the game.
And that we are, as we see Tyrant also maybe going over what they could potentially do here. Uke, despite getting the kills, it's not as early nor as dominant as we would hope. I mean, there were rounds, yes. But again, when you play Chamber, you're not looking to make a small ripple. You're looking to make a splash. Especially with the Tour de Force. But Carti World also have done a wonderful job of outmaneuvering said sniper rifle. And it does look like the tech pause is going to go over very, very quickly as we jump right back into the game. And A is the POI.
Wow, you gonna hot drop there?
Perhaps.
Well, we're dropping utility in with Boots already has his rendezvous, and because of that,
Wow.
there is just no second chance. You swing again, you die to Patrick Watson. Carti World, a strong beginning, and with it, they also take mound control on the opposite end.
Don't walk into the electric fence of Patrick Watson despite how much utility you have, apparently. Uke had a free peek, but again, sometimes the price is just not right even when it's free to take. Near will get the Vandal away from the hands of Carti World and a reset on the side of Tyrant. I think they're a little stumped here.
Even if you take $1 off, man, the cooldown's still there. And it's unfortunate for Uke, as he has been necessary for the success of Tyrant. Can anyone else pick up the pieces from there? The snake fight already dissuading Tyrant from pushing into C. And we've seen this a bunch of times into this half already. It's Carti World influencing where Tyrant will go.
Oh dear. The mind games are a bit too strong on Carti World, and Tyrant. Again, once again walking into these traps, maybe this could be the attention pull that Tyrant need to hit another site. Look, they're scrambling for Iris, but Iris eventually falls.
Yeah, he's been found by the showstopper. Uyen ready to try and hold. He's out of utility. Give it up. Showstopper sense. Uyen survives the sliver of HP. Near though heard that stroll, and with it he checks the corner. Spikes planted, a 3v4 now.
That's still a lot of bodies to consider, and Ichi Solo has this lockdown. Unsurprising anybody that he'd committed. Chowdy has a relocate if he wants to do it. 3v4 numbers against Tyrant.
Near fighting for his life, but that stage is too much to handle. Chase, there's no escape. There is no way, and you are now gonna suffer to the hand of Ichi Solo. Knife to Oblivion. A 3-piece for Ichi Solo also. And with it, Carti World keeping things going as we see them move to map points.
One more for a 3-map series. Carti World showing what they have, and Tyrant slowly floundering here. Again, that really changed the course of that round. They were banking on that pressure so much that this just felt super forced. The paranoia was invested, but didn't really catch anybody, nor did it confirm any space for Tyrant. Now, Carti World, they do have Viper Spit available, so once again, they could influence how Tyrant and where Tyrant is going to push.
And it's just been the case so far in the second half. Even on the defense, Carti World is calling the shots on the attack. To start off, could be the last round. Viper Spit online. It's a force buy here for Tyrant. Guardians and light armor, whatever they can afford, they just have some firepower.
He does have Seekers. I mean, how many people could be in the Viper's Pit, right? And it does look like Tyrant are now asking the right questions here. I think there's a bit of a sound spot on the side of Uke as well. Hearing the footsteps of everybody across, and they could commit on the solo Viper. But once again, the Vipers have had bags, especially towards C.
Here comes the bite of the Trailblazer 2. Near, though, runs into the gun. As Chowdy will find the trade. Uke's also nice pick. But take the one back on the way. Astro costed there by the Seekers. But with it comes space for Tyrant to plant.
space and numbers and maybe the advantage they need to try and equalize this. Their back is not too bad either, so it's going to be a full buy. They're looking to afford more people on this, but now they've equalized. Astro is the hero again.
Oh, pressure. Iris Monster, good for it, but Iris Solo, or rather Itchy Solo, transferring, killing, and doing what he can. Carti World keep the series going. It's 13-9 as they'll take Lotus 2.
Close map, Dax. But ultimately, it is Carti shutting down every single player that they need to be aware of. First, it was you, then it was Iris Monster, and now they are going into Icebox, which I believe would be a Carti-oriented map. I think it's more Carti than it is Tyrant.
Yeah, what the game though, and near the end, we thought Tyrant had the handle there, but just that eco round going the wayside and giving Carti World that chance. Of course, Patrick Watson having a good game, but now I want to put my focus on the Itchy Solo. Just the last few rounds, he was doing immense work here. The transfer at the end, but that kill from the box above the Viper Spit. It's a bit of a lesson. You don't want to Viper Spit too eagerly before you have that side control. And just the punish plays we've seen from Itchy Solo helping Carti World coming into that game.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the stats to help this be explained a little bit easier. And it is, to nobody's surprise, it's still Patrick Watson stealing the numbers show. But Itchy Solo, the quiet hero, the not so quiet half. Again, this was a person that was under a lot of scrutiny, I would feel like. Because how you glue this team together when everybody's a little hyperactive and everybody's doing their own thing. You as a Sentinel have to be the grounded player. And other than that, he did bring Tyrant to their knees, especially in that last round, especially on that vertical play that you did mention. Surprisingly, too, Carti World have more opening kills than Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, Carti World, you kind of expect it from Patrick Watson, but Itchy Solo, from start to finish, reliable, especially in one of those rounds towards B-side where he wins the final 1v1 in all the chaos caused by Tyrant. If you could say, though, one player to highlight from Tyrant, Iris Monster, having such a good game. Many rounds saved by the Viper. A solo hold has always been in the cards for Iris Monster. How many times did we see him have to deal with the numbers there from Carti World during the first half? And he succeeded as much as he could to take top frag honors for his squad.
True, and you should have been the man of the hour, but again, a lot of utility being invested to stop him. Astro obviously had his moments. Now, one thing that I feel like maybe Carti has realized too, if they take the fight up front, face to face, Carti has a better chance of winning. But if they let Tyrant surround them, it becomes such a problem. Like when the front line is just blurry, where do they really focus their attention to?
Where do you find the angles, right? Who's shooting you from where? And it's been so chaotic, especially with the double controller on both squads. But this ending was just so good from Itchy Solo. From high and low, he'll find them all. Tyrants, they will fall to the hand of Carti World. So we have a series here, folks. We are gonna go the distance and go into map number 3. But we didn't expect this, right, in a way. We knew that Tyrant a lot more prepared for Ascent compared to any other map coming into this map pool. And there you have it, Carti World overpowering Tyrant at the end there.
Yeah, I'd say this was all in the books, and I'm still happy with the progress Tyrant made. Unfortunately, it does look like we still have a very Carti veto. But before we can delve into that, guys, we will be going into a short break, so stay tuned.
Grab food, savor, won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food, savor is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Grab food, savor, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver. Grab Car Saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
Tyrant brought in the challenge for the series, but Carti World will fight back and bounce back. We are back here for our second series of the day. It's still week 2, day number 2, and it's still, of course, Tyrant Esports versus Carti World. Dax and Raph still on the cast, man. And, okay, first thing first, I gotta wanna ask you, what does the audience think? Because me and Raph have been debating, how do we say Yuke's name? Is it Yuke's because of the X's? Is it Yuki because of his real name? Raph has been just going with Yuke because he's cool that way. I don't know what you guys think. Let us know in the chat. But hey, how about you, Raph? Wanna
Alrighty then, chat. Alright, let's go check what chat wants to say. I know we're on a delay, so we might check on that later. I mean, if his name is Yuki, I'd call him Yuki, but you know, he put it Yuke 20, Yuke XX. I don't know, man. Like that's on you. But either way, no matter what we call him, he seems to be a very, very serviceable, if not great member of Tyrant. We're just hoping to see him elevate more because I think they need that impact to be felt just to push them over that Carti World hill.
No, I gotta agree with you. The rounds that he survived there on the chamber, he was instrumental with the headhunter. And for me, I believe he had just some of those impactful frags, especially with the headhunter shots on players like Channy Boy, players like Patrick Watson, putting that pressure. But we go on the other foot here. We go to the other team. Carti World impressed us on their map pick, and especially, I dare say, it might be a matter of mid-rounding now as we move into agents like of Icebox. Does Carti World have clearer leadership under Channy Boy compared to Tyrant Esports, who's going to be running this Gecko-based composition moving into Icebox with Ash also at the roster now?
Oh, so it is going to be a battle of the in-game leaders. As far as I remember, it is Ash calling the shots for this team. So maybe there's going to be, as you mentioned, more active mid-rounding. We do see the Sage on the side of Tyrant. And see, normally I would not be on the camp Sage argument, but a good friend of mine has enlightened me on how to play Sage on Icebox and why it would be valuable. And quite honestly, a curious choice why everybody moved away from it. I mean, yes, there's more active utility, but there's definite strength in that Sage comp. What am I saying? Sage sucks. Anyway, I've snapped back to, to reality. No, but no, I see what they're going to try to do, okay? It's just I have to stick with my beliefs.
Yes, Raph is a perennial Ascent hater and Sage hater, and he will be defined by that till the day he goes unalive. I do have to say though, Tyrant, they've changed up a lot with this composition. Sage, Killjoy, running at double sentinel effectively, one little bit more anchor base, another you can play as a duelist, but this is so different from what they used to run versus rank L. The Harbor, the KO, the Yoru, all gonna be gone for the more standardized Gecko play to have the safer wingman plant. On the other hand though, Carti World, I believe it's very tried and tested the way that they play Icebox. It's Gecko plus, of course, the Killjoy Into. You still want to run a Sova as Channy Boy is so attuned with that agent.
I had my reservations about that Yoru comp more than I do with this one. I mean, the idea with a Harbor Wall into the Sage Wall to run under tube to get control of a very uncommon plant spot on the pistol was, wow, that's cool. And then they kind of ran out of steam and we saw the problem. Tyrant just did not have enough depth, not enough research put into that comp for it to be, unfortunately, game ready.
I think it was very limiting, in all honesty. When you have a cheeky plant that plays from mid to one of the sites, does it mean that you're more standardized execute, the more green take from B, right? The more pipes take from A? Is it going to be a little bit lackluster compared to something more usual that Carti World is running right now? And that's the brilliance of the Carti World composition. You're going to go back to the classic play that Carti World brought out, I think, when they last played on this map. You always watch that Jet and Sova together. You see what Patrick Watson will get after Channy Boy scans out the opposition. And it's been the case in point for Carti World. I remember when they last played Icebox also against NAOS Esports, man. Channy Boy had the most oppressive angles, even dropping down from heaven on both sides.
Oh dear. And it is literally raining cats and dogs here where I'm from. So, you know, that's a random weather update. Hopefully it is going to be a nice sunny day for both these teams in terms of execution, because this is not the right time to have their judgment clouded by literally anything. Again, there is merits to the Sage comp. You talked about, you know, the unfortunate passing of some players during the round. Well, Sage can bring them back. That is going to be the key thing. And just to kind of encompass Pacific as a whole, I feel like the most effective battle Sage we ever had was Jing. High fragging power, a lot of volume, meaning a lot more chances for those reses to be used. And maybe that's the goal here on the side of Tyrant. Carti World, as you mentioned, a lot more stable. You talked about all the things that they could potentially do with whatever they have. I personally think Gecko should be a bit more standard on Icebox because he avoids so many of those one and done angles that a lot of players like to hide it.
Yeah, you're usually just dead if you're one planter, right? We still remember when Shroud used to play for Sentinels.
Oh my
from
gosh.
the Viper games where he's just there to plant and die for the team. I also want to point out a few more battle stages we see in Pacific, Lightning Fast being one of them from Global Esports. And it is very viable on a map like this. So Tyrants, it's such a different outlook though, but hasn't that been the case for this series. We didn't expect Tyrant to stand toe-to-toe against Carti World, and we saw them win out on Ascent, get that big lead, and hold Carti World off by the second half. There, in that Lotus map, it was still competitive, and it's such a big, drastic improvement for Tyrant from week 1 to week number 2.
Again, a great mind once told me sometimes approach will change everything, and maybe Tyrant, enlightened with the same blessings, could perhaps pull out a fast one against Carti World like they did on Ascent. But that is still a question that remains unanswered as we are stuck to speculating, Dax. I mean, Carti so far, they're not as experimental with their compositions, but they definitely know what they want from the agents they want to play. Meanwhile, Tyrant, they're a little more lenient to, you know, having these comps tailor-made for them, to have it a bit more... What is the word I'm looking for? Something to do with suits. It's escaping me.
You said tailor-made. That's it.
There's another word.
Handcrafted.
Handcrafted. No. I swear to
I
swear
know
to
what you're trying
something.
say. Everyone
Ah,
just
what
knows
is it?
You hire a tailor, you get your measurements, and then you're good to go. Fits like a glove. Perhaps this is the one that Tyrant wants to put in their hand, because we're gonna hand it off to the game already. Straight up to our decider, we are in Icebox. Who wins this, they take the series. Loses, gonna tumble down the order. And I think really Tyrant's looking for that first win, but Carti World, on the other hand, trying to separate themselves from the rest of the teams coming in from promotion. To begin with, though, it's already two spoilers. Patrick Watson taking names 2 down to the hand of Carti World immediately.
Look at the clash at the start of the pistol signature for both these teams as Ash nearly gets one, but the rest of the team chimes in.
That ulti's gonna be fast here from Carti World. Racks a little bit ahead. We'll fix on that. That being said, Carti World
Remember, your weapon
take a
is
page out
only
the
a
entire
tool.
playbook.
You can't just
Show
shoot.
what they did
You
to
have to
them
think.
during that first map a while ago.
Placing sentry.
Indeed it is, and
Calling my bot.
no,
Out
a
of charges.
well-fitted strat against a bespoke composition. There you go, that's the word. It is not a fun clash, Dax, at least for Tyrant at the moment. And if we remember correctly, I think Tyrant loses out the games where they can't convert on the pistol. That's true. Today, at least, they won pistol on Ascent, they won Ascent, they lost pistol on Lotus, they lost Lotus.
I mean, it's honestly pretty even, actually. It was 1 for 1 for each of the maps. But you make a good point. That's the momentum maker for Tyrant.
Poison's off.
It allows them to just keep snowballing from the anti-eagle, giving them a chance to win that bonus effectively. But now the shoe is on the other foot, and Carti World
Poison orb
dancing
emitting.
over into more oppressive angle with Patrick Watson.
Right there.
If that nest isn't cleared, Carti World will look to exploit that as much as they can here. I mean, even with Uyen looking to cover from belt, this is a lot of preparation
Poison orb
aggressively
emitting.
by Carti World.
Poison's off.
Like you said, there's a lot of staring contests happening here, and Chowdy actually doing so much damage with that classic, and he comes out unscathed.
Oh, I love the repositioning for Patrick Watson. It saves. Uyen allows him to retreat. And a 1-2 setup by Carti World. Impressive. Even better now with the shots from Patrick Watson. A triple kill is good to build the bank of the Blade Storm. Ready for a new set of knives there. Useful find him in response. But Channy Boy finishes the job off. Carti World find a second round there.
All right, now they have to be a bit more careful here as Tyrant is also... Well, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm at a loss for words, but I'm just gonna go back and explain what happened. Ascent and Lotus, many times, Tyrant positioned themselves in a wonderful bonus, and for whatever reason, Carti World, specifically Patrick Watson, is just so sharp with whatever weapon he's given that it almost nullifies the fact that they don't have the greatest buy. And as I mentioned, he is, look at this, he's 2 away from Blade Storm.
That's a superstar in the making from what we've seen so far. It has just been a while already since we've seen a player this impactful come out of relatively nowhere. Yes, we have been watching community scene. Yes, we're aware of how he started this collegiate roots. But it's still so different that you have this kind of impact for a team with, I dare say, more known players in Ichi Solo from that Vipers clan, open qualifiers runs from Channy Boy of 1MS. Astro also, his name was on the team for quite a while already. It has become the Patrick Watson experience, and we are just watching this player get better and better each series we see it.
Yeah, again, it's incredible to see such heights being scaled by a singular player. Not to say that the rest of the league hasn't improved. It's just Patrick Watson has been doing it at a rate that's almost inhuman. Party World, they're very happy to have this type of firepower on board, especially when some of the players that just across the league can be slow starters. To have that firebrand is already such a big edge.
Yeah, I remember impactful players from before when Marky first came in to his
Oh,
Lotus
man.
squad. Remember when Georgie and Eman were part of Dreamfire of all things, when
Oh my gosh.
who else was there? I mean, there's so many names. I look back at the Hashira days with Jeremy now. It wasn't even
And Envy,
then.
actually,
Yeah,
yeah.
Envy was good too, but
He wasn't the Envy we know now.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's just always a possibility for someone new to come online, and I guess we're seeing it here.
You know what? When I saw Subversive, that was really like a blast from the past when the top teams were like Samurais and PMT and
Dragon.
you know, and Dragons.
And
At the time, a
remember
droid.
the shark, and then it
A droid.
Yeah, a droid,
Yeah.
right? The yellow print of the friend, and who else had the great logo? I'm trying to remember like some of the best logos back in PH.
I think
Zeal?
No.
I like
No.
I like the Pirates one better than the Zeal one was.
I like the Pirates one, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Once
like
again,
cute.
this is for clarity. I was always a big fan of Zeals, but my
Here.
goodness, did they break my heart. Every single time I watched that squad play. Big shout out to Tuge, by the way. That man was a man that I've been praising since forever. That dude is so stable. It's crazy.
Yeah, I also remember some Carl, who was in last split too, is always good. You know, those kind of names, we just see them
Here.
pop up, and maybe we're gonna get it from Patrick Watson if he keeps up this performance. We are done with Tech Boss though. Walk back from memory lane. We're gonna see which of these
Here.
two newer faces into VCT will take this win. Bonus time for Carti World. Guns out for Tyrants.
Guns out for Tyrant and maybe the crown on their heads. Carti World looking to take it away, looking to take that shine away as they try to hold down this defense. Look at that, Dax. Look how much focus they have towards B main.
Here we go again. The stack from Carti World is to be oppressive, but Tyrant calling the A push instead. And Ichi Solo will have a lot on his plate here. I do like how he's adjusting the situation. The last time we were on Icebox, he played limited corners like Generator and just got flushed out by utility. Now, over there are Raptors. He burns near to a crisp. Near doesn't expect that much damage would occur.
Spike
And while
planted.
Wingman gets plant, the numbers in favor of Carti World in the post plant.
Oh no. No gunfights have happened and we already have a jet down. Tyrant, they'd be missing that firepower as well as just the numbers advantage that could have brought, but it looks like Carti World, they are gonna collapse onto this site.
Oh, Iris still finding the first. Uyan now catching his own. With belt control, Tyrant at least has an extra angle to work with. A push from Iris
player
as well as
standing.
Chowdy. It's good for
player
Tyrant to
standing.
hold things off. Astro tried to fight for his life. We go for a 1v1 now. A quick little tap there though. Astro looking to bait things. The swing comes in. The Poison Cloud 4 cover. The spray
Oh my
is not
gosh.
good enough. Now Astro will be honed in by Iris. And the 3K for Iris Monster keeps Tyrant in the game. First round for them, but that was so costly on the buy.
You said it. They lost 4 Vandals there. One of
Enemy
them
remaining.
not even in a straight up gunfight, but again, Carti World credits to them for making this as close as possible. Patrick Watson, of course, the signature Blade Storm into the operator combo is going to be readied up. Chowdy suffering the consequences of how expensive that round was, as well as Yuke with the lesser weapons here. Ult not anywhere near, barring Ashes. Now, Tyrant, they have a bit of a problem too. Ash has not played in the last 2 maps, so maybe he needs time to warm up. Patrick Watson, 6 cents.
He's good at least. try and find anyone by pipes. Uyen though, the one holding things down below. Patrick Watson brings out the plates, and in a pinch, he catches out Hughes. The judge is gone, but Ash will remove Patrick from the game. And into a 2v2. The plant will be used here on Wingman. Thrash also for a bit more cover. A lot of space here for Tyrant moving into the Carti World retake.
So smart to just get that ult back. They already afforded the space that they needed, and now they're gonna fall back into a lot of safety, but they leave one body towards the site, and this is the defensive juggernaut known as Iris Monster.
Yeah, wall set on up again. Astro going for the tap itself. With it, it's a signal for the fish to swim one more time. Detained though, doesn't catch Astro there. Snakebite now, putting Ash in the predicament. And Itchy solo up top Morten. It's a battle between Iris and Itchy. This time Iris wins that one out. Astro, the only one still standing again.
No!
And this 1v2, the wall's in the way. Where's the push? Astro sticks it to win it. And while Iris will get another 3K, it's not enough to win the round.
What happened? That was a critical failure. Again, I am at a loss for words. Beautiful play by Astro to get that wall up, but again, it's just one of those things where you already tagged them up. That should have been just 2 easy shots. Astro once again buying yet another round on the board for his team. Tyrant, they're largely intact. Chowdy will feel that having no rifle is not going to be as nice, and they look to run it back, Dax.
It's not the best eco here for Carti World after everything's said and done. And Uyen and the rest want to risk it with these angles. Huge still on the board. Uyen still good for a double, but Ash has come online. His utility good from the last round. Now the shots hitting too, as the res is there to give even more of an advantage for Tyrant here.
All right, well, the res has finally come into play, and despite the weaker economy you mentioned, it is the soul of this team trying to carry the day as Itchy Solo looking to do some damage.
Itchy's backline, finding one piece by piece, but that is just disrespect. He saw the wall cracking, and when the ice melted, he just rushed on through.
What is behind door number 1, Dax? Is it A, the spike, B, another player, or C, an angry sage?
Yeah, it's letter C. Ding, 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 ding.
Now you're dead.
Yep. That is just unfortunate, but this is, I guess, really the concern for Carti World. We've seen Tyrant quickly rally when Carti World shows some economic weakness.
Sentry.
And again, they just kind of want to avoid that. Usually it's Carti doing better with the weaker weapons, and they have a chance to show that with their sheriffs, but they will get spotted out, and this A action, again, will be the name of the play for Tyrant.
Carti World, though, retreating a little bit deeper into the back line. Will be 1-for-1, and now Uyen catching that sheriff shot. Well done by Carti World to begin with. But now they have to contend with the lockdown, while the plant doesn't actually go down the way that they would like. Carti World is buying some great time so far. But with this lockdown, it will just be a one and done for Uyen. He's already gone. We go to a 3v3 here. Iris in danger. Has to back off. Eventually the spike planted here on A.
They have to take into account where the Vandals fell too, because they can't let Carti World sneak up and take one. The Sheriffs have done enough damage, and Tyrant, they're trying to hold on, but look how close Carti World is.
Oh, Yuke's mowing down Astro, but Astro still a threat. Here we go again with Iris. 2v1, Itchy solo. A little too low here for HP. He's going for the push though. He's picked up a rifle. A high will set up down. The swing comes on out. Itchy solo can't see what's up. And it was great effort there from Carti World, but Tyrant will tie up the score.
The Sage is everywhere. What's up, what's behind the door, and what's in the clutch. Tyrant, honestly, skimping by these rounds. That eco was still far more successful than Tyrant would have liked. Itchy solo nearly taking it as well. And now, Carti World, they might be a bit more prepared for a heavy-handed hit towards A with the operator on the side of Patrick Watson. But Tyrant, maybe this is the conditioning tool. Maybe they're looking to cash in on the other portions of the map, like mid or B, maybe even towards 2.
Carti has an up in hand.
Right there.
But I just want to say, you're absolutely right a while ago, Raph. Carti World have made the rounds where the play eco costly for Tyrant. And even now, with Tyrant racking up these points, it's still not the best situation economically here for Tyrant. Of course, it can be said for Carti. Both sides haven't really given a convincing round ever since that first one a while ago during the pistol. But Patrick doesn't care about the group. It's already good for the single. Itchy Solo though, he's found his groove coming into the series, and he's ready to look for more past the veil. That's the timing though. Iris with the push. Chatty Boy covering that advance. And it's up to Chowdy yet again. A quick little tap, look to fake things out. The Dark though still gets the scan. Cardwell so aware of what's going on. Chowdy, attention divided. And look who's looking to take that opportunity. Itchy Solo fishing for the angle. The shock dart yet again, but Chowdy isolates the fight. We go down to the 1v1, and Chowdy just consumes everyone. The clutch for Tyrant to take that lead.
This town ain't big enough for the both of y'all, as Chowdy will annihilate every single person. Patrick Watson not getting lost in the sauce, but the rest of the team can't convert. Chowdy again with an impressive clutch. By far one of the best ones we've seen all day. I felt like he could have run. Honestly, could have probably faked it out, maybe go A, but it didn't matter. Carti World again. We talk about this time and time. But even with the lesser weapons, Dax, they are a force to be reckoned with. Now, Patrick Watson on that Vandal, you know they're trying to bodyguard him.
Here comes the Trash to begin the action. You already see the conditioning because of Carti World and their antics. Hey, that's a little bit awkward that Nier runs into it. And this is going to slow down the push of Tyrant even more.
I mean, let's be honest. How many times have we seen awkward Thrash finds?
I blame
This is not the first one. We've seen almost everything here.
For any Thrash as wacky, I blame Emin from the games yesterday. But anyway.
Hey, they still won.
Yeah, they still won. It's now for you. Carti World has got the staff here. And Itchy Solo finding Chowdy early on. No clutch for you this time around. Chatty Boy applying pressure with the Hunted Fury. A small sliver of space to work with. Sees the beat, making Itchy Solo dance. But Iris Monster's the one who finds him there. Tyrant now with the plant, numbers in their favor, but Patrick Watson still has the gun. Let's see what he can do. Ready to spin now onto the side. A dash in a face full of ash. Astro trade, sure. With it, it's up to Channy Boy to hit some good shots. A 1v2. Astro has gotten away with it before. Can he do so yet again? This wall to play protection. The Viper Spit to make it even easier. And in the Veil, Astro will know all. Iris will push. Astro's already got it halfway. Rose don't fake, but the timing's good for Iris Monster this time around. No way it happens again to Tyrant. They found 5 for the half.
I think my Fitbit is starting to go crazy, man. That was just too close. That was a split second away from taking the round again, and there was just no way in the 7 hells that Tyrant would allow such things to happen. You saw Iris Monster has a very different approach to the clutch. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna walk up. I am gonna walk up. I don't care about this pit. I don't care about the damage. I am gonna walk up and find you. So now that might just keep Astro a bit honest in these situations where he's somewhat forced to stick. But the point has been made too. Carti World with sheriffs is almost as dangerous as them with vandals, if not more.
Yeah, it is just surprising to see what impact they get with it. But they have to call for a timeout as Tyrant have still carved the path towards A. I just want to say though, Iris Monster, that's a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, no way, not again. And with it, 11 kills. We've been talking about players really stepping on up. Itchy Solo and Carti World side especially, but Iris Monster having one of the best series he's had within this Tyrant Esports roster, and he's continuing on. 11 kills already for the attacking killjoy here.
You said it. I mean, stability from the Sentinel is not just on the defense. It is everywhere. And Iris Monster to bloom into a star, I feel like is
Get out of my way.
a little unexpected, right? Because it's not like he was doing bad to begin with. But now to elevate, it is a pleasant treat. Astro might just get caught out here, Dax. They really want this mid control.
Yeah, Astro has struggled though. Get these kills right in these rounds. Always good in the post plant though. With it. Bounce back on away. Knows to spray the poison cloud. Could have caught Ukes there in transition. With a healing core to the self. Ukes wanting an angle towards Boiler. Patrick might be in danger. Ukes! He's blending into kitchen here.
Oh, but they don't know. None of them know. Yuke might actually
Oh!
have a... Oh, never mind. That's anticlimactic.
But the knives are dull as Yuke's is the one holding into the sharp ones. And with it, an angle towards spawn to now a mad scramble from Tyrant to make their way towards B. Desperately, Astro wants to kill on the Yuke. This is so close, but Yuke still tries to spray back. The poison cloud there. Astro now separated from the rest. Chowdy though finding Itchy solo, and B side open for business here for Tyrant.
Astro has no choice but to fight. He can't get out of mid. At least it denies the plant. But he has a lot of players looking at his direction. Discovered.
Viper Smith now better here in this spot. Buyen trying to sneak the snowman, but Nier has made these plays be magical. Nier shows up as near as he can be. He's a little bit of personal space man, but a triple kill is good for Tyrant to take 3 ahead of Carti.
I mean, the plan for Tyrant, again, if surround, the plan is sound. They just can't... If you notice, that's how they've been winning the rounds. They just have to encompass the site they have to hit. Carti World, they know if they go for a full frontal assault, it's a problem. Patrick Watson and the rest of the gang are just way too sharp. Look at that. That's almost perfect frag distribution here. Astro getting the stick almost twice is enough of a substitute for the volume, but Carti World again, they go for that super high aggression play towards A.
And there you go, reward immediately for Patrick Watson. Ash though, making him pay. This has just been this Gecko being such a base in the front line. Ash, that's awkward! Didn't expect Channy Boy to be nearby. That thrash is good too. Hands up for Nier and his teammate. But Aris Monster playing cover. Now with the guns out. Tyrant tries to fight on back. Nier though, up close and personal. Makes it a 1v1 and a chance to plant.
There's a snake in my boot. Nier is hunting for it. He has the plane, but he gets absolutely destroyed in the 1v1 against Astro. And Astro's win rate so far has been 66% in that 1v1 on A.
Yeah, whenever he's left alone, he has just been a venomous. Apparently the sheriff of this town now of Carti World itself. And with it, opportunities made by getting the advantage of Patrick Watson. Found the one there and with the team. Courtesy of Buyen.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Tyrant engine sputter.
Last player standing.
You know what? I feel like it's surprising to me that a lot of teams have not picked up on what NAOS was doing yesterday against this heavy or Bryo play on Carti World. Then again, that's a different type of beast that we're talking about.
That's also will find the first. We hear the same. We see Patrick Watson get to the res is online as Ash will look to cover the front line. But we go again into A. 2 holding by screens, and with it comes lockdown pressure. Where is Astro going in all of this? Wanting to reconvene with the rest. We are trying to hold them off. Look to protect that, detain as much as he can. Astro too late to the party, but he's left to a clutch situation again. The 1v1 now as Duke crosses the wall. Astro again and again. He will win, bringing his A game in these crucial moments.
If they had Iris Monster for Ascent B, they have Astro for Icebox A. This site in the clutch is almost an entire no-no zone for Tyrant. And Tyrant, they must be frustrated, Dax. How many times do they have to lose the round in that fashion? Patrick Watson doing a great job of holding down the line, as well as a few clutch plays from Yuke. But in the end, it is Astro above all.
Yeah, 6 kills, sure, but how many of them were clutch? We don't count the teams of the scoreboard. We'll see that later on in the post stats, or rather the fuses. I mean, it has just been a scary sight to play against the mind of an absolute veteran. Astro doing all he can for Carti World's sake, and with it, they were just 1 away from tying things up here.
Oh man, Tyrant, we do see a little bit of pressure being added on their shoulders. We talk about the body language, and you saw how ecstatic they were taking that map 1. But it might have been indicative of how shaky they can be in close wins, right? On the other hand, Carti World looking a bit more stable. They do go for a standard 2-1-2 here, but look at all that utility that could stop anybody that would be interested in taking B site.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how Tyrant's gonna play the defense actually moving into the second half. But one more chance to make some waves. And here at B, the spike's nowhere to be seen. Alongside Chowdy, looking to pull a bit of attention, but Yuke's taking a step too far. Itchy Solo on point again with a first move there. And Ash, what's she doing with the knife out there? Good sir. Channy Boy now letting the Hunter's Fury rip. They don't advance on Tyrant's side. The assumption of Carti World thought they would take more map space
30
there.
seconds left.
And with it, the lockdown gonna be a Hail Mary here, courtesy of Aris.
That small gap in the top right corner of the minimap might be a problem for Tyrant here if Carti World want to occupy that space. But instead, they go for the safer option here as Nair's going to play vertical. He has eyes towards Bell. Does manage to kill all the utility.
They really wanted to tap there,
10
but this
seconds
wasn't
left.
happening. 10 seconds, time running out, Spike out in the open, and Nair has to fight for his
player
life.
standing.
Forfeited though, courtesy of the
They're
hand
all
Itchy
dead?
Solo. We
I have
end the
no
half
tests to
6-6, and
Switching
good for the
sides.
Carti World. Damage control there. It was a 5-round streak from Tyrant that they bounced back from.
Tyrant now maybe feeling the recoil of all those rounds. Again, the question from the first map shows its head. Can they keep up that type of play?
Seconds left.
Stamina is such a big question mark for these newer teams, and it is a little painful to see it actually unfold before our eyes.
No, I gotta go back to preparation there, man. This is a new comp again for Tyrant Esports, and they probably have scrimmed with it. They've really tested things out, changing it up every time they play on Icebox. It's the first time again versus what is tried and tested for Carti World. We've seen Carti, even though they lose out on that site control, find a way to win the clutch. This is an interesting setup though from Tyrant, and one Patrick Watson doesn't expect. He falls to their hand, but Nair is traded. We go to a 4v4 again. Cuties looks to catch anyone crossing from under the tube. Damage on Itchy Solo. It's Uyan though catching Iris. And with it, a scuffle like this in mid.
One
so
enemy
rare
remaining.
to see on Icebox, and that's why Astro takes advantage of all this chaos.
There's no hope Astro's gonna win that. I mean, we know how mechanically inclined he is, but with 1 HP in a literal dream, might just have to tuck himself back into bed here as Tyrant not off to a great start on this other half. Carti World, on the other hand, they might just go for the confidence buy here, Dax. No, they're looking to go into that Bulldog on Patrick Watson. And like you mentioned, that setup is something that they might just have to take into account because I feel like it's still serviceable, even with Vandals. Much more so with Vandals.
Yeah, but you shouldn't stay that long. There's a reason why people don't stay in mid forever on Icebox. And
That's true.
Astro just casually strolled onto B side, right? Even if he didn't get those kills, that would have been control for Carti World. And with that, Raph, Carti World have taken the lead back after such a commanding run by Tyrant from a while ago. Outright hand for Itchy Solo too. Patrick Watson though, ready to play up close. Take some immense damage, alive still to continue the fight. And with the Outlaw, a single shot's enough to catch out Ash.
Much more so to the head of Ash. It wouldn't matter how much armor he had. Now Tyrant with the pair of 6 shooters and the poisonous Shouty looking to make some moves on this defense. Unfortunately for them, Carti World is not a team that is eager to overextend here. They're really playing their cards so well here, Dax. They've expected a B hit, maybe a double fake. Tyrant, they've dug themselves a deeper hole in this round in particular.
They know how much time they need to execute, and it's very quick with Patrick Watson still at the helm. He's also discarded his gun, if you know it.
30 seconds left.
Knowing that he has such a little bit of
planted.
HP. Spike's gonna get planted. Aris fishing for a kill here with the Sheriff. Near with the upgraded pistol. But with the Owl drone now, it immediately exposes the Tyrant playing away. Offside. Watson, first contact again. Desperate to find this kill. Ready now to be helped by Uyan and Astro. Carti World, a clean second round for the second half. They're pulling away from Tyrant here.
So far, we haven't seen Tyrant recover from a deficit in this entire series. It's either them commanding and then giving that leeway as much space as they can work, or they just kind of lose out on the map. I mean, it was the same story for Lotus, right? Well, it does look like they could use the operator on the side of Near that much more, but this half has been so unkind. It does look like they might run into that hyper-aggressive Carti World hit, but we will have to see.
You want aggression, it's just gonna be in by you. Even if you get scanned, chance there. You making them work for it.
Oh my gosh.
He is just a bundle of kills here. And Wix 2 protected by Nier. That man had no business to survive for that long there.
That was not legal. There was no permit for him to stay for that long. And even do the damage he did. Now Itchy Solo and Astro looking for some sort of opening here towards B. The defenders are quite ways away, so they can probably isolate these fights. And maybe even find a rogue near crossing. Now, they are very careful, Dax, as they're still trying to get the spike in transit.
I just wanted to point out too, Carti World, they are playing on their bonus, and immediately they couldn't find as much impact after though. We've seen the best angles from Astro throughout this map. The way that he plays towards mid especially.
Last enemy remaining.
That Carti World can play from, but Ash at least marking
30
that
seconds
angle.
left.
It's all up to Itchy again. Of opening. Not gonna happen. Nier shuts that down. And Tyrant with a bye get on the board here for the second half.
Oh, this was one of the acceptable losses the Tyrants would honestly endure. I mean, there were so many bonuses where they lost 4. They lost, what, almost everybody. And this is a right step in the right direction. Astro, like you mentioned, is a mid-round beast. This guy just finds every single opening that you would want to have at that point in time, and Tyrant has no real answers for it.
Tyrant, at least they can keep up with the guns. Ukes again with the wall here, and he's gonna swing garage. That's such a difficult angle to play from. Candy Boy almost could have gotten the punish there, but Patrick Watson instead, the one taking down his card apart. Uke still holding on to green. This is a bit stubborn for Tyrant. The Owl Drone will try to make him pay for it. Carti World, they got the space eventually, and now they're moving into yellow here.
I mean, that's where tyranny comes from, right? It's just being stubborn, being hard-headed. The Tyrant, they still have not rotated nowhere near close to Uke. They do have the Killjoy playing kitchen in the form of Iris Monster to somewhat alleviate the pressure from the other Sentinel. Carti World, it looks like they want to commit to this.
Yeah, Patrick Watson just swinging into the crosshair there of Ukes. We now even up the numbers. Uyen has a different plan. They set up the wall, they go for the Thrash. Clears out all they can. And certainly Thrash is reusable, but with it, they realize Tyrant is what we see here.
Spike's ticking.
Again, the call, perhaps, if surround, the plan is sound. I wonder if Tyrant will play by their own rules or try and take Carti World head on. Carti, they go to pocket themselves towards B main. They have a lot of post plan too, Dax, so they can realistically play time in this entire
Crash isn't done with you.
Ready to go again, and you hear it from Uyen. Ready now to go for the Saint. Channy Boy is so first one to get some kills, and this is such a good position from Green. Astro, here he comes to save the day, and even though Carti World got business done in the front, it's always gonna be that Astro threat at the end. That Tyrant, they need to mark that guy as soon as they can.
How soon is soon enough, though? I mean, yes, Uke has been doing a lot of damage, but this time around, Tyrant just have not been able to address everything else on this map. They've been losing control towards Tube. They've just not had enough staying power to fully shut Tyrant, or not Tyrant, Carti World out of B. And it does look like they're gonna go for a version of that mid play we saw from the pistol round with the weaker weapons.
Yeah, and Carti World, with their comp, they just have so much utility that they can burn early and reuse later on to get even more of a clear. Here you go again, Itchy Solo, having the time of his life, finding Ukes there. But you look back between the two initiators that they have, that Sova, that Gecko between Channy Boy and Uyen, they're willing to expend utility early and just have it later on for the last execute if Carti World needs it.
Here.
Patrick Watson saw a shoulder, pings it, but no one swings from that angle.
Another thing too, we just really haven't felt the mosh pit in particular for Ash. I mean, he's been taking a lot of space up front, yes, but maybe we need him, or maybe Tyrant need him on that post plant duty. But look, a scuffle.
In the back lane,
Blocking sight.
Nier as well as Iris looking to fish for some kills. Not gonna happen. Cloudburst covers the cross too. And with all of this happening, another player ready to pick up the mantle that Astro
30
left
seconds
off.
left.
Julian
One
trace
player
down, eventually will get the takedown. Carti World have found double digits, but they're getting more and more of the map that Tyrant doesn't expect.
That is not a good sign. That is, in fact, disastrous, as Icebox is so suffocating in that sense, right? When once you lose that map control, it just feels like it is absolute hell to fight for it back. It's really not easy to retake any of these sites, much less mid. And Tyrant, quite frankly, they look dead in the water, but this operator could breathe a new life into the squad. The Blade Storm not too far. The res for the 6-man is also in the back pockets of the defenders.
Yeah, Astro now back to business here at mid. And Tyrant, they're gonna need to find a way to set up even better. You got here now taking towards B. They brought the op here as Xiaodi will provide that first spray. Dizzy pushed in from near. Too ambitious. And Oyen was just watching. The fact that Carti takes yellow so quickly forces Tyrant to just give up all these lanes immediately.
Again, I don't want to keep referencing the NAOS game as there's a big brawl.
Oh, that is painful.
Well, like I was saying, right, NAOS was doing such a great job of isolating yellow away from Carti World, whether it be attack or defense. They chucked smokes at it, they'd use Gecko's Thrash to clear it out. And after that, that was honestly a clear weakness on the side of Carti at that given moment. But maybe Tyrant have overlooked this little detail.
I mean, that round necessitates a timeout. You're gonna go for a res like that out in the open. You already know that your teammate is effectively bait there. And we just go back to the same point. Carti World, Util burn early. They're still gonna have it later on. They use everything they can to maximize what they get towards A, and especially towards B. The fact that they get yellow control and still confidently peer into Snowman, it is a different kind of confidence we're getting from Carti World since they have that lurk presence towards mid, since they have the angles being checked anyway. And this has just been their run to remember for them to take this series if this keeps up.
Uke has been doing his best to be impactful on either of the sites, but the thing is when Carti World play, Icebox is just so good at utilizing all those long angles, whether it be from yellow or if they're defending, they play from Snowman, like you mentioned. And by extension, they also have so much control over Undertube and Kitchen, and that just makes all that fighting in B that much more uncomfortable. I think the same thing could be said from A, but it's much earlier in the round, especially when Patrick Watson is playing on top of 410. You might actually see that happen again. The Blade Storm does get popped by Nair. That's the only thing he has in terms of weaponry.
Yeah, he needs to go big coming into this round. Tyrant, they're looking to find any kind of lifeline here. But Carti World, the one steering the ship and looking now for a collision course into A.
Take flight.
Ready now over at screens too. We got Ash there at Ness. And the Dizzy, the Aldron, searching what they can. Good position for Tyrant, allowing them to have a bit of fight. Now the Blades do battle! Patrick Watson descends into safety. Tyrant still with Raptors control. Uyen with cover. It's not good enough. Ready now to go for the execute. Ash will bring in Winsu, but here comes Astro to show up when he's needed most. And with it, Carti World are going to be able to take the site. And not only that, Itchy solo. Sure, he's seen, but he wins the fight anyway. Traded quickly. A 2v1 now as we move into post-plant.
Oh my goodness, they were detained for enough time for Tyrant to capitalize on that, but they just didn't have the gap closed. Chowdy looks to clutch one more to keep Tyrant in the race stacks. They have no idea where Chowdy is. He's managed to outmaneuver both players.
And so close with Astro. Barely missing one another. He's been clutched before. And Tyrant is begging Chowdy to do it yet again, but he's searching for a target. Now he makes noise, and everyone gonna be looking into the direction of the box. Spike with that time ticking. Tyrant losing out with this pressure. And as Carti World has still these two, Danny Boy will be taken down. Does it even matter? Because Astro's still alive. Time's run out. Chowdy disengages to try and save the gun. And while he'll get that kill, you can see already the death sentence is there. Series point here for Carti World.
That is just not a good feeling to have, Tyrant, although they do get the little consolation prizes there. Carti World is so close to winning everything. And it's just been hard to watch because Carti World has had these wonderful reads paired with just the insane mechanics on this team. Tyrant can't catch a break. They do have Viper Spit very soon. Iris Monster only needs one more for that lockdown, so this could be a winning combo. This could be yet another lifeline that they could work on.
We've seen Tyrant improve immensely in this series, but Carti World is looking to make a case to belong with the big guns. Preventive versus NAOS. Now, they're in the driver's seat trying to take the series. And the only thing that can stop them is the stack from Chowdy and the rest. Already, Chowdy happy to play that first contact. Lockdown, though, gonna be the call here. Nukes, considering the barrier orb, is quickly broken here by Carti. Cindy comes on out. Astro finds 3! There's just no way to stop this man, as this site is all Carti's now.
Second half has been the awakening of Astro on both maps. Try to answer back, but it's desperate. And Carti World, they take the series after a brutal beating on the first map.
This is Carti's world, and there's no tyrants that can rule it. A 2-1 series there, Carti World, with a reverse sweep, yes. Still big props to Tyrant. We saw how much they prepared for the series, especially on Ascent, but Carti World, man, they're a completely different beast from the rest of the teams that have come from promotions.
I mean, the upgrade that both these teams had to go through to make everything competitive is just such a treat to watch. Again, props to everybody here. Carti World showing that not only can they rely on their firepower, you talked about it too, their mid-rounding has improved immensely. The same thing could be said about Tyrant, but they just need to translate that onto the other maps now.
And this has been the best we've seen from Carti World in quite a while. Yes, they did show up against OSC last week, but this week, this was the recovery game that they've been wanting. The series to continue their march towards the top spots in the standings. And with it, it's the same old story, man. Patrick Watson, no surprise, the MVP again. But this game has been saved time after time by the presence of Astro. We always thought coming into this squad, right, Astro would be above and beyond the most experienced, the most talented player in this roster. And with his calls, his plays, it just goes to show why many people have put this controller player on a pedestal.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the longest time too, Astro was considered to be one of the best, if not the best controller player for a very, very short amount of time. And right now, he does everything that needs to be done and beyond. That's exactly why Carti World is functioning great as a unit. They have all that stability and they have all that talent in their arsenal.
And just some great mid-rounding too, I dare say, from Channy Boy, given how Carti World always had these kind of setups. And I want to point out, especially on this defense, I love how they would play from pipes to nest to down below towards or move to 410 in just complete synchronicity. Moving into this third map, we could see how deep the map pool was for Carti World compared to Tyrant, who did perform well. Some standouts there from Iris Monster especially, and as well as Chowdy's clutches, but it's still not the complete package compared to Carti World, man.
Really isn't, and it's these small like gaps that feel like they're gigantic. That makes teams great in VCL, right? I mean, both these teams did come from relegation, but you see what makes them different, what pushes the other team to win, and what pushes the other to just be almost.
I knew that. Well, it's good enough though for Carti World. It was just an impressive show. I really expect though Patrick Watson to still get the spotlight after everything's said and done. How many games did he top frag? How many games did he perform to the utmost level? We already know how good Carti World can be, and they're just getting better and better with every single series. We'll see you guys though in just a bit because the panel has to break down what just happened in that series.
Alright, welcome back at nagbabalik tayo dito after sa isang sobrang lupit na Series 2 dito sa Week 2, Day 2 ng VCT PH Split 2. Pangalan mo nga pala si Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko yon si Infinity, tsaka si Osiris. Ba't ang dilim ko? Napansin ko lang. Teka lang, magpapaliwanag lang ako mamaya. Tingnan natin.
Gabi na eh.
Okay, ayaw lumiwanag, pre. Okay na yan. Pero eto na nga, kakaiba yung pinakita ng ng Tyrant Esports at the very start, pero later on they started to fall down to the pacing of Carti world na iba talaga eh. So Infinity, Osiris, ano mo masasabi niyo sa series na yon?
Ang daming back and forth. It was explosive. As you have mentioned kanina, Bruce, Tyrant exploded coming into the first series. I mean, yung difference in the round standing, and yes, Patrick Watson popped off in the second half, pero ang laking diferensya ng pinakita ng Tyrant coming into the thing.
Yeah, hindi natin ini-expect to, no? Knowing that Tyrant has been picking Ascent consistently, pero sila yung natatalo, iba yung naging confidence nila, and they were able to shut down itong si Patrick Watson. Tulad na sinabi ni Infi, nag-start nga siyang uminit nung second half and then carrying the momentum. But then again, parang it's too late na nagising siya bigla, na kailangan pang abutin ng dalawang mapa for him to entirely have this kind of aggression and confidence back. Pagdating naman dito sa Lotus, they really took their time. Both of the teams playing really well. Sobrang dikit talaga ng ating game.
Yeah, for sure. This map specifically, both these teams played it so well as well. But fortunately enough, I mean, for the side of Carti World, yun na nag-follow through na yung momentum nila coming in from the Ascent map, wherein Patrick Watson consistently find those kills and find those conversions for them to be able to take those wins. It is very textbooks, as the casters have mentioned prior, but this is just a whole different story. It is consistently this Patrick Watson show that we keep on talking about.
Yeah, aside from Patrick Watson itong Carti world, yung napapansin ko sa playstyle din nila as a team going into per series or per rounds, kahit sobrang expensive ng rounds, they spend as much, tas wala silang pake. But right now, Carti World, makikita natin kung sino nga ba yung MVP ng series na to, and tayo ay lilipad lang konti sa Kingdom, tapos konti na at makikita natin at wala na ngang iba kundi si Patrick Watson pa rin yung MVP ng ating series na to. Kasi to be fair, kakaiba talaga yung pinakita niya from games 1 to 3. Ito talaga yun eh. So MVP Patrick Watson, what does he do, Infinity?
He just never dies. I mean, well, he
does.
He dies. I mean, 17 deaths. But
17.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, this is one of the most consistent players that we have seen all throughout the first couple of weeks here in Split 2. What I'm talking about is the amount of kills that he gets, how much impact he provides for the team, because he constantly opens up a site, he opens up a play, and then his team knows how to follow through.
Yun yung nagiging simulaan ng laban, no? Once na makakuha siya ng first blood, first kill, it was fairly easy for other teams to follow up. Yes, nag-pop off din naman si Uyen and even Ichi Solo. But nakita natin yung momentum na pagka nawala ang isang Patrick Watson early on sa ating laro, nahihirapan din itong Carti World. So, one of the weakness that they can work around with it.
Yeah, yun na nga yung tinry ginawa ng Tyrant Esports kanina eh. Take down Patrick Watson, mahirapan sila sa defense. Pero, well, there's a lot of things to say, pero ba't di natin tanungin mismo ang ating MVP for his whole experience throughout this series? Let's welcome on the panel, Patrick Watson. Ayun, hey man! Hello, Patrick Watson! Kumusta?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman. Okay, so kasama ko ngayon si Infinity tsaka si Osiris dito sa panel. Meron na kami mga katanungan sa, pwede naman this series or mga ibang bagay. Nagla-loan ka ba ng pera kasi kailangan namin. Pero eto na nga, si Infinity yung unang may katanungan. Patrick Watson, Infinity, go ahead.
Patrick Watson, first of all, congratulations for that win on the series. Now, ang tanong ko, paano kayo naghanda para sa laban na ito up against Tyrant Esports? And considering yung unang matchup, or well, yung unang game na nakita natin, what were the vibes like coming in from the team? And how did you adapt coming into the following games?
Wala po. Binigay lang po namin yung first win kasi puro 2-0 sila. Puro 0-2 po.
Okay. Alright, there it is. So, tinanong nga natin. Nakakuha tayo ng sagot. May follow-up ka ba doon, Infinity? Kung wala na, dito tayo kay Osiris. Okay, Osiris, take it away.
Syempre, nasagot na ni Patrick Watson yung nangyari sa kanila sa Ascent eh. Pinagbigyan lang pala. Pero ngayon, you are making a name. Isa ka na sa kinikilalang aggressive, consistent player, pero nasa Patrick Watson na pangalan ka pa rin, which is, sabi mo nga, pangalan ng isang music artist. May plano ba ang Patrick Watson mag-change name in the future or talagang yan na ang dadalhin mong pangalan?
Feeling ko po ito na po yung dadalhin kong pangalan since ito na po yung kikilala.
Oh, so far naman si Sherlock Holmes hindi magiging successful kung wala si Dr. Watson. Siya yung dinodoktor na yung panalo dito for Carti World eh. Pero eto na, Patrick Watson sa lahat ng soon to be na makakalaban ng Carti World going into our group stages. Into this one. Ano ba yung masasabi mo dito sa mga soon to be makakalaban ng Carti World?
Yung mga na makakalaban po namin maganda po kayo kasi paghahandaan po namin kayo ng malala.
Ayun, pagkahandaan ng malala. Patrick Watson, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations again sa Carti World and to your teammates as well. And sana pa-ISO ka naman next games kasi ISO fanboy na ako since birth ngayon. Pwede ba? Okay naman.
Tignan po namin.
Ayun, titingnan. May utang si Trop. Alright, maraming salamat Patrick Watson. And there you have it. Our MVP for the game, for the series. Maraming salamat Patrick Watson. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you po.
Ayun, paghahandaan ng malala, nagbigay lang sila ng isang round.
Oo.
Wala, that's just the bravado and confidence of Patrick Watson. Pero Infinity, Osiris, meron pa tayong third series that's gonna be upcoming. Ano ba yung final thoughts or words nyo go from series number 2, Infinity? Ikaw muna.
Magiging mainit. It's JustUs versus NAOS Esports. These two of the teams that we saw back in the prior split. So, a lot of expectations on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Sa ating previous series, I'm really excited pa sa future ng Tyrant at saka ng Carti World. Pero for the next one, magiging madikit din ito kung paano natin nakita ang laban kanina dahil nga it's just us and NAOS.
Oh yeah, it's old faces once again. But again, maraming salamat sa aking panel, Infinity and Osiris. Maraming salamat ang VCT PH Split 2. We'll be taking a very short break. Huwag kayong aalis. Series 3 will be coming up next shortly.
friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus.
Kasama ko ngayon ang dalawang magkamukha. And dalawa silang magkaparehang
Ginulat
mukha.
kami!
Ay, ginulat ko rin pala kayo. Well,
Oo,
gulat na gulat
ginulat
ako.
kami ni Bruce kasi hindi daw siya marinig sa stream. Kaya ayusin niya yan. Kaya walang pagkakaiba pagdating dito sa ating panghuling series na to dahil magkamukaman kami sa inyong paningin. Pero hindi kami magkaparehas. Labo.
Di ba? Parang
Ngayon parehas na.
Ay,
May salamin na
parehas
wala.
na.
parehas na ako. Wala akong
Okay na.
makita eh. Di ba? Tapos,
Oh, ayun.
oy, ikaw kahapon napagalitan pa ako kasi hindi ako nagja-jacket tapos ngayon naka-t-shirt lang. How dare you, by the way? How dare you?
Okay, sige, friendly,
Sorry, away agad
friendly
eh.
moment muna tayo.
Oo,
Teka na,
of
mamaya na
course.
yung friendly fire kasi may
Bakit?
Series 3 pa tayo. Bago mag-Series 3, papasalamatan ko muna yung mga tao na who made this possible at nandito tayo ngayon na makawitness pa ng isang explosive Valorant on a Thursday evening, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
At syempre naman, makakalimutan ba natin yung official super app natin which is Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever. Up to 15% cheaper fares pagdating sa Grab car saver nyo. Yung delivery fees nyo, pag nagugutom kayo, walang problema. Gawin nating 15 pesos as low as that with Grab Food Saver Delivery and napakadami pang budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos pagdating sa Grab Food Saver meals natin. May code din tayo sa baba na pwedeng-pwede nyong gamitin. That's GrabFood60 para 60 pesos off ang next order nyo. Amin na yan. Kami nang bahala sa'yo.
Wow. So, ibig sabihin, may delivery ako. Courtesy of Taylor tonight. But last but not least, guys, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So, big thank you to everybody who made this possible. And of course, thank you to our audience for putting up with us.
And thank you din na andito kayo at may kasama ako sa isang malamig na
Thank
gabi.
you, nandito ka, Juice.
Oo nga.
Juicy.
Thank you.
Juice.
Gusto mo na may
Juice
inom?
na lang.
Well, anyway, bago ba ng lahat, meron tayong dalawang teams na nag-aantay at ready
talaga?
ipakita yung kanilang galing. Starting with the first team in our lineup, let's look at NAOS.
NAOS Esports, what more is there to say about our previous Ascension representatives as they look to dominate the PH space again? From left to right, it is Papi Chulo, Ja, Nexi, Mojer, Eman, FPS. And might I say, it feels like they reached another level when this stage came around. Kasi kahit mechanics lang, sobrang linis na.
Totoo yan, no? Mechanics pa lang. And not only that, pero the set plays na kayang dalhin ng NAOS Esports every single time we see them on a matchup here. Parang every season na dadampi at dadayo sila sa VCT PH, palinis lang ng palinis, Juicy Brucey.
Oh yeah, that's true. Kasi iba yung yung NAOS talaga from what we see on the first early weeks. For example, kahapon na it was a very close match against Carti World, pero we'll talk about that later on. Pero right now, tingnan muna natin ang kanilang makakalaban on this series number 3, and that is sila lang, kundi si JustUs.
Graduate na ang mga pictures ng mga tropa natin dahil sina Cycle, Second Love, Lloyd Dream, Pars Schofield at Stacey nandito na. Sinama pa nga yung kanyang kapatid na si Stacey, di ba? Yung hugot nila dito na si Stacey, nagpapakitang gilas din pagdating sa VCT PH. But there's a lot actually to say pagdating sa JustUs, especially sa showing nila from the back on Split 1.
Oh, yeah.
But I would say na parang this season, Raf, I feel like JustUs can be something more, honestly.
Grabe naman yung brightness ni Kuya. naka-off pa kanina, tapos pag on ng monitor, boom.
Boom.
Anyway,
Blinding
Just
yan. Permanent blinding yan. Ora,
ano
patuloy
yan,
mo.
flash immunity practice daw para immune to flashbangs. But at the same time, I think JustUs has proven time and time again that at the baseline, they're really good. I think it's just depth that they're really lacking. So as time develops and hopefully if they get like the support staff that they need, then they could prove to be a proper threat to the rest of our Challengers League.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi last time na nakita natin yung JustUs, they played against Subversive here, and the duelists are basically doing their jobs at that point. Even on the Ascent map na nakita natin, Lloyd Dream was able to really capitalize on that map a lot of times, and nahihirapan makarecover yung mga teams natin. But that is against Subversive. What about against a Titan like NAOS, Bruce?
Oh yeah, that's true. Very different. Pero if looking back lang in their experience going against Titans, flashback to Split 1. I mean, they went against Oasis Gaming before and na 2-0 nila yung team na yon. And not saying na one's the lesser, pero it goes to show na JustUs, when it comes to like really good adversaries, meron pa rin silang nabibigay. But speaking of nabibigay, tingnan natin yung ating mga head-to-head na super excited tayo kanina off-stream, which is going to be Papi Chulo and Lloyd Dream. So eto na, Taylor, simulan mo na tong head-to-head na to.
Grabe, daming head.
Papi Chulo and Lloyd Dream, kung magbibigay ka ng mga positioning ng mga star player kung sakasakali man, etong dalawa na yon, I mean, the clutch potential that Papi can bring to the table is out of this world. Every single time ata nabuhay siya in a 2v1 scenario, even a 3v1, parang there's still 60% chance na manalo pa sila dun sa mga rounds na yon. That's how clean he plays. But going towards Lloyd Dream dito, Raf, isa rin siya sa mainit na kayang gampanan yung mga roles na binibigay sa kanya talaga.
Now, I know we're gonna put the focus on Lloyd Dream, but can we just look at the stats of Papi real quick? That's 2 weeks of that's a 2.0 KD. That's ridiculous. But again, Lloyd Dream, one of those younger players that have time and time again elevated when they need him to switch, when they need him to flex. If I remember correctly, si Lloyd nagja-jet dati, but now he's branched out to things that are more utility heavy and again, more supportive. Same can be said about Papi Chulo. We can remember a lot of his days as a sentinel, stints as a duelist, but now kinuha niya yung controller role away from most of his team to maximize that firepower.
I do like the lurks as well coming in from Papi Chulo. You have to give it to him. He's one of the best lurkers that we have here in the Philippines, especially lalo na kapag nakukuha nila yung map pick nila na Icebox dito, Bruce.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, excited ako sa ating map veto kasi if we're just looking at the performances from both teams from Split 1 till now, we see like gradual improvements from each team eh. Pero going back to the topic of Raf na parang si Lloyd Dream, he does play Jet before, yes, but he has that innate sentinel in him na parang super reliable on the end of JustUs. Pero if to sum it all up, before we head to map veto, NAOS Esports, naka 2-0 sila against JustUs on Split 1 eh. Do you think there's a replay potential of that happening in this split, or is there like gradual change coming into week number 2, Taylor?
I am not gonna be surprised if that happens exactly like that. Because kahit na sabihin mong aralin mo yung VODs when it comes to NAOS Esports, it's about how they execute. The discipline is there each and every time. And hindi mo agad mabi-breakdown yung mga ganong klaseng foundation. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of skills. And sometimes, kung maswertehan mo na offline sila, then that's a big possibility. But Raf, have we ever really seen Naos really offline in their matches?
Oh, teka lang na.
Especially here in PH,
Hold lang,
probably
hold lang.
not, honestly.
Ay,
Hold
sorry.
lang. Teka lang.
Oh,
Kasi
bakit?
may nababalitaan ako na ready na daw
nabalitaan
tayo
mo?
for Map Veto kasi feeling ko
talaga?
si Raf excited dito eh. Okay, game. Map Veto,
Bakit
tingnan natin
naman
dito. Well, gusto ko ta marinig. May Bisaya brother.
Wow.
So, eto
Yun
na,
na,
Map
nakikinig
Veto.
mo, boss, eh.
Okay, Raf. Ay, mingaw sigurin mo. Ayaw, nagsabi ta magkita.
Balik,
Pero
balik.
anyway,
Ikaw ba?
going back to Map Veto, Raf, may point ka kanina. Please continue while we are in the Map Veto currently.
Meron ba? Oo nga, no?
Wala
Like,
na.
again, this is the thing I'll always say playing against NAOS. Just please, man, just ban Icebox. Meron namang moments na naging tao lang yung NAOS on Icebox. And
Yun.
oh my god, thank you, JustUs. This is
Thank you.
correct. This is correct. This is what you do exactly. But now,
I'm also
NAOS,
not sure bakit hindi binaban ng ibang teams to against Naos, Raf.
Ewan ko, gusto nila matalo eh. Yun lang siguro yung rason siguro.
Okay.
At the same time, I think you gather the data out of the Icebox, right? Like, while it's still the regular season, bakit malakas yung NAOS sa Icebox? But think about it. It's been 2 splits since they've been almost unbeatable on this map.
That's true. And it just continues, di ba? Parang at some point, when are you gonna break the icebox of NAOS? If you can't, then might as well ban it. And I think that's a really good decision coming in from JustUs here. Knowing as well na kapag binigyan mo talaga ng chance na open tong icebox, 100% of the time, this is real stats by the way, 100% of the time, if hindi to nakaban, it's immediately picked by NAOS because they're sure on how they're gonna play this out. But they're split and looking at bind as well in Sunset here, Raf. Parang pakiramdam ko kaya ng JustUs actually madikit tong laban na to.
I think Bind is probably the biggest suspect map kasi I think lahat ng NAOS fans would like to forget about that one Bind map they played last split where the flashes were just not flashing the right people.
Well, I mean, for now, I'm pretty sure NAOS super hungry from Split 1. I mean, super close na sila maging champions last split eh. And I think with Split 2 coming up next, I mean, right here, right now, parang they're trying to close out all the errors that probably happened last time. And again, with Split, it's nice to see na parang, we'll be seeing something new maybe on the side of NAOS. Pero now that we've seen the map vetoes, before ko tanungin yung sino yung predictions nyo, paningin nyo bang mag-game 3 tayo sa series na to, Taylor?
Pwede. If makuha ng JustUs yung bind nila, honestly, kagaya na sinasabi ni Raf, parang ito yung pinaka-suspect map mo na possible. So, first map pa lang para sa side ng JustUs, I feel like they should already step up to the plate kung ano kayang dalhin ng NAOS dito. Kasi the last time they played, for the NAOS side, kahit close yung match, nung na-interview natin si Mojer, ang sabi niya, they were just trying out if they can play it in a 1v1 scenario. Yung mga aim duel nila, sa sarili-sarili nila, kung kaya nilang tapatan. And they made that happen. What more kung sama-sama sila?
Para sa akin, hindi. Kasi how long has it been since they prepared for Bind? So, nakita naman nila yung biggest weakness in the map pool is Bind. So, why not take the time to fix it and make that map veto more bulletproof, especially a team that's the caliber of NAOS, who almost beat Scars, who almost was the champion in the last split. Now they want to fix all of that, by the way.
Alright,
Pero taga-nakaw kasi to ng ng games eh. Yung JustUs, I mean, if they canceled out Oasis from coming into Split 1, who can say they won't do the same for NAOS?
Well, only one way to find out. I mean, in this series, I'm super excited. I'm a NAOS fan as well. So, it was heartbreaking on Split 1. I was watching Grand Finals and I just really want to see them bounce back into Split 2. Pero, with that being said, let's head on over to our predictions. Sino ba sa paningin nyo? Parang obvious na sa akin ang mananalo sa series na to. Taylor, ikaw muna.
Ako, pakiramdam ko yung JustUs, kaya talaga nilang tumapat heading into this series, heading into this matchup. Game number 2, I'm looking forward for that already kahit papunta pa lang tayo sa game number 1. Pero NAOS ako 2-0.
Okay, nag-U-turn sa Marikina, dumating sa Cubao. Thank you. Okay, Raf.
I mean, it's the same thing. JustUs, you guys are wonderful. I think you guys are gonna go far, but I think NAOS is gonna take the series.
Oh wow. Okay. And I may be a big Lloyd Dream enjoyer, a Lloyd Dream fan. I love the way he plays. But NAOS is just NAOS. But you know what? JustUs, feel free to prove us wrong anytime. This is your chance. Kayo lang makaka-prove wrong ng panel. Pero I think NAOS for the three of us. And ayun na nga, I think we're super ready. Taylor, Raf, maraming salamat sa inyong mga inputs. And before anything else, kayo dyan sa comment section, type nyo na kung paningin nyo. 2021, kayo nang bahala dyan. And looks like we're ready to head on over to the games, I think. And I think casters ay ready na rin. Alright, let's head on over. Last series for week 2, day number 2. JustUs versus NAOS will be coming to you right now.
Our panel wasn't very sure if the series was starting, but with our faces now on your screens, you know it's almost time to go. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's another great matchup here, as it's NAOS versus JustUs, some teams that did make it to the playoffs, and are, of course, our invites coming into split number 2. But first things first, I am Dax, joined by our newest face on the block, Mr. Infinity. How you doing? Because it's another game to cast for you, and a big one, because it's NAOS Esports and JustUs doing battle.
Yeah, it definitely is big, and same nervousness came down here for the third series of the day, but I am definitely more than excited to jump through. As you have mentioned, this is one of the El Clasicos. These are invited teams, and expectedly, this is going to be an even level playing field and even footing for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, JustUs, they made it to the semifinals, only losing out to Zol. NAOS, on the other hand, losing out to Zol in the grand finals itself. But the panel did mention a while ago, these two teams did face off against each other in split number 1, and it was NAOS taking the series 2-0. But there's one big difference right now, Infi, coming into this series. JustUs is a team that is wise to the ways of NAOS, and a team that bans maps according to their opponent. They wisely decide this time around to not play Icebox like last split and ban it against NAOS, who picks up split for map number 1 instead.
Yeah, and we've heard it also from the panel as well. We should remove this because, once again, for what they mentioned, NAOS, if that map is left open, they're going to pick it up. And with JustUs knowing and playing with them for the longest time from split 1 already, this huge history allowed them to understand that, you know what, this is what NAOS is playing. This is what NAOS is good at.
I mean, NAOS is pretty much good at many maps, but Split
That's
is
true.
a map that they have a chip on their shoulder for. It was one of their best maps coming into Split number 1 in the regular season. They were perfect at it. And when did they lose that map? During their last matchup against Zol in the grand finals. They lost in overtime. Now they're picking it back up, given that Icebox is removed from the table. I do like JustUs picking up Bind next, but that's a conversation for later on. I gotta ask you though, what's your expectation coming into map number 1? How do you think JustUs is gonna size up against NAOS here?
It's going to be a very difficult time for them. There is an opportunity for them to take at least a map or so up against NAOS, but NAOS is a totally different beast right now, because from what you have called, what you have mentioned, NAOS in the prior split lost up against Zol Esports, one of the greatest coming into the Philippine scene. But remember, last week in the very first day in the third series, it was NAOS who beat them. So right now, arguably, it's NAOS who is the greatest of them all.
I mean, they're the team to beat, I dare say. And remember, they're the squad that came from Ascension. But let's move this conversation over to JustUs, since we're waiting for Aegis Select to come our way. It's a new dynamic. It's a family affair between Stacey as well as, well, we have their Par Schofield, if I remember correctly. I do wonder, though, any adjustments here for either side, as JustUs, this is immediately a tandem in the front line. The brother bond will decide, let's run the Reyna and the Raze together.
Yeah, and on top of that, they went in for the double initiator as well. I'm so excited because this is going to be so quick. This is going to be so fast on how they want to execute things in this specific composition.
Yeah, and I'm looking at, of course, here for NAOS Esports, given that it's split, a few more vintage roles for NAOS because they love to run the double duelist. Ja is going to be back on the Jet since Mojer will be playing the Raze, which means Sentinel is open for Nexi to do his usual business on it. Sky and Omen, what is new here for the side of NAOS? It's pretty much par for the course. And I do want to say though real quick here for NAOS, it's been very interesting to see them run this kind of setup, right? That you have Ja in a different role from Duelist, you had Nexi in a different role from Sentinel. It worked really well in their past games, but it's always lovely to see them go back to something more familiar to them.
Yeah, and I love that. You mentioned also about a composition. This is one of the most played compositions of NAOS in this map in the past couple of months here. So this is already to be expected. And one of the expectations as well is they are going to be a very difficult team to fight up against. They are going to be the raid boss this time around. And if JustUs can execute things, if they can run it very quickly with this composition, they might just put another chip on the armor here by NAOS.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, right? NAOS did run this comp back in the regular season of split number 1, but changed it to double control within the playoffs, and we know how that went. But JustUs, it's so wild to see Reyna and Raze together. Come on, they probably have an effective plan together. They're just so close already personally into the game too. Stacey, we'll see if he can put up the stats that Par Schofield can do here also. Psycho Lloyd Dream, I'm very excited to see what a Breach in the Sky can do here. Could be impressive if JustUs gets momentum moving into this first round.
Definitely Par Schofield for the side of JustUs will be that key player for this team. If he can pop off, that could definitely help JustUs into taking one for the team and taking one for the series in their favor. This far, playing it a bit more safe. Doesn't want to go rush in quite quickly. So buying a lot of time. They have a lot of time on their hands.
I mean, NAOS can always play it slow. That's a quick little tripwire over at A, keeping someone like Par Schofield watching from ramp. Now the action, looking to burst here onto the B side. Ja dashing forward. Also have Mojer splitting up elsewhere onto the side. The pitch possible second love will get broken. And now they have the site right now, but the plant hasn't come on yet.
As soon as he said it, they're going for it. Eman is now going in for the plant after shock. Won't be able to connect. Goes so down low already. 21 HP for Eman.
Val Stacey from above. Mojer here does get the trade going, and Psycho on site, loose to move forward. A nice right click, big damage done, but now still ready with two. Ja will make it a 2v1. Loitry perhaps a quick little chance here. A tap on the spike. The push comes to shove, and Ja's there, ready to go for the catch. Pistol one here by NAOS.
The timing was just phenomenal. Peek onto the right, and they just get punished. And NAOS' execution going through into the site there was so clean and collected. They were able to push through, plant the site, and then just followed suit after for the post plant.
And a confident rifle to begin the second round for NAOS. They love to do this. Some players with ghosts. Someone like Ja ready with the Vandal, and a quick little tech pause, I believe, as we're getting everything sorted. But you can see already the NAOS burst is a scary sight to behold. And JustUs, without a Sentinel on this defense, do they have the utility to stop it in its tracks?
Sure. One of the trophies as well for the side of NAOS here. Despite Papichulo being on the controller role, despite being on the Omen for the most of the time, for their composition here, he has one of the most kills per game in the team. So that is one of the expectations as well. If ever Ja and Mojer goes through into the site, goes for the opening, Papichulo can always follow through and be the dependency for NAOS. Yeah, it's more of a coin flip here. And at this point in time, they want that a little bit of a sustain if ever. Also that potential to switch position if ever comes down to it. They want that clutch possibility for JustUs on Par Schofield as they enter round. It is so good. They quickly go in onto heaven, have that control before they go in onto site, before they plant. Mojer!
Hawk out!
Hush.
One enemy remaining.
3 killed. Cover going out.
That was quite expensive here for NAOS. It's JustUs was able to get those 4 kills into an anti-eco, and just the quick maneuver of NAOS into having control just delays the possibility for re-entry and retake by JustUs. Bought them so much time as well. It was just too deep already. Goes for the trade. Too much of a risk. Nexi. Now Nexi has control onto screens as well. Second love goes down.
Last player standing. There you are.
An amazing round thus far, and we see those plays coming in from NAOS constantly having the backs of each other into the mid, into the screens as well. Those aggressive plays always have follow-ups.
Hawk out! Below.
Yeah, 3 rounds consecutively, no in trade for JustUs, has yet to see the light of day, has yet to see their first win coming into the series, or coming into this game rather. But a huge info found a while ago by Psycho, getting that info that there is someone just hovering around outside of garage. But now slowly creeping themselves in.
Grenade!
Oh!
Bomb buddy out.
30 seconds left.
I know exactly where. Knocked him.
One enemy remaining.
Eman and Papi Chulo did so much work. It was Eman with the Seekers coming out from heaven. Second, well, rather, Papi Chulo coming in from garage as well to have that support. He was blind, but it doesn't matter. He still got those kills. He still got those conversions for this team. And right now, Showstopper is still available for them. So if ever they rush and take onto a site, they could immediately clear it with a Showstopper alongside with a Satchel with immediate fast take.
One down. Still in sight. Get it. Duck, my ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Good dash away to come back into sight. Come and seek for that regrowth and have that heal back again to full HP. 3v4 situation, still a huge man disadvantage here by JustUs. How can they do this?
One enemy remaining.
Perfect, absolutely. This might just be an understatement here because NAOS has cleanly swept the rug 5-0. The first couple of rounds here, so clean. Thus far, there's nothing in trade so far. it's just so good for now.
Get it.
Last player standing.
Yeah, so much switch around that they're doing, right? I love how you mentioned about what they've done in first couple of rounds, take on Heaven control before they plant onto Spike, so just they have that safety. But now, on the prior round, when Mojer went in for the entry with the showstopper, they went immediately onto site. It's just so adaptable. This team is on a different level.
Let's make some chaos.
I must wait a moment.
Shadows traveling. Still in sight.
One enemy standing.
Oh, amazing round coming in from NAOS. And yes, JustUs was going in for the eco round with Sheriffs on hand, with only a Vandal onto Psycho that scenario, but NAOS was still able to punish unscathed coming in through that site. But now it's a big impactful round for JustUs. They have all ultimates already. They have Lloyd Dream, Stacey, these big impactful ultimates that they could utilize coming in to this.
Okay, crew, apparently. I wasn't informed
There.
But anyway, hello guys. Hopefully we're back in action. And now, for now, it's still such a big run here in JustUs. This is a big push to make this so possible. 2 will fall to the hand of Stacey, and a great advance from JustUs to begin with.
Yeah. This is really massive for JustUs. They still have all ultimates ready for them, not even having to expend any. So it's now down to Mojer, Papichulo, and Emin. Unexpectedly, they want those pickoffs first before they entry onto site, before they go in to rush through. They still have a minute before they are down for the count here. Mojer comes through.
A quick little hop. Mojer will fall. But NAOS, they've taken more of Heaven than expected. And JustUs, as of right now, will believe in the heart of the Seekers to give the intel. Spike will get planted here. Quick little hawk too, ready to make a play. The flash confirms the intentions of NAOS. The Trailblazer also good. Emma desperately trying to make his own stun happen, but Papichulo left the 1v2 now. Showstopper still at the ready here for Stacey. Psycho right beside him, but Papichulo down in L, ready to go for the shots and ready to be the demon of the clutch. 4 for Papichulo, as NAOS will keep things going.
Papichulo! The miracle that NAOS needed! Despite having that 1v4, it was still Papichulo in those dire situations who's able to bring it down. Thus far, now still on a streak, still undefeated in this game. Just how?
Just NAOS things, man. And with Papichulo doing what he does best, the streak continues here for NAOS. JustUs, we've seen them 5 picks there. The first time we really gotten them with the advantage on the advance. But right now, they're looking so lost on the defense with this Ja and the rest of advance. A lot more than JustUs would ever expect. Stacey throwing first blood again. Another good start for the Rays. Rolling Thunder also the call, but Papichulo, a stable foundation to protect the rest of the team.
Trade back. It's Ja traded for Stacey, a Raze for a Jet. Still even. 4v4 right now. And NAOS, as they do best, still Not putting
I've got
speed
your
of the show right now. They still have a lot of time, but Seekers are now out.
Found one.
So information gathered already.
Yeah, Seekers out. And with it, now it's looking for any more targets. There you go. Dead center. Par Schofield hit by a critical shot. JustUs will have to see the site immediately. Cycle looking for timing. Second Love ready for reinforcements
Here.
too. But Nexi is now
30
over
seconds
control.
left.
Paranoia. Ultimate.
planted.
Nexi will win it.
Player
Nexi
standing.
looking for another one. Gets it. And with the plant going down, Lloyd Dream left to fend for himself. Danger afoot. Right behind you. Mojer's coming. Judge in hand. There's damage shorty rather. But anyway, Lloyd Dream, he's good for the 2. And that small chance here. The camera though, taking a picture. It might last longer than the life of Lloyd Dream here. Next thing low HP already. Here we go, the Paranoia whiffed. As Lloyd Dream has found the 3rd. It's looking good for Lloyd Dream. But against Papi Chulo, it's not gonna happen. 0-8. NAOS. They keep things running again and again. This half is more theirs than from what we've seen.
So close yet so far. They expended the Rolling Thunder coming in from mid, but there was no conversion. Instead, there was an expense for themselves as well. And Lloyd Dream was so close, as you have mentioned. He was only one away from taking that round. Half on the spike already, but Papi Chulo does not falter.
Yeah, Papi Chulo, always reliable. And with it, NAOS in the run, the streak, it continues. Ready to go again here, Infi, because you can see immediately the burst potential is there. Lloyd Dream's the only one with a rifle. Absolute heroics in the last round, but it just wasn't enough. And with NAOS now pushing onto Heaven. They don't check the box, and Lloyd Dream gets away with 1. Jado ready to catch him in the act. Mojer also still getting close with the judge. And with the site now taken by NAOS, they again fortify Heaven with Josh presence.
Yeah, only with chairs on hand can they do it. They get the Spoils of War. Having the Vandal onto Stacey might be able to convert, but how far can they do this?
Oh, Josh swings even and wins the fight. Stacey in the smoke. Mojer, where does he even come from at this point? NAOS, the complete package here in feed. If you need map control, it's either Nexi or Mojer providing it. If you need a different angle, Josh sets it up. Well, JustUs. You know the talent, the mechanics. It's possible for them to hit some good shots. And some rat positions there from Lloyd Dream. It just isn't enough of a package versus NAOS in the run here.
It's so impressive. And right now, NAOS once again have the Neural Theft, has the Blade Storm, so much utility in their favor as well. And JustUs, Showstopper and Empress is there, but it's been so long that it's been with them with no use.
Here we go, the pain shells. Over onto the CT side. Heaven completely free for JustUs to see there. And NAOS want to overrun Psycho. So sad for Psycho. Just there's not enough staying power at all here in for JustUs.
Now Stacey, there's a judge just close by on your left. Have to be wary here.
Ring is on the board. Mojer 2. And it's just he has been playing judge for most of this game, and it's been working. I dare say over half his kills have been from that judge. And with it now, Stacey, he's been stowing that showstopper away for quite a while, but with 3 targets in front of him, that's 3 too many. 10 now for NAOS. This is just looking to be as one-sided as can be here.
Don't vex what's not broken, and Mojer consistently gets those conversions with the judge time and time again. He opens up these maps, he opens up this position in their favor and constantly get kills, and it's just amazing to watch. And once again, the showstopper is available for them, and they might just entry on a site quite quickly once again from what they did in the prior rounds.
I mean, nothing stopping them as from what we've seen. NAOS feels that they can confidently just burst in, get a, and they will make that call. I did expect a push from Stacey and the rest, but it's different for JustUs. They played towards mid. As soon as NAOS realized this, they're ready to play into A again. The Trailblazer will be sent. Ja will confirm those suspicions. And immediately, we'll see NAOS get the plant going.
I actually like this coming from JustUs. They opted to back away, give the site out, and just go for the flood retake. They know that they can't handle the power of NAOS when it comes to these initial start of the rounds.
JustUs seeing all world. But eventually, Para Schofield and Cycle will do some damage. We see the miss out. Para Schofield desperately trying to make a case, but Mojer is the one who's the main character over at screens. Here comes the invisibility again from the Empress. Next, he will back off. Now he gets the peek, and they know where Para Schofield's at. 2v1 though. It's a pinch possible, but if Mojer can't get the timing, Para Schofield, he doesn't see it coming! It's danger! It's honed in! And it's Mojer! 4 for the round, and NAOS are 2 away from taking the map.
Last round before the switch. Spend those
That's
credits
just
before you lose it.
criminal. You can't do it like that.
That's disrespect, man.
Oh. But I like this. JustUs is now adapting onto those situations. Yes, it might not be the best round for them, but they know that they can't really stay on site. They know that they can't exactly hold on to heaven with how explosive NAOS is with Ja and Mojer starting these rounds up. So they want and opted to go for those retakes. But how far can they go here? Because once again, this might be potential for NAOS once again to go through the flood the sites.
What else is the playbook right here for JustUs? They're really trying to fight NAOS head on. Para Schofield on the board, but he's seen, he's found, and he's dead to rights out in the open. Lloydrim trying to just get out of dodge here, but NAOS are unrelenting. Here comes the swing of Lloydrim though. It's good for the kill. Rolling Thunder the answer, but these Seekers will stall for time. Poppy Chulo yet again, just a witness ready to receive from any other angle. Nice shot from Nexi to end it, and a perfect half here for NAOS.
The coordination from NAOS is unmatched. And right now, they're on match point. Such a huge expectations from this team. They're one of the greatest, but not like this. Give them a little bit of hope, but I don't think that's gonna happen here today. That's
You can see.
just too much.
See it. You can see it in feet. NAOS has had enough of VCT PH. They are saying, we lost Split 1. But by God, we are not going to be losing Split 2. With the standard they're setting right now, they're making a case that they want to go to Ascension yet again. And if they get this pistol, does that mean it's our first 13-0 of this split? I would like confirmation of that. In any case, it has been dominant. JustUs, a chance to get on the board with the pistols and the mid-take.
We'll see as NAOS Mojer is in front already. JustUs going through. One down already for JustUs.
Oh yeah, the pain shells even finding Psycho. You can see JustUs is shaken to the core, and with it, their aim goes away too. Ja hits Para Schofield with a shot to remember. And with all these chips lying with Lloydrim, NAOS are just gonna go for the all-in. Mojer just wants to end it now. 13-0, a blitzkrieg and a fast map courtesy of NAOS.
If there is any team that can do it, it will be the greatest. And NAOS Esports has done the impossible possible here today up against JustUs. And it is just outright criminal. 13-0 right out of the gate to start this series off.
Yeah, with cameras like that, you can already see the expression on their faces. No sweats, we go next. NAOS, that was just their standard execute play. That was as textbook as it could be when you're running double duelists there with NAOS. And even though we've seen the past few series that NAOS and their adjustments and roles, it's been working out for all the other maps that they've played so far. In Split, it's the classics, and it still is so good. Double duelists between Eman and Ja. What else can you say about that entry?
Yeah, it was so good. And constantly, they have just that innate power to entry on sites. All of a sudden, in a split second, in a blink of an eye, they're in it. And there's no one that can contest them. And expectedly, Mojer, those explosive entries, gets the MVP. I mean, with a judge on hand, he's just uncontested.
Yeah, and you just can't put up stats like this if you're JustUs and running double duelists. We know how good Para Schofield can be. We know how incredible he has become a talent for JustUs. But if you're running Reyna and you only get 4 kills, 2 of them during that Empress round, then you're going to be lacking that impact. You start on the defense, you don't have that Sentinel. It was up to Lloydrim really to try and temper the expectation of NAOS, and he did do a decent job at it. but it just wasn't good enough to get on the board. What else is there to say there, Infi? I guess my question to you is, which one was your favorite Papi Chulo clutch of all those rounds?
Ooh, there was so much. Well, we'll say this part that we're seeing right now. I mean, Papi Chulo was just impeccable on the attack as well. They were able to go in for those entries and then just able to convert. And another situation as well wherein Papi Chulo was able to go in for the clutch was the post plan. This one is there's so much, Dax. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, come on, what's new with Papi Chulo? We did see a few bright spots there from Second Love with the Sheriff, again with Lloyd Dream, doing some good work from Heaven. But those spots, unfortunately, are few and far between for JustUs. Look, I'd love to say good things about JustUs, and I know their potential, but when you see a 13-0 this commanding, you already know that mentally it has to be a go next. JustUs cannot let this map define this series, or else we're gonna be in for a faster one moving into the second map.
Yeah, mental fortitude should be there. Yes, they might have lost the first game of the series, but there's 2 more to go. Well, spoke too soon. There might just be 1 more, but they could be 2 more. There could be 2 more coming into the series, but we never know. But as you have mentioned, right, this should not affect them, because if it does, it's going to be risky.
Yeah, they need to shake things off. But guys, that was a very quick map number 1. We're moving to Bind next, and it will be with you guys after this break.
Lot cheaper, grab food, save a won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. All my friends look grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
Well, that was quick, so there you go. Game number 1's already done. And if you guys just missed it, because it was a lot faster than many expected, it was, of course, 13-0 in favor of NAOS. But JustUs looking to bounce back, and truthfully, coming into bind, I can see the chance here for JustUs, given, I dare say, the shaky record for NAOS. But before anything else, Dax and Infinity still here together for our next map. And Infinity, come on, I gotta ask you, what do you gotta think? One of your first maps to ever cast in VCT PH is a 13-0.
Yeah.
What do you have to feel about a game like that?
Well, I don't know what to expect. Coming down to this, I was expecting a little bit more longer of a match that we have for NAOS and JustUs, just given the history that they had in Split 1. But lo and behold, you know what? I was wrong.
Well, I thought it would be a great fight too, but it didn't work out for JustUs. They're gonna look, of course, to right the wrongs from that first map and go next into the second. When you lose a map like that, it's always good to just shake it off and just say, okay, fine. That first map, that was a dud. But moving into bind, there's a big question now in our heads. What does NAOS run coming into this map? Because we've always been concerned with the compositions that they play. But hold that thought! JustUs, double duelist again, now with Phoenix? Okay.
Ooh. I mean, it worked for them in the prior map. They're very, well, rather, it worked for NAOS in the prior map. So maybe, you know what? Getting out of the textbook of NAOS Esports, they want those explosive starts. They want those explosive engages coming into bind. And then you have Cypher expectedly going into the B site with huge control prowess.
Yeah, just NAOS Esports go back to their comps. No more Reyna that they used to run here. At least it is a focused effort on the Rays. But with Jet Phoenix, it's like I'm going back to 2020, 2021 on a map like this. Of course, they're going to still run that Sky. We did also see a few adjustments on who was playing that Jet role here for JustUs. But beyond that, they're going to need to make a big play. Perhaps orb control so important, and that's why you have that Phoenix, that flash value alongside the Sky, and opening onto the sites.
Oh yeah, for sure. So just very, very interesting in how they could play this. Definitely a much greater sight from what we saw a while ago from utility aspect to it. Phoenix has much more capabilities to go and help out his teammates. And as you have mentioned a while ago, right? I love how you mentioned about how Reyna really needs to get those kills. And 4 kills will not suffice on how Reyna's capabilities are coming into the game.
Yeah, and we're gonna get straight into the action. Does NAOS go for more and keep the streak going here, Infinity? 13 round wins from the last map. A possibility if they get this pistol to make it 14 for the series. But watch out, Parscofield and Lloyd Dream now are hungry for some blood. Look to push into B long. Pop the flash too. Nexty now on the Viper. Joss there on the Cypher. Looking to go for rotation. It's a beautiful beginning for Lloyd Dream. NAOS suddenly surprised. JustUs looking to wake on up, and with 3 on the board, JustUs will take the sights.
And Mulcher is now on their backs as well, having the control.
Last enemy
We'll see though, Stacy.
Daisy on the board, but Lord Dream's the one who's the master to watch out for. A good start here for JustUs. Finally, we'll see them win a round in this series. But Lord Dream, from that last map, Infinity, he was feeling it. And this time around, he's given the reins to lead the charge.
Yeah, definitely. So right now on the Jet as well, very, very snappy. Right, they had that information onto Eman in the prior round. Lloyd Dream followed through so swiftly as well. It was just timing. He got those 2 kills and had huge damage onto Jet as well. So definitely a thorn on the side for NAOS Esports this time.
With the flash, NAOS have to remove themselves from the octagon itself. Stacy setting loose the sky. I think he'd be more comfortable though. Playing Initiator, it's his main role for this team. We're going to teleport. Shower is taken here by JustUs, and now they're going to make their way into A.
It's just too good. There's no one coming in from A site. It now has the free reign to go in for the plan, so it's all up to the retake here by JustUs. They have guns.
Schofield, Stacy. Why don't we just go for the roll call anyway? NAOS is jumping into action and dying to that gun advantage. A flank here for Ja, maybe next frag along the way. But JustUs is just finding these entry points here. With the second round, under their belt perhaps. Second love, a stellar shot too. Looking so much better for JustUs. Not only that here, Infinity. Schofield is ready with the run back moving into the bonus.
Oh yeah, JustUs now on the bonus as well. They have the run it back. So when it comes to going in for those sites, when it comes to attacking, and they definitely have much more utility to go by. And Schofield at this point, we talked about this. This is the dependency of JustUs. So this brings up a lot more opportunity for them to come through.
I mean, they're giving Schofield all he wants and more. It's a buffet of orbs and plants. And with it now, he's ready to play entry. Even as he's only found a single kill. You hear it immediately. JustUs keeping the rush going, but the trip bar in the way. The Trailblazers there too. While NAOS will fend off the first wave, we're gonna go again with the Phoenix back in position. So JustUs, they've already sent whatever they can to remove utility from the NAOS side here.
Yeah, with no trades, with no kills secured by JustUs.
Here.
They're opting to not go for a flashy start there, but now they enter.
Lloyd Dream's critical immediately. Just found Psycho here. While the engine of JustUs sputters, it's NAOS who overtakes them in this round. That is commanding from NAOS. They fend off the first wave, they fend off the second, and it is Ja and the rest laying their claim onto the site.
With rifles on hand here, once again, their firepower up against the bonus round for JustUs. Not an even fight up against them.
Here.
Run it back with that. As you have mentioned, utility has been expended by the side of NAOS, but their hold, their positions, and even the TPs that they've done, having that control on Hookah so far.
Yeah, it's been JustUs, I dare say, looking to find another way of impact there with the Phoenix. They went for the run it back play, yes, but if it's gonna be unsupported, NAOS is just gonna give a chance to go for their own reset. Exactly what we saw there in that last round. Great crossfire though set up. Mojer in a committed position. Needs a little bit of help from Eman. You can see he's taking points. And with it, NAOS can retreat back into the safety of the site. A Trailblazer sent to keep second love in the rest of Bay.
And this is very difficult for JustUs because they lost their initiator. They lost one of the key players here for them to be able to take those entries on site. And now they lost their controller as well.
Yeah, spikes retrieved though by Lloyd Dream. But Schofield cannot find any way in from Hookah. Instead, we move to Lamps for Psycho. Maybe a chance here to find that opening. Short is clear for JustUs. Little do they know that the backside is still held this strongly by NAOS. Slowly moving their way in here. Nexi right now watching for Lamps.
30 seconds left.
And with that, Just Us. As soon as this plant goes down, that's gonna be a noise that NAOS will want to play from. Cypher though picks off Nexi, and we'll get into the post plant here.
That's huge. Brings it down to a 4v3. At the very least, Just Us has more chance here, has more hopes. Coming down into this hold off position, coming down into the post plant. They have a lot of angles covered here, but they have to be wary of bats.
Psycho now ready to swing again. Beautiful shot from Bar Schofield though, expecting
enemy
Mojer from
remaining.
the shower.
Last
Psycho
player
has
standing.
found 3, silencing all he can. And Bar Schofield will make sure that that's going to be the case. Confidence here from Just Us. We've seen him get to 3-1 standing because of it.
They're retrieving it back. The Just Us we knew, with Par Schofield as well, getting those frags already coming down into this, but it's really unfortunate that they were not able to look into those angles, into those sharp corners wherein they're constantly getting punished, and that
Player
is very
standing.
important.
One enemy remaining.
For thus far, nevertheless, it's Just Us who secures the round for themselves.
Just Us. Finding that confidence in that long lurk there from Psycho. Patiently looking to play things out.
Careful now.
It gives a chance here for Just Us to now put Notice onto NAOS. They've relied on the accuracy over at B.
Scout
With
destroyed.
space given at A. The teleporter play is always possibility. How can NAOS even contest B along here, Infinity, given that you have that Phoenix and Sky to deal with?
Smoke is the answer. It really just delays the push by Just Us. And they also have that information coming in from Cypher, the tripwires, the spy cam. Just gets those information. So no aggressive push coming in from Just Us means that they could just hold off their position, not rotate quite
Here.
quickly.
Yeah, Just Us. Peeking again, they've seen Mojer. Good shots. Just can't find the head though. Mojer has to retreat because of it. A dash in now here from Just Us. A swing from Stacy though is confidence. And now the showstopper is set loose here by Mojer. A chance to let it rip. It flies towards Stacy. We lead to a 3v3 now. Neurotiff online, and with that Intel Second Love can work off the pick. Exactly though. It's about the spot. And over on the CT now, so try to play as a duo.
Yeah, Papachulo is still here. We all know that clutch situations, those dire situations, can't convert it.
Come on, a curveball like that, you know it's coming. And Ammon takes the full brunt of it.
player
Papachulo
standing.
clutch before, looking to do so again. And he will provide another one for NAOS. Papachulo, the way is clear. The clutch is a guarantee if he's given a chance.
It's so clean. With those frags, those kills, now he's able to go in with the orbital strike ready for the next round. Just outright coming in for the fire.
Last player
just-
standing.
How now he's playing
Enemy
it
remaining.
so calm, so collected. It's just so good. Right now, they have a lot more utility to play for.
And Papachulo with that now has the orbital strike available. Tripwire set up there from Jatsu to keep an eye towards short. And now the utility fronts of NAOS have made their way towards A. Does Just Us run into this one?
And I like this. They constantly play for those 3-2 split. Cypher being one that holds the site so clearly. Right now, that's an indicator of where Just Us is going.
Numbers too much for Jot to handle, even with the tripwires there. And Nexi instead looking to pick up where he left off. Loitering falls, get Mojer on the board to open the strike and force Just Us to push on out. And while Stacy will make NAOS work for it, and even orbital strike there for Second Love in this chaos. It leads to a 2v1. Trailblazer though searching for the Brimmy, and it's Nexi, the one who might find the angle. Someone's got a tap though. And Second Love, he doesn't have utility. He doesn't have a molly right now to use here. Nexi still watching for short. There's the tap from Eman, and here comes the swing from the rest of NAOS. We'll see NAOS tie it up.
Just very unfortunate. It brings it to into a 2v1 situation we're in.
Stop that shit team.
But honestly, when it comes to the numbers game, 2 is greater than 1.
That's one
Math
way
is
to put it,
mathing.
Infinity. It's very simple math through. But we've seen here from NAOS that they're still struggling actually. That was an eco from Just Us. Well done by Nexi. Alongside Mojer to keep things stable. But with the numbers that
Here.
Just Us can throw at NAOS in these kind of situations, there is always a possibility for the overrun.
It's just so difficult right now. They're having a difficult time They have JustUs as well. I love the counter orbital strike just a while back. But speaking of, JustUs wants to go for A side once again.
Yeah, blades out, Lord Dream dulled. Para Schofield though into Lambs, and with it, he's a beacon of hope as he will go back to whence he came. Nexi though, keeping things in favor of NAOS. Nexi with another one, and the spike has been left behind. It's a heartbreaker here for JustUs as they thought they had the great escape planned.
And now it's very difficult because there is 4 people stacked here in favor for NAOS, just holding the spike.
Watch your eyes.
Herbal time. Para Schofield goes for the push. While the satchel's there, Emma keeps stable. Para Schofield finds 3. But that's all JustUs will get there. Because NAOS has taken the lead from them.
NAOS now found themselves in a better footing this time coming into this game. It's JustUs who came in onto A, but NAOS with the Cypher trips, with the Cypher utility, it was much more harder for JustUs to be able to come through in a clean way into the site. Just holding that position through and through. NAOS once again going in for the run it back, considering how JustUs constantly goes for A side.
Para Schofield ready to push again. With the trips in the way. Gonna need to find another path to navigate. Leaps over the first, and with it, Lloydstrom's the one who gets caught within the rope. Trailblazers just not good enough to clear that out anymore with one of those old patches. And with it, Ja and the rest ready to play in the backside. And while this happens though, JustUs is taking the side, but they don't have the spike. Maybe a critical error, but Psycho still mows down Ja. Anyway, Molly to defeat the Para Schofield. He can't handle the heat there. Stacey hits the shot onto Mojer. It's still chaos onto A. With the flash, there's the swing. Second Love in the rest. Desperate to find the pick. Psycho falls. Second Love's next. Next, he has found 2 for his own. But quick little tap. Stacey still all alone on the site. With that flash for confirmation, the Trailblazer ready to get let loose. Taki Chulo finishes off the job, and now keeps themselves cool in these chaotic rounds here.
A distraction. Trailblazer shoots it, and that is the perfect time for them to peek. Just Cypher time and time again. How he's just able to play for the team onto holding that A site. Those trip bars is just such an obnoxious thing that JustUs has to overcome.
Now Esports, many other teams, they would struggle to handle that the pressure that JustUs brings.
I've got your trail.
Right now, I'd say JustUs getting caught up in the momentum. They need to prioritize setting themselves up onto these sites rather than being hungry for these kills. The tripwire again, slowing down Para Schofield and his efforts. This is a lot more successful for JustUs so far. All still alive, they've taken half the sites.
Yeah, but now, so at any moment's time, there's 5 people already in.
There you go, ready to burst and ready with the judge. Next, the Ammon, first on the roll call. Now Mojer mows down anyone up close. And NAOS are making these rounds faster and faster. It's a quick series here, Infinity, with these rounds. But right now, NAOS looking to make it even quicker with the rally that they're going on.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, a while ago we saw it a lot more faster than this, but 6-3 is still a massive advantage here by NAOS. And they still have yet to have the Viper spit coming into this round that could force the way into whatever route NAOS wants JustUs to go. Considering how Viper, or Nexi rather, is staying put on A site along with Ja. This could force away JustUs to go into the B site instead. But 3 people are readily waiting.
Para Schofield, what's the plan now? JustUs has been trying to answer brute force with brute force. And here we go again. Emman's ready to lay down the law. Mojer here into the front line. And no matter what distance, the conclusion is the same. NAOS wins the fight and forces JustUs back.
It's very difficult. Now they're still trying to go through. I think that's the perfect idea here. But at this point, all that they can have is just fragged out from them.
A wild Mojer appears. And well, it's the rest of NAOS ready to catch the rest of JustUs. It's 7-3 here, Infinity. From what we've seen so far, JustUs, they're still trying to prove themselves with their talent, but it's it's not gonna work against this kind of setup now. So there's always protection, there's always a trade, and it's just lacking for JustUs in those departments in comparison.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them. And this is just how like NAOS' composition actually works, right? They just go in for Cypher, Aurelja, and Nexi onto a single site, mate BB, mate BA, and the rest goes into the opposite side just because of how those tripwires delays and buy so much time. We're in. Once info was found, NAOS can start to go in for the rotate, wherein Eman is steadily waiting on B site to go in to hold position. So far, this is really good, and how coordinated NAOS can be coming into these rounds, coming into these games. We saw them perform out in the prior series, but they're bringing it once more here.
I mean,
in
isn't that the point here, Infinity? You see the coordination from NAOS, and unfortunately for JustUs, it's just lacking in that department. These are individuals that we expect to have made this leap from Split 1 to Split 2 to have become even better. They made it to the top 4 of Split number 1. They were invited in to Split number 2, not having to deal with promotion relegation, but going against these kind of titans. We've seen JustUs just struggle with that weight of expectation. They will swing towards Shower. Lloyd Dream has been a bit of a bright spot here for JustUs. Stacey also looking a lot more comfortable now on the sky here. But with the camera getting the spot, Ja and Nexi, temptation to swing. Far Schofield, he's ready, but there's discipline, and there's Ja too. Lloyd Dream though, big shot all across the map. We get a 2-for-2 trade in total. A quick little cyber cage. Lloyd Dream, does he expect a re-challenge? Round 2 fights, and it's Lloyd Dream who wins that bout. A now more open than ever for JustUs to take.
Now 3v2, you have now still with Papi Chulo and Modger. They still have the showstopper, so they could bring it to a 2v2 if ever they would really want to force this round into a win. With a plant on Spike, that already gives information, and this is really good. They have to wait for each other. They have to play together. Have those trades secured. It comes down. But one of the struggle here that NAOS has to face is the orbital strike that JustUs currently has as well when it comes to post plant.
Enemy remaining.
Stacey too, and well placed by Stacey to at least get that shot. Lloyd Dream finds 3 for the round, and JustUs have found a 4th
Last
along
round in
the
the
way.
half.
Exactly what I'm talking about though. Even in these struggles, Lloyd Dream looking better here. Moving into the jet roll, Stacey doing wonders also, has hit double digits on the kills. It's at least something JustUs can work with, especially now, the run it back and the orbital strike. Big ultimates for the final round of the first half.
Definitely, this could be huge openers for them. The information, you have the possibility for those entries for Park Schofield as well to disrupt the possible utility. But instead, opting to go for B site here. When 3 people are waiting here for NAOS, they still have those seekers for those informations, and Papi Chulo could definitely deny those plants with an orbital strike as well for their side.
Vipers online. JustUs now. We've seen the way they played all half. JustUs has become Just Fight, but now they have to just run, as Mojer will scare them off with the showstopper. A good retreat though from JustUs. They lose one along the way. But while that happens, Emma takes points over onto the teleporter, exposed by the flash. It's JustUs moving elsewhere over at A, but they have to deal with the Viper Split here.
Yeah, and that's just perfect scenario, right? For the side of NAOS, it's forcing JustUs to turn around and wrap around on that. We're just waiting.
And it's Ja with the off. What else do you expect? Even on the Cypher, he's willing to pull it out. Finds the pick, and the run it back is the call. It's a good opening though for JustUs. They realize Nexi isolated there in short. Par Schofield looking for him. Not gonna have enough time on the run it back anyway, but he did spot him near the tail end of the ult. Orbital strike gonna be the answer. Evan will be clear, but Ja still brings one to the grave. Cycle fighting Nexi too. We go to a 3v3 as Zero Theft will be heard, but here comes the orbital strike now, courtesy of NAOS. A chase is on. We head to B.
Yeah, they have 15 seconds. There is enough time. There's no one to hold an anchor on B side for the side of NAOS.
10 seconds
So this will
left.
be
Spike
post-plant
planted.
scenario for JustUs.
This has been a crazy game so far, but JustUs has finally found a place to call home. The curveball can't swing it though. A blaze wall in the way too, and NAOS effectively run out of utility to use for the retake. That one smoke is all Papi Chulo has left in the tank. Now it's gonna be the dry swing wide from Mojer. Psycho finds one of his own, but Mojer, massive into the round, has gotten the double and searching for the triple. There you go with M2. And NAOS will end their defense, bringing home 8 as we move into the second half.
Very, very good first half here for the side of NAOS. Coming down into those utilities on those ultimates, they saved it for last. Those orbital strikes, the Viper Spit as well, just forced the hand of JustUs to wrap around on bats. It was just a difficult moment for them to go and take a site.
This has been a wild game. That's all I got, honestly. This has been the wildest game I've ever cast. I'd honestly say in the history of VCT PH in the past years I've had. So welcome, Infinity, to VCT. Glad you're here, but this game can go even faster because now it's moving on to the attacking side. I wouldn't be surprised at all for JustUs to challenge, and immediately, as I say, a short, a triple stack, a push into Cubby. They want to cross, and Eman alongside Poppy Chulo, they're marking this target. Immediately now, raiding the intention of JustUs, and they find 2 to begin the pistol with.
It's much easier now for them to take on a site, but could be a double bluff here. Considering how they're positioning right now, those utilities, those smokes, it's still committed to it. They are on a 5v3 situation. The guiding light gets into it.
Psycho hit by Spam 2. A dare to cross this smoke. Well, Second Love plays from heaven. The rest now is just doing everything they can. They even check showers for a Psycho though. Nice timing listening to those audio cues. In the chaos again, smoke dissipates, and it's a drive-by from Ja along the way. A 3v1 now, and NAOS will play it safe. They move to B so they can just wait for Second Love to come their way.
They're going through. Second Love. This is pretty much the mission impossible once again. It's Nexi, Mojer, and Ja still available for the side of NAOS. It's them on the pressure.
It's not just available, it's prepared. All the angles that you can take. It's Ja the one who gets confirmation of that kill. And with it, NAOS now with a round to rally behind. They're gonna have momentum. They're gonna have the gun advantage here, Infinity. From what we've seen so far, it's a lot more secure from NAOS and how they play the attack. They make sure these angles are cleared as much as they can.
Yeah. Constantly just looking for those kills and those angles. And now with the anti-eco as well, it's going to be much more difficult time for JustUs. So I like what they're doing. Those 3-2 positions, although those aggressive plays, I don't think they're able to convert there as NAOS is prepared. But NAOS is fast pushing on to B.
Make that noise. Over to be along, Trailblazer also sent out to scout. Ja to be alone here, meets contact against 2 targets. He is ill-equipped though, it's not a big loss anyway. Mojer now rushing forward, avoiding the bullets of Stacey along the way. Mojer has a Bucky in hand, the security guard ready now to go for action. He's made his way to the sites. Hookah also controlled here for JustUs. A chance, an angle to pivot from. Looks after 2. NAOS, they're gonna fall for the bait. Instead, a rare post-plant position. Who sees this? With the attackers over onto the CT side. Mojer though, finding Second Love. Nexi on the board too. Schofield burns his own teammates. It's all gone wrong here for JustUs. And even with the damage they have done, now still will get the double digits.
Oh, such a good position as well for them. Just having that crosshair placement right exactly on the spike. We know that their control onto elbow was phenomenal as well. They planted onto backside. They have full control off it. And it was JustUs. Pretty much had a huge deficit coming in from that round. That's just very unfortunate as well, that Incendiary burning his teammates alive.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, but it's just really the chip damage now is able to do there from the inside. From what we've seen so far, Chaos reigns, but JustUs, this is their best chance here in the second half. They have the guns, Psycho proves it, but playing in such a confident spot to catch out Mojer. That's 1 down, and the entry of NAOS especially is going to be a little bit more slow for NAOS, perhaps relying on Ja to make that opening across the map.
Toxin screen down.
hold the position so far. Oh, but Lloyd Dream. Those aggressive plays, they know they have the guns.
Spike down B.
Poppy still got away with it. Also, Poppy kept under wraps. Ja though with another one. A
enemy
dash
remaining.
in as Lloyd Dream knows this is desperate. Poppy Chulo, he can't escape. As it stands, it's already Ja killing everyone across the map. It's Ja's world, and with those shots, we are just living in it. Ja doesn't need the spike, doesn't need any help. He'll do it all to win the bonus for NAOS.
Simple as that. So good. NAOS once again with that punish coming in from JustUs. They don't have any more money. The eco advantage is in favor for NAOS, and they just gave them so much spoils of war here, and one away for Poppy Chulo for the orbital strike, and that just gives them much more utility to put this on match point.
It felt like just a few minutes ago we started this game. Now NAOS a couple away to get the dub. Moser even getting away with his movements. Advancing forward, a TP play there, courtesy of Par Schofield. Ja has a handle on it. Second love though, great shots with the Guardian. Trailblazer searching for a target. It's Moser seen, but Ja still here. Ready now to go for the swing. Par Schofield making the work for it. Another TP player, another challenger to Ja's domain. But we get Psycho finally dethroning that Cypher. The crown spills on the floor. Psycho knows it's an 8-take for Poppy.
Yeah, the spike is now planted, but we have to take note, there is still the orbital strike for the side of NAOS alongside the incendiary, so much utility for them into this post-plant position. To just stay in heaven and have those mollies and ultimates raining down upon Psycho.
Yeah.
It would be such a difficult time for them.
Exactly that, Infi. He has the orbital strike. As soon as he hears the tap, you already know that ult is gonna rain on down. Cyber Cage is there. Poppy Chulo makes it dead center. Psycho cannot escape. He dared to get to half. You can see the try. But NAOS ready to bid JustUs bye-bye. It's match points, series points here for NAOS.
And they still have more to go here for JustUs. As we have known, this is the series point. Already, if NAOS wins this is going to be over in favor for them. And thus far, JustUs on a bit of a broken buy with Shorty on hand for Lloyd Green. Yes, they have the Blade Storm, but not looking the best situations with half shields across 3 of their members as well.
Quickly, Eman, as well as the rest of NAOS, remove JustUs from B sites. What else does JustUs have left in the tank? Mojer making sure Stacy cannot even give one. NAOS have been dominant all across this series here. A 13-0 from the first map. This time, a few points on the board for JustUs, but with Mojer pushing, it's just Mojer finishing off the job. NAOS making a quick one here, 2-0 to take down JustUs.
That's over. Coordination is impeccable here for NAOS Esports. They have done it again. Just the utility overall, from their utilization, the Cypher hold, time and time again, from any site, no matter what it is, might be A, might be B, and those retakes. They know how to play on it. They know how to play together, and just overpowers JustUs all throughout that game.
Yeah, that was just NAOS stamping their authority, not just on JustUs, but making a case to every other team. You gotta bring your A game. You gotta bring clans versus NAOS, just because you cannot outmuscle a squad this coordinated. From top to bottom, everyone having their highlight. I dare say Emma doing a really good job to prove not just why he's the IGL, but also to play protector for anyone who plays the frontline. Ja, whether it be the duelist, whether it be the sentinel, he does Ja things and he's just bowling out of control in some of these rounds. And Poppy Chulo, what else can we say? Classic clutch cap, classic Poppy. Those are just some bright spots there from NAOS Esports that have illuminated themselves all throughout the series.
Yeah, they have done it time and time again, and that will be, I believe, their 3rd series win, undefeated thus far here in Split 2. The MVP, Ja, just holds positions constantly on a site is just netting so much benefit for the team. Such a deserving player as well to get that title here in this game.
Yeah, and JustUs. It's like I said a while ago, a few bright spots here and there. Lloyd Dream looking to make it as competitive as can be as he moved over to Jet. Psycho also. Some good shots, some massive moments to give JustUs a chance. And I dare say Stacey. I love him on the initiator. Can they keep that as his role moving forward here for JustUs? But beyond really what we saw there, beyond a few of the rounds there from JustUs, honestly, this is a one to forget for JustUs, to say it lightly. NAOS dominated this series, bar none. And there is no other way to sugarcoat it. This was just theirs from the get-go.
Yeah, there was tad bits of hopes coming into the early phases of this game, where JustUs was explosive coming into the first couple of rounds, with Stacey as well just bursting out of proportion coming into the first couple of rounds in the first half. But a loss up with Lloyd Dream as well, but it was just NAOS, especially coming down into the defense. They just held their position so neat and so tight. It was difficult to pierce this defense.
So adaptable from NAOS. No matter what position, they would understand where to look, how to keep things stable. I still can't believe Ja wiped away a site all by himself in that last round. Mojer having a great time playing the judge as much as he can, but that was just NAOS showing why they made it to Ascension last time around. If they keep things up, if they keep going for performances like this here in Infinity, I wouldn't be surprised to see them as our PH rep at the end of the year. But with all of that now done and dusted, it's time for the battle to show us what they got from that series.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters at grabe, may orasan ako dito kasi ang
Tumutunog
sinasabi nga, now's the time! Pinakita yung 2-0. Diretso. Okay
Tumutunog pa, patayin mo na. Paano napatayin?
Napatay ko na.
Okay na.
Ang hirap. Okay, sige. Pero kung napatay ko yung alarm clock, pinatay agad ng NAOS yung series na to 2-0. Kay bilis-bilis ng gahapong matamis, Taylor Raff. Well, wala akong masabi eh.
Oh, I mean, at this point, ano pang sasabihin mo? It was super one-sided mula map number 1 hanggang map number 2. And it seems like sobrang hindi mo ma-penetrate at all kung saan man maglalaro tong NAOS. Time and time again, yung JustUs, sinusubukan nilang i-aim duel ng i-aim duel ng i-aim duel. Hindi sila manalo-nalo.
I mean, you look at it, right? Then I think the biggest thing that NAOS did was to just keep simplifying the game. If nakita naman din natin may ideas yung JustUs, di ba? Nagsisplit push sila, minsan may lurk, minsan mag-heavy hit sila. Pero parang wala talagang gumana, syempre. Di ba well, actually I was about to count how many points they scored, but never mind. My bad. But again, NAOS so good at just reducing it to the basics.
Yeah. Well, wala eh. NAOS just went, okay, Valorant is a first-person shooter game. Eh, barilan talaga.
Basic lang
yung
daw.
pinakita nila. I mean, yeah, I mean, NAOS all throughout. I mean, sa game 1 pa lang, the Great Wall of Nexi still stands. And parang hindi talaga natatanggal yung kapangyarihan na to. Pero, Taylor, Raph, handa na ba kayo na mapakilala kung sino yung MVP natin?
Siguro. Oo, parang alam ko na, parang nararamdaman ko na kung sino possibly with multiple kills. Ayun. Bruce, si Papi Chulo. Oh, yung MVP natin with 17 kills, 7 deaths in total when it comes to map number 2. I mean, that closing of a map kung saan natunaw na lang din si Psycho goes to show na, kumbaga, out of all the chaos, Papi Chulo will be there to just close the rounds, Raph.
Grabe yung stats ni Papi. It seems like he's smurfing on everybody. Not only did he maintain a 2.0 KD over 2 weeks, I think it actually went up as the series progressed, and it was well deserved. No matter what role you put Papi on, he will deliver the same.
the real papa in everyone's family.
Bruce.
Kakaiba, game 2 pa lang, galit na. Oo, Terror, ano yan?
Oh, Terror
Siya
ba
yun?
yan?
Tinawag mo ba ako? Sino ba yun? Si Raf ba yun? Ay, magkamukha na
Naka-Who's
kasi
Your
yung
Daddy?
boses yun
Ay.
eh. Ay, sino yung daddy?
Seryoso ba? Naka-Who's Your Daddy daw si ano si Papi Chulo eh. Parang ang hirap patayin,
Oo.
di ba? Tapos na-insta pa niya lahat. So,
Wala eh. Well, anyway, let's talk to Daddy Papi Chulo himself. I-welcome natin siya sa panel. Eto na, Papi Chulo. Papasok sa ating panel para sa aming interview. Naggulat na gulat. Hello, Papi Chulo. Daddy Chulo,
Hello po.
Kamusta yung series na yon?
Okay naman, medyo mabilis pero challenging.
Parang nagalit, parang nainis pa siyang medyo mabilis yung naging series natin. Wait, so ano yung pinaka-challenging? What would you say was the challenging part of it?
Siguro nung sa split na lang siguro, sa split sa bind. Kasi medyo nakascore sila dun.
Totoo, yung first half nila medyo dikit pa eh. Yung simulang mga rounds nyo, medyo dikit pa yung scoreline nyo. Pero along the lines, nagtuloy-tuloy din yung momentum. Ano yung nangyari during that time? Was it more like si Mojer may freedom na, kaya go kill? Ay, may sumilip pa.
Hello po.
Biglang lumutang yung isa.
Si Moja, inahayaan lang namin kung anong gusto niya. Gusto niya daw pumatay, edi sige.
Oh, sige, ayun. Mabilis lang. Parang ayun na nga, binasic nga na FPS. Okay, Raf. May katanungan ka ba dyan?
may bonus ba kayo if maka 13-0 kayo? Kasi sobrang motivated ng laro niyo sa split eh. And at the same time, a more serious question, did you guys implement a new aim training routine? Kasi it looks like everybody on the team just got so much better, just aim-wise.
Sa ngayon, wala naman nagbago. Same lang. Parang consistency, dapat araw-araw mong ginagawa. So, yun.
Wow, consistency truly is the key. So eto, Papi Chulo, yung sa akin naman, your statistics going into week 2, sobrang grabe. Aside sa aim training araw-araw, may iba ka pa bang kakaiba na ginagawa pagising mo?
Siguro lang,
Napangiti.
makita ko lang kumakain si Nexy araw-araw.
Yan o.
Okay.
Makita niya lang
Sige.
busog si Nexy dito, Juicy Brucey. That's
Oh,
the
so
goal.
ayun.
Kasi pag si Nexy nagutom, nagagalit, no?
Tama.
Oh, tama nga. So, kung gutom si Nexy tsaka yung buong NAOS team, edi i-grab food saver nyo na yan. Pero eto na nga, Papi Chulo, anything you wanna say sa mga makakalaban ng NAOS going into the next few matches dito sa Split 2?
Ano mo pwede mong sabihin?
Hindi, pwede naman
Good luck.
wala. Ano, good luck daw? Ano na?
I think sabi niya,
Good
good
luck na
luck
lang,
sa
good luck.
kanila. Ayun.
Ayun, sige. Daddy Chulo, pwede na ba kitang tawaging daddy? Kasi, my God, gusto kong matuto sa'yo. Oh, thank you. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta sa panel. And again, congratulations on that very fantastic win. And hoping to see more of NAOS and the explosive performance na dinadala nyo dito sa VCT PH. Maraming salamat, Papi Chulo.
Thank you.
Ayun na nga.
Nagkaroon pa
Simple
siya
lang.
ng anak bigla after nung
Oo.
panel natin. Nagkaroon pa siya ng dalawang tao na tumatawag ng daddy sa kanya.
Oo, man. Kahit ako, my God, gusto ko
Napabilib
matuto
ka?
yun. Napabilib ako, man. Like, grabe yan eh. Pero, ito na nga, nakita na natin ang katapusan ng Week 2 Day 2 dito sa Split 2 ng VCT PH. Ngayon, tingnan natin yung current standings ng mga teams going into our final day for Week 2, which is tomorrow. So, ito na, Raf, Taylor, ano masasabi niyo dito? Ikaw muna, Taylor.
It's a 3-0 for NAOS Esports. Are we surprised? Not really. But at the same time, you see the round differential is up top as well. Parang ayaw talagang magpadaan ng NAOS dun sa top 1 spot nila. Knowing as well na yung defending champions ng Split 1, sila actually ang pinaka nahihirapan din sa puntos ngayon.
That's so surprising to me. I thought Zol would come out of the gates really, really well. At least maybe in the top 5, diba? Pero looking at them 0-2, it's just not expected. I think going back to the top half, I'm pretty sure Oasis is gonna catch up on that 3-0 record for now. So it's really competitive on the left side of the board.
Wala eh. I mean, it's just, the teams already are showing kung ano talaga yung meron sa kanila. Week 2 pa lang. So, imagine in the following weeks kung ano yung mangyayari sa mga teams na to. And so far, parang just NAOS truly expected from our end na ayan talaga eh. Pero Taylor, Raf, it's the end of day 2, week 2. Ano ba yung para mga biggest takeaway at life lessons na napulot nyo sa araw na to bago tayo mag-goodbye?
Mojer, go kill, at ang Osiris natin ay nawalan ng curse sa second map. Yun ang aking mga learnings for today. Ikaw, Raf?
Malakas ng NAOS.
Yan ang learnings namin.
Grabing learnings
Actually,
yan, ah.
Bruce, ang bilis ng mga matches today, ha. I think yung matches and series na nakita natin lahat, buong araw, lahat sila puro gunfight. Yun lang yung takeaway ko for today.
Series 1 pa nga lang eh. That very close fight from Tyrant Esports and Carti World na parang Tyrant Esports, ano yun? 12, 11, and 1? Parang ganun kakaiba eh. Pero ayun na nga, gusto ko sanang pahabain pang usapan na to. Pero excited pa tayo sa darating bukas, which is gonna be the final of week number 2 dito sa VCT PH Split 2. So ayun, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat na nanonood. And of course, VCT PH Split 2 ay magbabalik bukas para sa more Valorant action. Ako si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko si Taylor, tsaka si Raf. Maraming salamat sa inyo and see you all tomorrow.